Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster. There's a freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And pardon me, pardon me. And there it is, one name. So pardon me. Good day to you, my friends. Welcome. Good to be in your company again. Always a delight to see you present. So good day to you, one and all. Good to have you here. Always a delight. So good day to you. Protocols first. Please make sure you are clicking on the like button. If you have never clicked on the like button before, click on it today. I ask every day So if you don't have any reason not to click on it, then just do the platform that flavor of clicking on it. So it's no task, it's not an assault on your wallet, it's at no expense, and it helps the platform greatly. So if you have no real objection to clicking on the like button, then just click on it. Because sometimes you look at the numbers of the viewership and you look at the likes, it's somewhat disheartening. And if you have no objection to being subscribed as well, then just do that. You know, it helps the platform and it doesn't take away from you. So it's a win-win situation. So click on like and subscribe is that long-winded essay that I just delivered right there. Click on like and subscribe. Click on like and subscribe, and then if you want to come join me on the screen, click on this hyperlink that I'm highlighting on the screen right there. If you want to come join me, if you want to be one of the voices that we hear from, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's a open mic. It brings you into the hyperlink is an open microphone, and what it does is it brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, you've seen me do it before, I'll let you onto the screen and a conversation ensues. Nothing complex. First come, first serve. You know all the voices that you hear every day, they only made the decision to click on the hyperlink. It's not as though anybody is pre-booked. The only person you're searching to see, fortunately or unfortunately, is myself. The next set of people that you do see are people who have taken that option to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you're a new voice that has never been on the screen before, we're especially looking to hear from you because we want to expand the conversation and we need your insight and your wit. So your insight and your wit, so click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And if you feel inclined towards donating towards the platform, click on that next thing highlighted on the screen right there. It says buy your host cups of coffee. So click on that and then it takes you through a very easy 3-step process, and then you can donate to your will. You can do that, or you can go to the bottom of the comment section, click on the $ and super chat and super sticker. So because of course, the platform does need that support. I'm sure you know that. You don't need me to be telling you that. So do that. So click on like, click on subscribe. Those are compulsory. At your discretion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then, of course, if you feel inclined towards donating towards the platform, click on the link that says buy your host cups of coffee. So what are we contending with today? So today we'll be making somewhat of a pit stop in this story that is, we had it with an artist called Brymo or Brymo or something. I'm not within that generational course, of course. These are new names to me. So we had this a couple of months. We had this a couple of months ago with an artist called Brymo, who got the rough and felt the lashings of the Obidients space. So they gave him a good kicking around to the point that they forced an apology out of him. But then, having satisfied themselves, still glorying in that victory, the Obidients space has now launched at Seun Kuti, altogether a more robust elephant to take on. But how is that going? Your post about Seun Kuti is self-serving, and I doubt your successes. Brymo tackles Peter Okoye. So Brymo tackles Peter Okoye. So that is to say, even though he had taken a lashing just a couple of months ago, he's still smarting for that. He's still smarting from that, and he's been looking for that opportunity then to have a go back. So that opportunity presents itself under Seun Kuti's banner. Your post about Seun Kuti is self-serving, and I doubt your success is Brymo tackles Peter Okoye. So we find out, hopefully somebody is following that space. There's actually a clip that Seun Kuti put out on Instagram that we may well just have a look at in the course of this session. So, but anybody that is following that space, if you want to bring us up to speed with what is going on, then feel free to do that. So, Seun Kuti versus the Obidients, that will be a fight to the finish. Full list of committees emerge as Buhari makes preparation for May 29 power transition. So, handover notes, Buhari now are packing his bags and leaving for good. Hopefully by mid this year, we will never have cause to think about this man ever again in our lives. And the only thing that we'll think about him is that justice here or in the hereafter catches up with him. This guy has, in the course of his life, he has taken so many lives, so many. This Buhari guy, in the course of his however long he has lived on this planet, he has taken so many lives. I don't even think lives taken by this guy have been taken in wars. He has just taken so many lives. Full list of committees emerge as Buhari makes preparation for May 29 power transition. So bye-bye and shut the door behind you and never to see you again. Never to see you again. How can Buhari be here and you will reject? Tinubu threatens Sultan of Sokoto over endorsement. So this is a story that's been making the rounds around the usual obedient watering holes. So they now, they've been putting this out quite aggressively that Tinubu has gone then to the Sultanate in Sokoto to take on frontally the man that sits on the throne. But we have to really find out exactly what went on there. How can Buhari be here and you will reject? Tinubu threatens Sultan of Sokoto over endorsement. So we've learned from experience, of course, not to ever take those headlines at their words. Buhari begins handover process, set up transition committee. So somewhat repetitive, that one. So we take one and abandon the other. Cash policy may affect frontline troops operations. NSA Monguno wants. So any and everywhere you look at, any and everywhere you look at, every and anybody is against this policy. But apart from the people, of course, who think that they can make political capital out of it, like the ATIKUs and the Labour parties, etc. Cash policy may affect frontline troops operations. National Security Advisor Mungano wants. So there it is right there. CBN admits challenges in Naira redesign, assures scarcity will ease off. So the language of contrition now coming out of that space the language rather of contrition now coming out of that space just recent times they were preening and peacocking and puffing their chest out that nobody can do anything. But the language of contrition, CBN admits challenges in Naira redesign, assures scarcity will ease off. So that is not a matter of assurance, it's a matter of action. Federal government to comply with Supreme Court ruling, stopping deadline for old Naira notes. So this is Abubakar Malami now, who though above the law throughout the tenure of the Buhari administration or the Buhari regime, who though above the law throughout the tenure of the Buhari regime, at the final hour, at the 11th hour, he now law-abiding because, of course, a couple more months, a private citizen, and hopefully we're all hopeful that he, amongst many, will be behind bars. Federal government to comply with Supreme Court ruling, stopping deadline for old Naira notes. So this is Abubakar Malami, then the lawyer to the Buhari regime. Obasanjo assaults embattled Labour Party spokesperson Arabambi, threatens to arrest, jail aggrieved party members working against Obi's presidency. So there it is right there. You can take the man from the barracks, but you cannot take the barracks from the man. Obasanjo assaults embattled Labour Party spokesperson Arabambi, threatens to arrest, jail aggrieved party members working against Obi's presidency. So quite what power of arrest he has, we're not quite sure. So there it is. We may or may not land on this one. Respect your age, Northern Elders Forum tells Adebanjo. So Adebanjo, of course, telling us that Nigeria will collapse if P2B is not made president. So two things I can guarantee. Now, P2B will not be president and Nigeria will not collapse. So rest assured, just take my words for those two things. P2B is not going to be. The only president is the only presidency that they will be swearing Peter Obi in for will be the Rotary Club in Anambra Central. That's the only presidency coming his way in May. So there it is right there. And Nigeria will not fall, of course. I think you all know that. So there it is. A rich and diverse menu, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Make sure you're subscribed if you haven't done that. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come take on any of these highlights that I've just read out. And if you feel inclined towards the platform, click on the buy your host cups of coffee. It says cups, by the way, not a cup. So if you're only going to go there and do a cup, then don't even bother going there at all. So go there and be as liberal with your wallet as you can. Otherwise, just don't make the bother. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join me in the studio. And then, of course, click on the buy the coffee thing to go do the necessary. So all that and everything, let's go to the K guides and then we'll launch into it. But first, the K guides.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. Iku Koniru Agbesheme. So there it is right there. Pardon me. So Iku Koniru Agbesheme, as guys, I bring you this. Full list of committees emerge as Buhari makes preparation for May the 29th power transition. So power transition, but of course, he confident that he'll be transiting only to his own clansman from Adamawa State. Our correspondents report that President Buhari has approved the establishment of a presidential transition council to facilitate the process of handing over power by his administration. In an announcement made by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, on Thursday, February the 9th, councils will be inaugurated on Tuesday, February the 14th. The council will be inaugurated by the SGF at the conference hall of the House. Sorry, let me take that entirely all over again. Correspondents report that President Buhari has approved the establishment of a presidential transition council to facilitate the process of handing over power by his administration. In an announcement made by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, on Thursday, February the 9th, councils will be inaugurated on Tuesday, February the 14th. The council will be inaugurated by the SGF at the conference hall of the office of the SGF, with members expected to be seated in person. The statement signed by the Director, Information of the OSGF, so that'll be Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Willie Bassi said. So this is what we find oftentimes, that there'll be some random mala sitting at the top of whatever parastatal, and then the spokesperson is like this. The police, MALLAM, the spokesperson, Frank Umba, the DSS, MALA, the spokesperson, Peter Okoye, the office to the secretary to the federal government, MALA, the spokesperson, Willie Bassi. So that's the role, of course, of the South in this BUHARI administration. T-boy. So that's our role in this administration. The Transition Council will be inaugurated by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation on Tuesday, 14th of February 2023 at 12 noon at the conference hall of the SGF. Members are expected to attend the inauguration in person. Members of the committee are Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Chairman, Head of Civil Service of the Federation, almost certainly a Hausa person as well. I wish they added names to this, because you'll find that all of these names are Mallams. Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Solicitor General of the Federation, and Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Justice, Permanent Secretaries of the following ministries and offices: Defense, Interior, Finance, Budget and National Planning, Foreign Affairs, Information and Culture, Federal Capital Territory Administration, Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs, Cabinet Affairs Office, Office of the Secretary of the Federation, General Services Office, Office of the Secretary of the Federation, Economic and Political Affairs, Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, State House, National Security Advisor, Chief of Defense Staff, Inspector General of Police, Director General, National Intelligence Agency, Director General, States. We have an overly policed sort of a governance system. So we have a defense chief, and then from the defense chief, we have a national security advisor, and then we have another chief of defense staff, and then we have an inspector general of police, and then we have a director of national intelligence agency, and then we have a director general state security services. So we should be the safest country on the planet, just from all of these people collecting dollars from the Niger Delta oil fields. President Buhari is expected to hand over power to whoever emerges. So whoever, you can replace that with Atiku Abubakar, of course, because we all know that games are food. The games are food. President Buhari is expected to hand over power to whoever emerges as president in the Saturday, February the 25th election across the country. Months after the election, May the 29th, is the slated date for handover ceremonies for the Nigerian government. So there it is right there. Let me just bring you a story that just comes under that. Cash scarcity. Hope as Buhari moves to convene important meeting over rising national crisis. So they talk about a rising national crisis, but this crisis, of course, totally, absolutely avoidable. Not only is it avoidable, this crisis is of the doing and making of the Buhari administration itself. So they've changed the Naira note at the very epicenter of a transitional election, and then they've squeezed it to a 3-month slot, and then they refused to release the money. So it's entirely an artificial crisis created exclusively and wholly by this regime. To what purposes? I think we can guess at that. But because people had anticipated their purposes, their intentions, and there's been a lot of public outcry about that, are they now able to follow through with it? They were looking to foment anarchy in the country so that they can declare a state of emergency. But that's not quite worked in the manner that, or has it? Cash scarcity, hope as Buhari moves to convene important meeting over rising national crisis. President Muhammad Buhari is set to ensure that the crisis going on in the country due to scarcity of Naira notes and fuel is addressed. The president will be meeting with leaders in key sectors of the economy, including the governor of the CBN, Godwin Emefiele. I'm not quite sure why he is still meeting with Godwin Emefiele. What new thing is he looking to glean from Godwin? He meets with him every single day, and the crisis shows no sign of abating. In fact, it continues to increase. So what exactly, unless he instructs him to extend the date so that people can use both currencies as an easier and slower phase out of the old notes is sequenced. Unless it does that, then all of these meaningless meetings are essentially meaningless. In addition, the president will meet with the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission. And by the way, the activities of this government is not at all suggestive of a government that is easing out of power. So just at the very last 6 months of your two-term administration, you have then made you have now singularly made the biggest move that your administration has done in its history. So that's not indicative of anybody looking to leave power. In addition, the president will meet with the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission and the Inspector General of Police to discuss plans for the 2023 polls. So there it is. It's not the meetings that we want to hear about, it's the solutions that we want to see applied. Naira scarcity, CBN Emefiele gave false information to President Buhari's aide, alleges. So we did anticipate that they were going to throw Emefiele under the bus for this. So we heard first from all manners of persons landing on Oshiomhole. But now, within the inner sanctum of the presidency, they are now cutting Emefiele adrift. As Nigerians continue to suffer the challenges of the poor implementation of the Naira redesign policy, an aide to the president appears not to be happy. A jury in Gelela, a senior special assistant to President Buhari on public affairs, said the policy implementation is faulty. Ngelila also noted that the Central Bank of Nigeria has failed to feed the president with the right and effective intelligence on the challenges Nigerians are facing, hoping to access the new notes. So they're just going to cut him adrift. All right, so let's leave that there. So let's leave that there and go to this. So this is the story making the rounds within the Obidients space. How can Buhari be here and you will reject? Tinubu threatens Sultan of Sokoto over endorsement. So this is a headline that is making the rounds within the Obidients space. And by the way, I have a clip of that interaction which I'll play you, which I will play to you shortly. The All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu on Thursday subtly dared. Look at that, oh, look at that. Unbelievable. These people, they will go to any length. The All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu on Thursday subtly dared the Sultan of Sokoto for endorsement during a visit to Sokoto State for his campaign rally. Correspondents report that Tinubu, alongside President Muhammad Buhari and other chieftains of APC, visited the spiritual leader of Nigerian Muslims, Muhammadu Saad Abubakar, at his palace. Speaking at Sultan's palace, Tinubu reiterated that his party wants to win the election and their visit was to seek his blessing and endorsement, which he cannot reject. In what seemed to be like a drama twist, the former governor of Lagos State said the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Buhari, cannot be at the palace and the Sultan will reject the request to endorse him. So those are fighting words. If you hear them just verbatim like that, those are fighting words. So, but I will play you the clip and then see if the clip mirrors how it's being reported by the Labour Party friendly media space. In what seems to be a drama twist, the former governor of Lagos State said the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Buhari, cannot be at the palace and the Sultan will reject the request to endorse him. As Tinubu spoke, those in attendance laughed and clapped. In related news, the Tinubu-Shettima Presidential Campaign Council has called for the sack of the governor of the central bank, Godwin Emefiele, over the Naira note scarcity. Correspondent, and by the way, in Senate climes, in anything that purports to even be a country, Emefiele would have been sacked. This has been the worst debacle in recent times in Nigeria, absolutely affecting every single individual in Nigeria negatively, just from these guys, bad belly from, not being given a presidential ticket. In related news, the Tinubu-Shettima Presidential Campaign Council has called for the sack of the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, over the new Naira note scarcity. Our correspondent reports that the Director of Media and Publicity for the Tinubu-Shettima Campaign Council, Bayo Ononuga, made the call in an interview on Thursday in Abuja. Ononuga asserted the Apex Bank chief does not deserve to remain in office following the protest across the country that trailed the new Naira note scarcity and the deadline for the old Naira notes. He said President Buhari should have sacked Emefiele for subjecting Nigerians through harrowing experiences and untold hardship in the past 2 weeks and sabotaging the All Progressive Congress in the process. So that's self-interest right there that rounds it off. The biggest criticism, of course, of that Tinubu space. So there it is right there. So on to the next, and still that Naira policy thing. Cash policy may affect frontline troops operations. NSA Monguno wants. So there it is. Everybody's against this policy. So just how they're able to cling on to it, it will be something that we have to see. National Security Advisor Mohammed Monguno says the change of currency and cashless policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, may affect operations of troops in the field. Mr. Monguno made the observation when he appeared before an ad hoc committee of the House of Representatives in charge of currency and cashless policy on Thursday in Abuja, represented by the head of Defense Unit, Rear Admiral Abubakar Mustafa. So, of course, it has to be. It will never be Major General Tunde or Lieutenant General Uche. It will always be Mustafa Danladi. Represented by the head of Defense Unit, Rear Admiral Abubakar Mustafa, the NSA said that even in advanced countries, such policies could affect operations of troops if not well implemented. Because of the sensitivity of some of this information that will come and bordering on security, there are things we cannot say in the media. Globally, military operation, even in first world countries, such policies, if not well thought out, will affect some certain operations. Some of our soldiers are deployed in places where they cannot actually access digital means of paying for their daily subsistence. That is the main issue that the NSA has been talking about. It is important that this committee sits down and articulates better ways of actually addressing these issues, he said. Earlier, the chairman of the committee, Ado Doguwa Kano AP, said that the committee was interested in the implications of the policy on national security. He said that the committee would interface with major stakeholders to determine the effect of the policy on the economy. Mr. Dogowa said that from what the committee had so far gathered, the policy posed a challenge to agriculture economy, and security. So essentially, it's a danger to the country. The policy of the Buhari administration is a parting policy to the Nigerian state. It's an existential threat to the Nigerian person. Listen to this. Mr. Dogowa said that from what the committee had so far gathered, the policy posed a challenge to agriculture, economy, and security. According to him, it is unpopular amongst the people. It has caused hardship and it may affect the forthcoming election. Mr. Dogowa adjourned the meeting to February the 10th for the committee to meet with the Minister of Finance and the leadership of the printing and minting company, as well as INEC boss. I wonder who the leadership of the printing company would be. No prices for guessing, of course. It will only be another MALLAM. CBN admits challenges in Naira redesign, assures scarcity will ease. The Central Bank of Nigeria has expressed optimism that the current scarcity of the Naira notes will soon be a thing of the past. The Deputy Governor of CBN, Fola Shodun Shonubi, I'm surprised there's a Yoruba person there. It's in all of the times that I've been reading this regime's storylines, anything relating to this regime. Very rare that you come across a Yoruba name. So this catches me by surprise. The Deputy Governor of CBN, Fola Shodun Shonubi, who stated this at the 22nd Fellowship Conferment Lecture and Ceremony organized by the Nigerian Society of Engineers on Thursday in Abuja, admitted the Apex Bank never imagined the challenges associated with the... So this is lack of planning, isn't it? Because if you are doing something that big, you would have run 1,000 models that would have facilitated for and played out all of the scenarios permutable. All of the scenarios permutable would have been run in models to see where the solutions are. But the obvious thing that the scarcity of the notes is not, if they were caught off guard that people were not able to access money due to scarcity, then they really shouldn't be in that job. It's just, it's unbelievable. The Deputy Governor of CBN, Folashodun Shonobi, who stated this at the 22nd Fellowship Conferment Lecture and Ceremony organized by the Nigerian Society of Engineers on Thursday in Abuja, admitted that the Apex Bank never imagined the challenges associated with the redesign of the 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes. The scarcity of the redesigned notes had paralyzed activities in the country, with Nigerians daily rushing to banks and ATMs, ATM stands to withdraw cash for their daily needs. And by the way, anyway, let me just leave that. Let me leave the by the ways. The Apex Bank had last month extended the deadline of the withdrawal of the old Naira notes from circulation to February the 10th. However, the Supreme Court on Wednesday restrained the CBN and the federal government from going ahead with the February 10th deadline for the phase out of the old Naira notes. Shonobi said, as you know, Nigerians are very ingenious, and we created a whole new line of business for people we never envisaged. An aspect of that is queuing, where you sell your position on the queue for money. And this is something that she's going around chuckling about in seminars organized by... She thinks this is funny. She thinks this is funny. She's saying that they've created ingenious ways that they never thought about, citing the example. An aspect is that of queuing, where you sell your position in the queue for money. So people are queuing to the point that the queue is so long that people are now making business out of it. And this is something that the Deputy Governor of the CBN is chuckling at an engineers conference. There is also night crawling, where you wait till night to collect numerous cards from your friend your friends and family and go to an ATM and empty them using different cards and then take the cash to sell. So, yeah, it's unbelievable. These people are beyond, it's unfathomable. It has been a bit stressful, to be honest, because we did not anticipate this kind of behavior. I believe that sooner rather than later, the stress ongoing in relation to money will be reduced. So there's the obvious and easy solution, of course, is the extension of that the lifespan of the old notes by months. Federal government to comply with Supreme Court ruling stopping deadline for old Naira notes. This is Abubakar Malami now throwing his hand up, throwing his hands up in surrender. Oh, sorry, what's going on there? All right. Okay. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami SAN has said the federal government would comply with the Supreme Court order restraining it and the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN from implementing the February the 10th deadline to stop the use of old 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes. Correspondents report that the Apex Bank on Wednesday granted an correspondents report that the Apex Court on Wednesday granted an ex parte motion filed by the government of Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara states seeking an interim injunction restraining the federal government through the Central Bank of Nigeria or the commercial banks from suspending or determining or ending on February the 10th, 2023, the time frame with which the now older version of 200, 500, and 1,000 denomination of Naira may no longer be legal tender, pending the hearing and determination of their motion on notice for an interlocutory injunction. The court subsequently fixed February the 15th for the Attorney General of the Federation to show cause why the deadline should not be further extended before the next adjourned date. Speaking on Thursday night in an interview with Arise News, Malami said the federal government will comply with the order of the Apex Court in demonstration of its commitment to the rule of law. He, however, noted that his office had filed a preliminary objection to the suit instituted by the Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara state governments. So there it is, right there. We never thought we'll say the day that that the Buhari regime abides by law, but it looks as though now on their way out, they've suddenly found a new way of being. Obasanjo assault embattled Labour Party spokesperson Arabambi threatens to arrest, jail aggrieved party members working against Obi's presidency. A former Nigerian president, Olusegun Obasanjo, has been accused of physically assaulting the embattled acting national publicity secretary of the Labour Party, Abayomi Arabambi, by kicking him. I didn't even know that Obasanjo still had the strength in him to kick at anyone. Obasanjo is a strong supporter of Labour Party presidential candidate P2B. The Ogun State chapter of the party had been engulfed in crisis since 2022. Some members of the party, led by Arabambi, had expressed their displeasure over the conduct of some officials at the national headquarters. They also suspended the membership of Donyo Okokwe, former Director General of the Presidential Campaign Council of the LP, who they said ceased to be a member of the party, having failed to pay his membership dues for 6 months as prescribed by the Constitution. The aggrieved party executives also demanded the immediate dissolution of the entire party's Presidential Campaign Council over alleged lopsidedness in its composition, stressing that the composition of its PCC does not reflect federal character unlike what is contained in the constitution of the party. Although the party at the national headquarters earlier called their bluff, Arabambi further raised allegations of corruption against the national chairman, Julius Abure. He accused Abure of obtaining money under false pretenses and defrauding candidates and aspirants who obtained nomination forms to contest under the party. It was gathered that members of the Ogun State Caretaker Committee and some aggrieved members, dissolved members of the Executive Council, led by Arabambi, met with Obasanjo at his residence on Wednesday afternoon. During the meeting, the former president kicked the embattled Labour Party spokesperson and ordered him to. During the meeting, the former president kicked the embattled Labour Party spokesperson and ordered him to withdraw all petitions and court cases, multiple sources at the meeting told correspondents. Arabambi had petitioned the police and anti-graft agencies to investigate allegations of fraud and money laundering involving the party chairman Abure in Enugu, Ebonyi, Edo, and some other states. The select, should I abandon it there? Yeah, let me abandon it there. I think we've established the essence of that. So let's establish then the essence of this. Respect your age. Northern Elders Forum tells Adebanjo. The Northern Elders Forum on Thursday came hard on an elder statesman and leader of Afenifere, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, advising him to behave responsibly. The organization said his comments whilst campaigning for the presidential candidate it's just from the septuagenarians to the teenagers, it's just violence all the way through with this Labour Party obedient experience. It's just crass, crude. Even the 80-something-year-olds, they are kicking and abusing people. The Northern Elders Forum on Thursday came hard on an elder statesman and leader of the Afenifere, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, advising him to behave responsibly. The organization said his comments, whilst campaigning for the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, P2B, were irresponsible, condemnable, and inflammatory. The NEF, in a statement by its Director of Publicity and Advocacy, Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, and by the way, this Hakim Baba Ahmed, of course, is the elder brother of Dati Baba Ahmed, the Mauritanian VP for Peter Obi. The NEF, in a statement by its Director of Publicity and Advocacy, Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, said that Nigerians with any influence over Adebanjo should advise him to show respect for his age and all the advantages he enjoys from being a Nigerian. So a Mauritanian is giving warnings to a Nigerian to respect the advantages he enjoys for being a Nigerian. So there it is right there. And by the way, when I say that Hakim Baba Ahmed is a Mauritanian, I'm not being derisive. He actually is a Mauritanian. So they are from Mauritania, the Baba Ahmed family. I think you all know that. So he's threatening the Nigerian-ness of Pa Ayo Adebanjo, and there it is. So on to this now. So hopefully people will fill in the gaps for this. We did try to touch on it yesterday, but we couldn't really get too far. Your post about Seun Kuti is self-serving, and I doubt your success is Brymo tackles Peter Okoye. Singer Brymo has berated Peter Okoye of P-Square fame for asking his colleague Seun Kuti to remove the Kuti from his name just to test his relevance. Record that Seun and Peter had a clash on social media on Wednesday following Seun's comment about Peter Obi. In their spat, Peter argued that Seun is not relevant in the music industry and that to test this, he should remove Kuti from his name. So how can you remove Kuti from your name? It's a Kuti now. So are you asking him to go and kill himself? It's a Kuti, and all of, by the way, in terms of DNA, you are the confluence of 50% of your father's DNA and 50% of your mother's DNA. So Seun Kuti is actually a physical being, a reincarnation of Fela Kuti. both are genetically. So I mean, what sort of brain dead half-wit nonsense is that? So this is Peter Okoye. My late father was a nobody, but today everybody knows the Okoye. Dude, try removing Kuti from your name. Make I know whether anybody sabi you. Remain in that your local shrine while people like us and others continue excelling globally. You can't shame the shameless. So this is it. Anyway, let me not say that. Reacting, Brymo opined that Peter should be reacting. Brymo opined that Peter should have deleted the post. He claimed that Peter's post is self-serving and he doubts Peter's successes. See his post below. Bros, you never delete. You go keep this post way trifle your pops. Just cause it reads like you are self-made and he inherited fame. That's your point, right? This belittles yours. This is quite self-serving. I doubt your own successes. You belong to your sponsors. So that space. Just I'll probably play you a clip of Seun Kuti, which somebody sent me on. I'll actually play it as I come into the room now. So let me let in. So where are the super chats? I need the place to show some super chats today, and not especially from Ayo. It is somewhat ridiculous. You go everywhere else, you see super chats, but never here. So Gideon, we see you. Moshood, we see you. Sonny, we see you. King Gamemaker, let's keep it civil. Thomas, we see you. Michael joins us. Ola joins us, and Mr. Probity joins us. So good to see you all, gentlemen. But before I come to you, gentlemen, let me play you this clip from well done, Desmond, for responding to that, even though that's not the usual color you come with, but that's an opening salvo from you, I suspect. But let me play you this clip from Seun Kuti. Let me play you this clip, which some of you may have seen, but let me play you a little bit of this.
Oh, I will love the trenches. Hello, everybody. How on a day? Yes. It's good that I'm receiving Igbo guests this night. That they say I'm Igbo-phobic and I hate Igbo people.
Really? Are you?
Hello, Chioma.
Oh, are you?
I'm on my live.
Hi, people.
I didn't know you were coming. You know, Eze, how long have you been living with me now? 3 years, Abi. Eze, is that your Yoruba name? Eze, is that's the Yoruba name from Abeokuta?
Are you Igbo? Hi, how are you?
Please, my Igbo brothers and sisters, I'm not let them call me talk rubbish. I grew up in Kalakuta Republic. When you come our house, I don't tell them before, I grew up with about 300 people living with us in our house. That's my past results. We grew up with people we don't know. When you come our house, now one question of a lady ask, what will be your African name? Where you from come? Finish. Enter the house. No discrimination. Everybody is equal. Growing up, many of my best friends were Igbo. Till today, many of my friends are still Igbo. I mean, I have very few Yoruba friends. I have more Igbo friends than I have Yoruba friends. And that's facts. All day. You know? And also, I smoke Igbo men. Yeah. Now say so what? I know the either. So nobody will use that one, TikTok, anything. But real quick, this live was short, man. This live will this short. And it's probably going to be the last time I touch on this topic, you know, with the Obidients and the Peters, you know. Quickly, I'm going to address this trenches issue because now teachable moments. First of all, anybody will come from nothing. Then you make fun of people that have nothing. That means you don't respect where you are from, what you've come from. I repeat, anybody who has come from nothing, right? And then begins to insult people who have nothing, has no respect for where they have come from. Whether you like it or not, that nothing molds you. That ain't give you the bravery. So people that have it, that have nothing, you making fun of them means that you don't respect where you come from. My ambition in life has never been to be a rich man. I've never done anything in my life because of money. So how people they do things for money, one can they lie and assume they do things for money. Me, I don't understand it. Let me tell you about the trenches, man. They don't lie to us as African people. Get money and run away from the hood, run away from your area, go and live with big men in the big men area. That's the way to be. But who is going to be left in our areas to show the young people good example? Who is left in the... You'll be complaining that politicians are going there and influencing them, turn them to touts and area boys, turning them to criminals when they have nobody in the neighborhoods to look up to. They have nobody in the neighborhood to look up to. I'm going to get small change in a wrong, go Lekki, wrong, go VI, wrong, go Ikoyi, going to live close to oppressors, running away from the people. We stay with the people, man. And you cannot run away. The trenches, black people, we are the trenches. We are the hood. The hood is not a place. That's hood, that's trenches, that idea. It's not a place, man. You can never run away from who you are. Black people, we are the hood. You can never run away. No matter how much money you have, you'll still be treated in this world. How many millionaires police don't slap for Nigeria? How many black millionaires police don't shoot for America, shoot for Nigeria? The lawyer where they go with him, where they shoot with him Peking, was she in the trenches? Not the island, they stay with her family, they go to their house, a whole lawyer. They shot her like a tout that they will shoot in Ikorodu. So don't ever think, say because you get some little cash, that you have escaped what black people go through. We must understand that. We are the trenches. It is our skin. It is anywhere we go. It is that look that people give us, that untrusting look that they give us anywhere we go. It is that oppression we feel anywhere we go. It is that way that's why many of you don't have high self-esteem, you know, because the system has broken you down. You not think that you need to add all this white man, all these expensive things to yourself to show them that you're not like the other black people. You're not like the people in the trenches. You have come up, you have money, you want to use money and everything to... Thinking that you have escaped. No, you have not escaped anything. You haven't escaped anything. 1,000,001 examples of how you are still oppressed, even with all the shine things you put on your body. Yeah. I mean, have you worked out without Mopo? Now, if you work out without Mopo now. Exactly. And if you work out without Mopo. So, we are the trenches and we are not ashamed of it. The only thing I'm sure of in my life is say, nobody for this Nigeria, no man in this world, born of woman, can say that me they fit shame. I repeat, no man born of woman in this country can say, I transfer money to Sheun. I dash Sheun money. In this my grown age, when I'm young, people they dash me money. Young, Sheun, I get uncle. I know people. But since I've become a man, I keep saying it. You can do things as a child, things that you do as a child, do it in the past, you do it as a child, you don't do it. But as a point, you grow up. And at what point is that? You know, once you become a man, me, I don't become man. Because no man, that's how you become a man. No man is above me. No man. There's no man I say, yes, sir, okay. There's no man that can call me and say, do this. Nobody. Nobody in this world. Like when I'm shaking up and down, left pillar to post. Yes, sir, your excellency, yes, okay. They say she won't say, I say I tweet. That is the investment now. When I'm at the play show, and I say I send tweets. Imagine nonsense. They can't go bring another tweet. Or they say I say Tinubu fight for democracy. Now lie. Make a they lie ni. Omo buduku lojo here now. Abi. I knew Bola Tinubu through my father, through my uncle. Do you know how I knew them? June 12 struggle. That's what I think know who he be. So that was fighting for democracy now. Nadeko, June 12. He fought for democracy now. That's what we're discussing. Man, they take things out of context. One context can make points. I see show like the one where I do last year. Every year I do funny. I do my April Fools every year without fail. Now go all my Twitter. That's all you could bring out. We made the show now. Na show. Na picture for their house. Show me my own picture for their house. Where they smile like goats. They shake them. And I don't see telling. I don't talk since morning. I said this since 8 a.m. This 2 a.m. this morning. This is over how many hours? Almost 24 hours. Say if they burn anybody where the way they yab and say that they collect money, we don't call on of that out saying that they collect money. Make anybody inside una who feel who when my lawyer feel seen your house talk say she only collect money, they burn you where. Talker. I will sue you back to the trenches. That trench is where you say you don't run from. By the time I finish with you with my lawsuit, you go back to that trenches. I guarantee. But me, I think they're not born in a way to sue because it's true. So, you can kick rocks for all I care, you know. You can kick rocks for all I care. I know they follow and I do best of the lesser of three evils. I'm not in the game of picking evil. I'm not in the game of picking evil. I be makes that they go bring tweet. Let me start by showing at the tweet of Labour Party. Not the
all right. I'm pausing the music there only because of the copyright strikes. So what you are looking at on your screen now, the Labour Party attacking Peter Obi. This was as far back as 2013 when Peter Obi then was championing Willie Obiano. And the images and the things you are seeing on your screen, you can pause to read them. They are Labour Party attacking Peter Obi then and his administration. So that's what Peter Obi built in all this road that they told us. So that's it right there. And this were Labour Party attacking Peter Obi in 2013, 2014. ShopRite, you can read them anyway. So there it is right there. But now Peter Obi, of course, the golden goose. So there it is. I'll just let it play to the end. These are all Labour Party spaces and Southeasterners launching at Peter Obi, using images of his what he left back during his administration. Let me see if I can pause it. Can I pause it? Yes. It says, I hope my state Anambra will get a good governor for once. Put this Peter Obi in the bin. And then a series of swear words. Waste governor too bad. This was 2012. And, on and on it goes. Let's pick another one. It says, I know Obi always built poor quality, and that is Onye. Onye now, of course, a champion of Peter Obi. This is Castro, a severely sick governor, Sullivan Chime is much better than a healthy Peter Obi. So that was in 2012. That was what the Anambrarians thought of him as far back as then. it's just more and more. I hope my state Anambra will get, okay, I think we had that one. Let's take another one. So you can look at the date at the bottom of the screen. Look at that. It says, this is how Peter Obi is leaving Anambra State after 8 years. So that's from Adorable something or the other, Maxwell something or the other. So these are the infrastructures that they told us about. In terms of performance, Senator Ngige performed more than Obi. So this is Solomon Ogbonna. So Solomon now, of course, died in the wool obedient, just as we are seeing the crossover from the IPOB to the Obi space. This is it. This is Anambra of Peter Obi, Ume, Willie Obiano, and Fidelity Bank after 8 years. Hashtag Ngige to the rescue. So this is Community House School, Nanka. He took education from number 30 to number 1. So there it is. That's how we did it. Yes, yes, it has something. My mom just called. Apparently, it's been an exit carnival for Obi all through the weekend. So celebrating his demise. If you look at the date, what's the date on this one? The 17th of the 3rd, 2014. This guy, of course, now died in the wool obedient. Anambra State, something or the other, that's covered up by. I look at this one. I can't even read it. I feel like KILLING this Peter Obi, Governor Peter Obi. This is from an Emmanuel, and this was the date obscured. This now died in the wool obedience. So that's just the way it is. So that's just the way it is. Seun Kuti, back and forth with the obedience. So I'll keep the super chats coming in. I would really like to see this space light up just for today. And it looks as though Desmond taking up that challenge. So there is Desmond. Everybody won't use Obi Shine. I swear I never knew this guy until now. You never knew Seun Kuti until now. You must be a joker. Thank you for the super chat, but you must be a joker in our midst. A super sticker from Alexander Gomez, and of course, Desmond kicked off the super spaces earlier. So there it is, and here it is. So let's go on then. I'll kick it off with the new names. Let me remove that from the screen. So I'll kick it off.
Sorry, woman. My apologies, right? To interject into the show quite early, and then good evening to the panelists. Not to disregard or disrespect my brothers on the panel, but I don't know if I could go early. I don't know how you're swinging in with the panels, just because of I need to attend to some personal concerns as quick as possible. And why I joined was specifically because of this Seun Kuti stuff, right? And I'm so shocked. And I'm not ruling it out that some people, especially the Gen Zs, are saying they don't know Seun Kuti and you.
No, Desmond is not a Gen Z. He's just being cheeky. Who on this planet? A Grammy nominee? Who you don't know? A Grammy nominee?
I've been seeing a lot of stuff going on social media. People saying things about him, not knowing him, saying a lot. It's quite shocking. Anyway, if it gets to, if I've been privileged to go early, and I would love to speak more about it because
I'll bring you on second, only because there are new names, and I like
not the problem. Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Sorry, one man. I just quickly want to add this, just to give everybody a chance to be able to speak. I think if you can time us maybe 5 minutes, should be fine.
No. I like to do it. The guy I wanted to go to has now left, Mr. Probity. No. I don't like to do that. I don't like to time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's your program. So
no. Okay. Let's kick it off with you then, Emeka, because I was going to Mr. Probity, but he's left us. Brownberry, your device is not connecting, so I'm not able to. So now this space now, I think it all kicked off when Seun Kuti tweeted something complimentary about Tinubu, and then of course the wrath of the obedient immediately kicked into gear, and we landed at this spot where they are now throwing Instagram streamings at each other. So what are you then making of that space? Seun Kuti versus the Obidients. Who comes up on top?
Anyway, anybody, you see, for one, you can tell, even if you go against the Obidients, you can tell how they behave. They come at you with the full route of insults and brimstones and fire to they have been a victim of this, and your good self, you've also been a victim. I think a larger percentage of your viewership would have been a victim of it. So I'm not shocked or surprised. Even if Peter Obi criticizes himself, you will see how the Obidients will go after him. And many of them have said it publicly. So like they keep saying that the movement is bigger than Peter Obi. So which means it's a threat to him. Their behavior is barbaric. It's
let's start it from the beginning. What does Seun Kuti stand accused of? What has he done that offends so much?
Probably accusing Peter Obi for who he actually is, truly is, and trying to let Obidients see the man for himself, that Peter Obi is not different from any other politicians, which we have clearly highlighted to open their eyes. But, many of them do not even know why they support him. They are blind, they are deaf, they are so carried away with their emotions, right? And because he has been repackaged, rebranded by a few sect of people, and actually by the Peter side, that those group who have re-engineered him via social media to say he's the new next coming Messiah, right? And those who follow social media without doing their own independent research are now carried away, and they think he's the new thing after sliced bread. So he's trying to, I respect Seun Kuti a lot. Yeah, I might not agree with him, but I do. He has been consistent, just like his father, right? In terms of his activism, he has been consistent. He has always stand against bad government. He has always sang against bad government. He has always stand in line with those who are oppressed, which is the majority of the Nigerian people. So for such man, I would respect you, even though I don't agree with you, because you are consistent. You have shown your hands, and you are saying, this is who I am. Strip me up naked, do anything to me, I will still stick to my values. I respect him more than Peter Obi, because with Peter Obi jumping from one value point to another value point, and then lying with statistics and lying left, right, and center, claiming to give good governance from an Anambra state that I know very well, and then a lot of people, recycling and recycling information that are not true. I have no respect for Peter Obi in this remark. Yes, I could understand that politicians do that, but when you claim that you are for the truth, you are for integrity, you are for clean hands, and you stand for the people, and then your character in the past do not equate to that.
What are you making of? What are you making of the details of this part between this Okoye guy and Seun Kuti? So he came out to say that if you removed the Kuti from Seun, then he would be a relative unknown. But in terms of musical achievements,
Peter Okoye should be ashamed of himself, clearly. That name, that's why, I think I watched another social media, I think from Seun Kuti, and he said, you guys don't respect my father. He went ahead to, I think Peter Okoye went ahead to insult Seun, that you are dirty, you are this, you live in the trenches. Seun Kuti is Fela Kuti 2.0. He exemplified what Fela Kuti is.
Out of all of the children of Fela, he's the most like Fela, more than Femi Fela. Or anyone, yeah.
Even his type of music, I enjoy their music, right? Now, what Seun's type of music, which is the same as Fela Afrobeat, right? Afrobeat is a fusion of jazz and our traditional music, high life, and then the talking drum, you understand? So, but it is clearly jazz fusion. You have highlight and jazz fusion. And actually, the white men or those who are not of African heritage enjoy that kind of music. You see Shehu playing in different places across the globe. If a Grammy nominee and a Grammy nominee, including his brother Femi Kuti, Femi's Afrobeat is not quite like his dad. Why? Because he injected a little bit of funk into his own type of music. Sometimes he plays the Afrobeat, but if you listen to most of his albums, inclusive of his recent album, he included funk music into it. So just to get people grooving more. Now, again, Femi sings more. He sings about the African struggle too, but he would also sing about, about life. You had about Bang Bang Bang. You also have about which one, the popular one that he sang that brought him to limelight, which his father didn't agree on, but that was what pushed him to limelight in 1992 when he released it. But Fela, his dressing, his music, his behavior, his attitude, Shehu exemplifies it to the core. So if you say,
let me bring you this. Hold on, Emeka. Let me bring you this headline because Paul Okoye has invited that if you removed the Kuti name from Shehu, that he'll be an unknown, which is to say that he has no achievement of his own back. I think the BBC disagrees with him. So
correctly.
This is
no. Yeah. I don't need the BBC.
Can you hold on, please? I think the BBC disagrees with him. This is a headline from the BBC. Fela Kuti's son, Seun, says Grammy nominee was norm was unexpected. Musician Seun Kuti says his recent Grammy nomination completely blew his mind. He's the youngest son of Nigerian Afrobeat pioneer Fela Kuti. His album, Black Times, has been nominated in the Best World Music Award category. Seun told BBC Minute, many African artists are stuck in the cycle of pop music and need more encouragement to do their own thing. So unless Paul Okoye has been nominated, unless he has won a Grammy now, that's the only way he supersedes him, Emeka.
I agree with that point. But I like what I wanted to say is I don't need the BBC to let me know. His music is more original. The Paul Okoyes, we knew when they started. They started from 2002, 2003 when they were remixing Usher's music and making it look like theirs. They were dancing like Usher and doing this. So they are fake stars, right? Yes, we could give it to them that, okay, in terms of contemporary music, in terms of pop music, that's Afro pop, they try to play their own part. But in terms of original content, pure original content, and if you're a lover of jazz like I am, you would tend to gravitate towards the Seun Kutis, towards the Fela Kutis, towards the Femi Kutis, and also towards international jazz musicians, because jazz is a type of music that it's well embraced and it's well loved by a certain class of people. If you've gone to a jazz club, I don't know how many of you on the panelists or those watching who have been to a jazz club, you need to be in the proper class to be able to enter into the club and enjoy such kind of music. You understand? It's not all about the dance. You don't dance to jazz. Yes, you could dance to it, but you don't. It helps you to relax. It's a music for people who think, people who want to open their brains up, not push me, I push you, don't push me again. You understand? So, yes, the P Square, they've done well for themselves. But again, let's also look at the name, the Kuti, Ransom Kuti, before he changed his name to Anikolapo Kuti. You understand? The Kutis have been a household name right from time. If you've done a little bit of research,
their mother was a suffragette.
The first woman who drove a vehicle in Nigeria, right, in the 50s. She was the first woman who drove. Not only that, they are a family of affluence. Their name is well known. They fought for the Nigerian independence. They fought for the Nigerian struggle. His father took up that.
Fela was actually sent to London to study medicine before he took decided to go with music. And he did study music, by the way. He didn't just pick up a sax.
Exactly.
I'm not sure that Paul Okoye knows the history of that family, even as
not a lot of people know about we could say the oldies, like yourself, maybe a few of us on the panel and a few oldies who are watching know about them, who have done their research, because there was right there, when the TV was black and white, there have been documentaries about the Kutis, right from his brother Bello Kuti, who was the former Minister of Health, I think he's late now, to their junior brother, who is their uncle. It's a well-known family. It's a well-known family. If you are old enough, you see the documentaries on the black and white in NTA. We know about them. So I think maybe, because probably the trenches was from the Okoyes, who do not know about the Kutis when they were in Jos. They do not have that TV at that point in time. So he didn't know about them. If he knows about them, he won't be running his mouth the way he's running his mouth. You don't disparage that name. Forget the fella was even the bad sheep. Fella was the black sheep of the family.
Emeka, they say money can't buy your class. I think this is what we're saying. Money cannot buy your class.
It definitely cannot. If you look at how Paul Okoye conducts himself, every small thing, if you disagree with him, he will tell you, "Oh, you are suffering. I live in a mansion." For Christ's sake, you are not feeding everyone in the country. Yet you might be doing good, you might be doing well, because it is the people who purchased your music or who subscribed to your music that placed you in that good fortune. But you don't turn around, just like what Shehu was saying. You understand? When you've left the trenches, you don't come around to insult those who are in the trenches. It shows your sense of insecurity. So the Paul Okoye at this point in time, or Peter Okoye, sorry, not Paul Okoye, but they are the same. They act the same. They behave the same. Peter Okoye
is the both of them, because he even replied himself.
Yes,
the rude boy even replied.
Yeah, that's why I say they act the same. Peter Okoye should be ashamed of himself, right? He should, this is politics. The people you are fighting for now, just like what Seun Kuti said, you danced around with Buhari during his inauguration. Now you are dancing around with Peter Obi during campaign. And even let's say, but we know Peter Obi will not win. But let's just pretend. And the bad governance continue. So what are you now going to say? You understand? This is politics. It's nothing personal. You express your opinion. We disagree to agree, and we move on. But this is what the Obidients do not want to understand. We have our preferences. We must not share your opinion. We must not agree with you in every phase of life. But we still have a collective disposition in our views as Nigerians. You don't love what the Obidients think or try to put themselves as they love Nigeria better than you. No, we love Nigeria too. We love Nigeria, that we've been able to look at it from a different viewpoint. You love Nigeria and you are looking at it from a different viewpoint, but our love for Nigeria still remains the same, because we are patriots of Nigerians. But the way they behave themselves, their dispositions, their attitude, their behavior, and their character is despicable. Coming from top to down, despicable.
Top to bottom.
Top to bottom. It's embarrassing.
Sorry, Mr. B, cannot be angry, please. Do you know that this thing there, it really triggered people that even in IPOB space, they were even criticizing P-Square today in one of the IPOB space. The anger of this thing really touched them, that they had to use this thing as one of the topics there, and they finished P-Square today in that space.
You know that Seun Kuti is an amugo and a guy. So all of those people that are in that guy demography is their man now. So whether you are Igbo or Yoruba, if you are in that guy demography, then Seun Kuti is your guy. So I think he misread it. That's our Okoye fella.
There were specific language or choice of statement of words that he used, right? Saying, "Oh, you're dirty." Now, but you say you respect fella, you love fella, you honor fella, but you are looking at a replica of fella, which means if fella was alive and I know if fella was alive, fella will not nominate Peter Obi. Fela would be against Peter Obi. I know.
Fela would be a Showore man if he was alive.
Exactly. Thank you. You know Fela very well. Why do I know this? I know what Fela stands for. I know Fela is consistent on specific things. Once Fela Loi said, and he keeps saying it in his way, politicians are the same. Animal in different skin, in different colors, beast of no nations. He will never nominate Peter Obi. And based on that, Obidients will lynch on Fela Kuti. And that is what they are doing to his son. And not only that, that's what they are doing to someone who is a resemblance of Fela Anukola Kuti. And yet they claim, oh, I love Fela. They are hypocrites. They are devil-like. They are idiots. Sorry if I'm using harsh words.
Settle down now. Settle down.
No, sorry, I'm using it because I said I joined because of this. And I'm like, what do people? This is somebody who, his family, Fela, his mother died because of this. The military pushed his mother from her building and she didn't recover from the hospital. Fela went to jail because of military government. Fela suffered because of military government. And when democracy came, he didn't even see democracy at all. He died in 1997. He didn't live to see the powers returning back to the people. He died. Then his son continued. His other son, his first son, who is trying to be neutral and focus on his music alone, do not want to express an opinion. But his other son, who is like him, would always express his opinion publicly. Yet people like Peter Okoye and Paul Okoye, his brothers, the Okoyes from nowhere, dancing like who? Copying all the international stars. They copied Michael Jackson with his dance, copied Usher with his singing, copied who again? Remixed a lot of people. Who else did they remix his music? Before they started coming in with doing some highlight fusion, and then they quarreled because of money, disgraced themselves because of money, abused their wife because of money, could not even stay inside. Who were the Okoyes? Where are they? Even their house in the village.
Who is Emeka? Who is worse? Paul Okoye or that one they call Nyanya? Do you know the one they call Nyanya?
I know Nyanya, but I don't know if he.
No, I mean, who has the biggest ego is more the question, because the ego on that Nyanya are only really to the level of Okoye.
Nyanya just resuscitated his career now after returning back to his former manager, Ubi Franklin. He left Ubi Franklin thinking he was a superstar. Then he didn't recognize that success is a collective thing. He ran to Don Jazzy and they did a few hits and he was left in the trenches. Then he went back, he stayed between his legs and go beg his former manager and two of them now and decided, okay, we have humbled ourselves. Let's pursue this music career and this business side of things and see how far it goes. So I would say Yaya has a big ego. I would say Peter Okoye has a bigger ego than Yaya because Peter Okoye, yes, he suffered some setback, trying to prove that he is better than his brother, who is the music head, while him is the dancing head. And none of his singles ever made it out of his living room, right? They were all dancing. He was dancing within his family compound with that. Nobody actually enjoyed his music. Now they ran back to each other, decided to reconcile, and they are now singing old songs of the 2000s that Gen Zs are actually forgotten. Gen Zs were still babies, some of them crawling, some in their mother's womb. That's what they are still singing, trying to make music. And he's bragging to us that he's having international shows left, right, and center. I'm ashamed of him. Release new music. Let's see what will happen.
All right, brilliant. Well said, Emeka. So Emeka, Mr. Probity is back with us, and I'm keen to document his voice because he's new to the space. Stay with us just for as long as you can. You know, the audience like to hear from you. But on my way to Mr. Probity, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Desmond, we've read that one, and then Ayo comes in. Ayo, God bless one man and this wonderful platform. So thank you, Ayo. Also, Ayo now officially the sponsor of the World Bank platform. Because as you know, as soon as the session starts, he does the buy the coffee thing. He seems to be the only person that uses that space, but that doesn't prevent him, of course, from still super chatting. So that's Ayo doing the buy the coffee, and Ayo, you see him twice on your screen with the super chat. So he doesn't stop there. He super chats yet again to say keep up the good work. So thank you, Ayo, the sponsor of the One Man platform. This question directed at you, Emeka. who is Emeka's favorite jazz musician? I am a jazz buff. So that's from the mighty Mr. Gomez. So a question for you there, Emeka. Desmond wanting us to leave that space quickly. One man, I suggest you remove the topic. Thank you for the suggestion, but of course, you know I won't. I strongly suggest this topic should be scrapped. Thank you for the suggestion again, but as you know, you know well enough that that's not going to happen. So there it is right there. So thank you for the super chats. Keep them coming because of course the place needs to light up with super chats. So let's go on then to Mr. Probity, who joins us. So Mr. Probity, good to meet you.
Let me just answer that question. Fela is my favorite jazz musician because he's one of ours, right? So yeah, he would claim not to be doing jazz, but he studied jazz in England. As you know,
that's an easy answer. Who is your international outside of Nigeria favorite?
There's this what's his name again?
Is it Takanawa? There's one Takanawa that I used to.
I know Takanawa, but there's this guy. I'll try to. His name is going over. He sounds like he's a brother. I think he's a brother to this popular trumpet guy. He's very, very good. I love him. But once I get the name, I'll just put it in the private chat. So I'll try to get the name from my playlist now, right away. But it has always been Fela for me.
All right, brilliant. So to you then, Mr. Probity, do you have any thoughts on the Okoye versus Seun Kuti space, or do you want us to launch into the politics, Mr. Probity?
Hello, everyone.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, I've been following the one-man show for a very long time. Not too long, actually, and I have my favorites on the show, Mr. Thomas, Kulata, and the likes. And there's also one Yoruba man.
Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, Ajanle Koko, yes. I love that man as well. So, yeah.
No, I'm never anybody's. Everybody comes here, but nobody ever mentions me. I know I'm just the doorman, but there it is.
No, you're not door.
The doorman.
I won't take that from you, sir.
All right. All right. Let's launch into the politics then, unless you want to speak on the Okoye space. Anybody that wants to speak on that can speak on that. But this headline, when I saw it, my eyes popped. It says, how can Buhari be here and you will reject? Tinubu threatens Sultan of Sokoto over endorsement. So this is a story that's gone viral within the social media space. But I have been doing some digging and I've been able to find then the interaction between Tinubu and the Sultan of Sokoto. So have that headline in mind and watch this.
We want to win the election. Immensa. And since that what we will come for, we seek your blessing and endorsement. And something you cannot reject. I request because the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces is on seat. How can he be here and you reject? Thank you very much
So there it is, Mr. Probity. It was a jocular joshing around and not at all anything to do. I didn't hear threats there, did you?
No, there's nothing like threat in that video. I personally, I have a little bit of history with politicians because my father died in politics. I mean, I'm from Ondo State. So I'm conversant with what happens in Nigerian politics. And I've been around for about 20 years in the Nigerian political scene. So for me, for instance, I remember when I was a governor in Ondo State, there was a man running for governor in Ondo State then, Governor Olusegun Mimiko, and he was having some cases with the federal government, Obasanjo and the likes. because there was a governor there, Olusegun Agagu, Obasanjo was supporting PDP, and Mimiko came through the Labour Party. So Mimiko was a minister under Obasanjo before that time. So the PDP, there was like a witch hunt against Mimiko. And my father was supporting the party, and I have some other people supporting Mimiko. As at that time, there was even a plot to like go arrest him or something. He was hiding in the north, and some of them, the loyalists of the party knows, he was hiding in one of the Sultan's house in the north. Through, I think maybe through ATIKU or someone in the PDP. So all these things, I believe Jagaban knows the Sultan very well. They might even be talking on phone often. So all those, the way he was talking to him, he was talking like someone who knows the Sultan. And that was, everything there was just a joke. The thing is, the Obidients, I'm not an Obidient and I'm not supporting Tinubu, but I believe the Obidient are just trying to make a big deal out of that thing. Everything now is political in Nigeria because of, that's just my take about.
Can I interject if allowed?
Yeah, comment on that, yeah.
You see, that thing, it depends on interpretation. And, there's a way you can do, I'm not saying that's what Tinubu did, but it depends on the character you are talking about. That thing can actually be a serious threat and can be a serious warning. Be for me, or you can imagine the consequence if you oppose me and eventually I become the commander-in-chief.
What?
Yes,
from what we just heard, that's what you are interpreting.
No, really, because when you look at, you can interpret it differently. It depends on perspective, right?
Please. Okay.
Now,
please, can I?
Hold on, probably.
Look at it this way. We have one history where Abacha deposed a particular sultan, yes or no? Now, we have a situation where an action group deposed a king. Although not directly, I think they took the king to court or thereabouts or something like that. I can't remember the history categorically. You see, politicians can do and undo if they really want to make a victim out of someone that is not supporting them. So that's why sometimes the traditional rulers is more advisable for them to be neutral. Otherwise, if they enter too much into politics, politicians can mess them up. Okay, how can the commander-in-chief visit you and he will just say, okay, bless me or whatever Tinubu was saying. So if some Obidients are reading it otherwise, they may not be out of a place considering the history of what happened in the past. So I'm just trying to play some kind of devil's advocate or okay, don't let me call myself a devil's advocate anyway. I'm trying to flip it to the other side. And for us, that's even it was a joke, but sometimes depending on who was listening, could be a serious threat as well. So it could be a way of blackmailing someone to support. Look.
Sorry, can I interject?
No, can I interject on what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's only come first. Coming first.
I have a question. If it was Peter Obi that said that thing, do you think the Obidients will go with that narrative?
No, I'm just switching the perspective from my own. Yeah, Obidient will definitely go for anything that is in their favor. So if Sultan should support Obi, it will be we expect another story entirely because anything that promotes the candidates, they will take. Believe me, they will take. So it doesn't mean that what Tinubu did there was just some kind of subtle political engineering. When you apply some kind of social engineering skill, you slightly threatening someone.
Are we reading too much into it? I thought it was just humor. I thought it was just humor.
No, we are in the time of politics.
Knows that man very well.
Everything you say, when you have the positive consequences, your opponent will always come with the negative consequences. So be prepared for that because everything, even your normal routines, your normal daily activities during the politics can become something so mega that people can just re-engineering to fit the purpose. So, you know, they are in the competition, so they will do everything. So can what Tinubu was saying, is it really possible? Yes, if you really see someone that is ready to get as a traditional ruler that will not be supporting that traditional ruler, yes. Now look at this guy. Who did this guy depose? This Osun State governor. How long did it take him before he deposed someone, for example? So that is why that as much as possible, if it is possible, distance these traditional rulers from the ruling political party, because politicians can mess any of them up. So to me, people, we can read it the way we like, but I'm just giving it from another perspective that it can actually be a threat as some kind of political engineering to get the support of that man.
All right.
Can I ask you a question?
No. Is it going to be? Are you going to be dripping with the?
People
okay,
really think I'm a lawyer.
Ask the question, but more have an interjection than a question. But I'll ask the question.
Is Tinubu into the based on past antecedents, just randomly threatening people like that?
Forget where human being.
He's not. So, he's not. So you have no past antecedents like that. Go based on this.
Sorry, Mr. Woman. I want to quickly add
on Tinubu's relationship with those people. Do you think Tinubu would just visit the Sultan without knowing the cabinet of the Sultan? I'm very sure the Sultan already knows what Tinubu is coming there to do. They've been there during Buhari's tenure, when Buhari was canvassing for votes in Sokoto. They've been there. So they know the Sultan very well. See, Sultan and Tinubu might be on call for several hours yesterday before they went there today. So let's not just take this thing too serious.
It's amazing, you know, that it's taking this dimension. But
yes, and to everybody, if you watch when Oshomole took Tinubu to the Oba of Benin, the way Oshomole was talking to the Oba of Benin, they were talking like friends as well. Everything was a joke. Those people, they work together. The politicians pay the Sultan, they pay the kings. So I've been in this kind of, I know how these things work. So don't let us take it too serious.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Woman.
That's my take.
All right, brilliant. Have that interjection and then we move on.
Okay. Just a quick one.
Yeah.
Just like what the last speaker said, it's just those opposition that are giving it like different meaning. What actually, the way I see it, which I believe it should be what it is that these people, they know each other first. They know each other very well. And the fact that Mr. President was there, and he knows that Mr. President will be close to Sultan of Sokoto as well. So Tinubu saying that is like telling Sultan that, even though, it's like telling him that your favorite, your friend is also supporting me. So if somebody is looking for something, you want to take something, and you have a friend that is close to that person there, you can say, you cannot reject this based on your friends that is here. So basically, that's what happened. It's just a way of giving honor and respect to the president by saying that, Mr. President is so important to you, and I am important to Mr. President as well. So you can't do this. That's just my point.
All right, brilliant. I think that is the universal interpretation, but Ola has a different understanding. But let me take you to a different talking point, Mr. Probity. So now, the Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, he has now come out to say that the federal government is going to abide by the ruling of the Supreme Court, which is to say that the end date of the old Naira note is now no longer tomorrow, in some spaces today where I am, because we are at the 10th of February now. So an additional 5-day grace as the Supreme Court makes a determination. Is this now, are we seeing the slow reversal of that policy position? And aid to the president, Aju Ingulali, or whatever his name is, the one that looks like an Arab, he has also come out to say, Ajuri. So he has also come out to say that MFLA misdirected MALLAM BUHARI. So are we seeing now this policy being reversed? Are you anticipating that before those 5 days even elapse, the government will abandon this deadline? Mr. Probity?
I believe the whole Naira redesign policy from MALLAM BUHARI is actually one of his policy. He wants to do it. He did it during his military regime. And coming back to Malami, and I believe the last meeting he had with the governors actually changed everything. They made him realize that without Tinubu, he won't be in that position. They told him a lot of things. So I believe now, if you watch most of their rallies, he's now doing more in those rallies, coming out supporting Tinubu without, you can't even really see anything like a negative body language to the way he supports Tinubu nowadays. And there have been a couple of tweets on Twitter as well. So I believe the Naira this thing will be, it might be totally scrapped the way I'm seeing it. If the election is going to hold, the Naira redesign might be scrapped or be extended till the next administration comes on board. Because I believe we all saw the video where Rufai was instructing the people of Kaduna that when Tinubu comes on board, that everybody should keep spending the old notes. That when Tinubu comes on board, he's going to change everything. So I believe that speech was like a threat to Buhari himself. And I believe Emefiele cannot carry out those nonsense without the support of Buhari. Buhari himself, they might be cabal, but Emefiele dare not support that. I don't know if we heard about what transpired between Honorable Kazuri and Emefiele. If you follow that news closely, you know that Buhari is not actually in one good time with Emefiele. Emefiele is buying his time with Buhari. So I believe, and I'm very sure that the whole Naira redesign stuff, they got it wrong. APC as a party got it wrong, even though I believe it's one of MALLAM BUHARI's policy. But I believe they are going to find their way through it, and it's going to be extended. That's my.
Are you eating? What's all that?
No, I'm not eating. I'm just holding a piece of meat.
Okay. All right,
just holding a piece of meat.
Yeah, not
in my mouth. I'm just holding it in my mouth. Oh yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I'm done eating. So that's my take actually. So
you see one man, credit to Enigmatic. You see where we say we have some kind of special people on this platform. You see, when we raised this issue yesterday, or was it 3 days ago, Enigmatic just told us that is that action to even challenge that Supreme Court that is dead on arrival. Then, one surprise thing when I was listening to the like of Delifa Rutini and some other people, when they were talking about technicality of not adding a CBN to the suit, and how can they obey that the CBN can we go ahead. So it's a surprise to me. Now, what I don't know now is this. This guy, Malami, is saying FG will comply. Then some lawyers are saying this CBN is not under any obligation to comply because they were not joined to that suit. So that's where I'm surprised now. Okay, Malami have accepted now. So what is Emefiele going to say? Will he go against the cabal, or will he now obey the Supreme Court?
There's a call from the Presidential Campaign Council of Tinubu to have Emefiele sacked. And I cannot see why he has not been sacked already. He should have been sacked years ago, but certainly this now thing that he's doing, I don't think it would have lasted 2 minutes in any country that any of us is living in with what is going on in Nigeria. He would have even resigned before they came to sack him. And there he is, just preening and peacocking all over the space, disrupting the country, causing hardship.
To me personally, I won't say sacking, but I can find a way to say he should proceed on leave. And during that election, he should not participate, because whatever we do now, these guys and other people, they've already damaged our economy, and we should be very careful. If you see how the like.
No, it should be sacked so that I feel it should be sacked so that something can be seen to have been done. It's just the lack of consequences that we've adapted to. People, it's the impunity, isn't it? It should be sacked.
I agree with you, but if we are claiming independence, if you are saying the monetary policy handler is the CBN that is independent of the government, whether the executive or the National Assembly. Now, who is going to sack him? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know whether it is
Good luck, Jonathan sacked Lamido Sanusi now.
Yes, he sacks he laid that precedent, but now I'm just taking of the technicality. If the board of directors of CBN can recommend that, maybe if the stakeholders see that as the right options, maybe they may want to do that. But personally, if I find myself in that position, I will play along to the end of to the changeover to the next regime before I can even say I want to ask Emefiele to go. Because now, even asking him to go now, who do you know the cabal or those people in power may want to put in? And when they put that in now, you are already creating
sorry, who's that? Who's that noise?
It's from me. It's from me.
All right, back to your probity.
Yeah. Personally, I was talking to my wife about 8 months ago about Emefiele. I told her that Emefiele is one of the strongest people in Nigerian politics. I mean, in this present administration, if we don't know, Emefiele is extremely, extremely powerful in this administration. Emefiele bought his way from the old administration into the Buhari administration. I'm opportune to know one or two senators because I used to have laundry in Abuja, and I do laundry for some of them. Even Senator Dino Milai, I do his laundry. So I'm opportune to know some things about all those things. There's a particular senator from Ife, Osun State, Senator Mohurare. They were paid a lot of money. As in a lot of money, for Emefiele to retain his seat done for the Buhari administration. I'm very sure of this thing I'm saying, and because I have direct access to people like Governor Senator Mohurare. So, and when the Kazure case came out, there's a board, like a little body set up in the House of Rep that monitors the central bank. The current leader of that caucus that monitors the central bank is Emefiele's cousin in the House of Rep presently. Emefiele already bought his way into the Nigerian, and there's something that happened. There has been a manipulation in the Nigerian constitution that's made Emefiele more powerful than the Minister of Finance presently. They passed some amendments that made Emefiele like is no longer subjected to anything that comes from the Ministry of Finance. He's a body on his own. So when we talk about cabal, Emefiele on his own is actually a cabal to Nigeria, and is as strong as anybody in the administration. That was why he ran for presidency. He didn't want to a lot of candidates gave up their position.
Sorry to interject, right? I'm not saying you're wrong anyway.
Yeah.
Just to clarify latest stuff, Emefiele is working under the directive of Buhari's nephew. Okay.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. So that is the individual embodying him. That guy, I've forgotten his name. He keeps skipping my head.
Mama Daura.
Exactly. Yeah, Mama Daura, because of the food that movement. So Mama Daura belongs to that, clique. So Emefiele, yes, was appointed by Goodluck Jonathan. Typically, Buhari would have wanted to move him away, but because he's a godson to Mama Daura, Buhari was convinced to keep him. Not only that Buhari is not aware of this cashless policy, Buhari signed and approved. That we are asking that he should remove him is to say that he disagrees with the policy that he signed and approved and agreed, and he was convinced that it is good for Nigerians and those bad politicians that have hoarded money, right? So Mama Daura is the one embodying and was the one who told Emefiele to go and run for presidency. You understand? So also Emefiele himself is a tool that has invested funds on behalf of Buhari and his family. So going against him is like, this guy has been good to me. Why should I sack him? You understand? So it's like conflict of interest. Emefiele actually, he's toothless, if not because of Mamandara. I should be saying at this point in time, he should go and get fuel for the private jet that will take him out of this country immediately the election is answered, the result is
No,
announced. Thank you.
I think a week to the elections, they are all out of the country. But Emeka, let me show you a picture that tells the tale you just told now. We showed this picture yesterday. So this picture tells that tale that you've just told now. So there it is right there. So that's Emefiele surrounded by his daddies. So
Yes,
like you said,
correct. I've never seen this
so
picture, but I'm aware. Inside information. I'm very aware of it. That he was the one that convinced Buhari to keep Emefiele. Typically, he should have left to keep Emefiele, and you can see Emefiele via trust companies investing funds, not just only for himself, but on behalf of those who sit around the presidency, including Buhari. Buhari should not say he is not aware. He's aware, including Buhari. He has invested funds for him.
Do you buy into all these narratives that they keep trying to sell us that Buhari is naive to most of the things going on in his administration? He did not know, like it was some simpleton just plodding along down the road, like Shaggy from Scooby Doo, you know?
True. There are certain things he's naive about. There are certain things that he's just briefed without him looking into the memo, right? It's not all memos he reads. He just gets an executive summary. Even the executive summary, too, he might just get a quick brief or probably a one-pager of an executive summary that might be 4 or 5 pages than the document or the memo itself. So he might get a verbal brief or might get a one-pager just to narrate what they have put in front of him. And again, there's a publication released by why am I forgetting people's names now? This Arise News guy. This Arise News guy.
Ruben
Abati, who said there's some mystic power around the presidency. Initially I didn't want to believe it, but I think it is true. That once you sit on that place, there are some people who would use black magic to confuse you. So in terms of Buhari being naive on specific things, true. But there are also things that he's aware that he agreed on that did not work, especially this cashless policy.
All right. I was going to ask you a question and I've forgotten. It's like contagious. Now I was going to ask you, what language do you think the language of communication is in Aso Rock? What language do you think they use to communicate in Aso Rock?
Yeah, all types of languages, emails, printout papers.
No. I'm suggesting that they communicate in Fufude or whatever, or Hausa. I cannot imagine that they communicate in English.
No, it's Hausa, definitely. It's Hausa.
Yes.
Hausa is the language of
it's like
well, that's a funny one, Mama.
Yeah, you know. Yes. All right, brilliant. Round of that space, Mr. Probity, and then we move the conversation on. Mr. Probity.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Woman. Yeah, personally, I don't like to assume when it comes to things. Whenever it comes to anything, if I'm asked any question, I don't assume. I talk from what I know, as in what I'm like 90% sure of. So I don't go and talk about, there are people in Aso Rock doing this and that. Yeah, it might be true. It might be true, but most of the time, all the news coming out that some people are doing one thing or the other. There are some things that the cabal cannot just do. Buhari used to know a lot of things. He doesn't just care. He's nonchalant about a lot of things. He allows. It's not that they do things at his back. Those things passes through his table. They tell him about it. But once they find their way of convincing him, okay, let's do this thing. Because if you look at one of the videos that I think it was Governor Rufai at Arise TV, is it Arise or TVC? He was talking about him going to Buhari to tell him about a particular thing they were supposed to do. And Buhari agreed. That was on restructuring. He said Buhari agreed. He went, they created a committee. The committee came up with a way to go about it. He said he showed it to Buhari. They even took 2 of those things to the House of Rep. He said after some time they dropped everything. He went back after like a year to Buhari, and the president said a different thing entirely, that some people already convinced him that what El-Rufai said is not going to work. After about a year, what did Buhari told Nigeria? He said to Nigerians that what he told him, he doesn't understand what restructuring means. So it's not like Buhari doesn't know a lot of things. He knows a whole lot of things. And personally, I'm not just talking I'm not just blabbing. I know people that speaks to the president. I know people that knows him in person. Hausa people. My brother's wife's mother. The house I live is a senator in Nigeria presently. Yeah. So anytime I go to Nigeria, I'm actually not, anytime I'm in Nigeria, we sit together in the sitting room. We talk about Buhari. We talk about what's this? Their Senate president, Lawan. They talk on the phone. So I know them very well, and all these things I'm saying, they're actually very true. Buhari knows a lot of things. He will just act like he's just nonchalant about all these things. So that's my take. I'm not saying Mr. King Emeka is not, he doesn't have a point, but the Hausa people, there's a strong cabal in the north, and Buhari is part of the cabal. So,
all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let me move the conversation on and take it in the direction of Thomas, who hopefully is still there. Thomas, are you there? Thomas,
I'm there. I'm here.
On drive, ne?
On drive. Can you come back to me? Just give me one. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, we'll come back to Thomas, who seems to be driving at the moment. Let's go to Gideon, who hopefully is there. Gideon, are you there? Gideon, Gideon is not there. Okay, let's go on to let's go to Solomon. Solomon, you are there, surely.
Yes.
All right, brilliant. Solomon, I'm going to kick it off. Are these shoes that you are looking to buy or you just bought? This is one of those Nikes that you young people.
I love these Nikes and Jordan. I have lots of Jordan, even some that he brought for me that I've not even wore. I just buy them and keep, and when they buy them for me, I still keep them. I don't really wear them.
You know they are collector's item. People go on to sell them for fortune. Some of these Nike and Jordans and whatnot. So Solomon, I'm coming to you with a series of videos. So let me play you this first one. We're talking about Naira scarcity in Nigeria, but scarcity is just the operative word in Nigeria now. Scarcity, the operative word in Nigeria. And Nigerians, of course, known for being innovative. Watch this. It's only 10 seconds. Look at that. So people are now taking their generator. I better pass my neighbor to a petrol station. This is where we are now.
No, this is big generator. This is not I better pass my neighbor.
This is the 7th largest oil exporting country on the planet, and this is where we are.
Yeah. This thing is, but this place is not Abuja. I don't think this is Abuja. This place should be like, and do you know the worst part? It's going to be one of the oil producing states too. That is the most painful thing about this thing that is just happening. If you check this thing, either is Delta State. I'm sure it's going to be Delta State, or in Port Harcourt. Then maybe it might be Lagos State, but I'm very sure that it will be Delta State that this video is coming out from, because it's really crazy. An oil producing state, and they lack fuel. They lack no. It's not. This thing is not a good thing at all. It's not making sense at all. It's really not making sense.
All right. Solomon, were you watching when I last appeared on Rudolph's channel, and I was explaining to them about this theory around the conservative North and the progressive North?
No, I did not. I did not go on that platform that day. You were the last time you went on that platform. I was not online, and but we've elaborated on the conservatives and the progressives here. Yeah, I even got more insights about them on this platform. Here the other day we were talking.
All right. So I've been theorizing about that, and a lot of people mock when I try to theorize about that. But I want you to watch this. This speaks exactly to what I'm saying. But watch this. You will know this guy. Watch this.
Vice President of Nigeria, ATIKU Abubakar, to become the president simply because he is from the north. Even though most of them don't agree with him, most of them don't trust him, but they still want to support him simply because they want this regional interest to be sustained. And that's the game at play. So one thing I want you to know, Nigerians, is that we are passing through in the north, I mean from the northern side, we are passing through a political transition from the leadership that has been there for a very long time, respected, reliable, and to a new leadership that is emerging, also respected and reliable. And you know, political transitions are often turbulent and sometimes even painful. And that is the situation we're in. So most of us, you know, the younger population in the north and also some of the people that are above us, the emerging leaders, are all in 100% solidarity with the fact that democracy must be sustained and power must shift to the south. And Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the choice. So you don't have to worry about the hula balu, especially those of you that are not from the north. It is all a political game between an emerging leadership and a new leadership, which usually it doesn't come easy. We are going to get over it. We are going to pass through election, and inshallah, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be the next president of Nigeria.
All right. So Solomon, is that not exactly what I've been describing for the last few days? One of the subscribers, they came across that and immediately rushed it to me that, look, you are right. This is exactly what you were saying. So what are you there making of that, Adamu Gaba?
Yeah, this Adamu Gaba, this guy is one of the guys, the kind of confidence. I don't support the guy. I don't like the guy. He's a very tribalistic guy. In fact, he's a bigot. But sometimes most of the things he says are facts, and they are facts. But you see that the way this guy is talking, it pains me that the way this northern Nigeria, the way they run this country, or the way they see this country like is their own and is meant for them alone. It's really crazy. Sorry to say, it's really crazy because the way he's talking now, the next president of Nigeria, like they are the ones to predict who is going to be the next president, and now
but
he's trying to say,
I did not. You know,
no, of course they are. I keep saying
it's whoever the North goes with that will be the president of it. They hold the power and they hold the numbers. You know, we are at their mercy. You know, we have to just concede that we are at the mercy of these people.
No, we need to break these shackles. We need to break this thing because I don't see how we'll be in a country. And right now, what he's saying now, once they are able to seal up or to amend or to heal or reconcile between the old elites and their present ones and their younger ones, not even the younger ones, not 50 years old, from like 65. Those the Merify now, they are the ones that are talking that they want to transit power to. They are the people he's talking about that they want to transit power. That the old people, those Mama Dara, them BUHARI, all those old men, that is Erufai them that are talking of, that they are the young ones that they are talking of, not even people of 40 years or 50 years old. So if you watch that video and if you understand what is going on, so once they are able to reconcile and to reach on an agreement, whoever they stand with will be the next president, and it's really crazy.
But he's saying they are standing with Tinubu.
Yeah, they are going to. They are like what you heard what he said now, that the common northern person.
No, not the common northern person. No, he's talking about
I want to see something.
The intelligent middle class and their leadership. So somebody at his bracket and slightly lower, led by people like El Rufai, Shettima, Zulum, etc. So that's the
Yeah,
progressives.
yeah, I know. And what I'm trying to, why I said the common, I want to say in the northerners, the normal, not they are normal citizens there that are not in the elite class. They will go for Atiku. They are going to go for Atiku because he's a northerner, not because because he's a northern. That is what he was saying. Then these
No,
progressives now,
he's
this
not
set of,
talking to the average northerner. When the North speak, they don't speak on the average northerner. They speak to the oligarchy. They speak to the northern elites. That's what it's
no,
because the northern
I'm
elite
talking about the first
controls
phrase he made. The first
the
thing he
northern.
said that
He is speaking to the middle class northerners. The northern elite controls the average and even the middle class northerner. They respect their leadership. When the North, the oligarchy, the northern elites, when they say this is who we want, or Atiku represents the North, vote for the North, they would go. I don't know if you've watched The Walking Dead. They will
yeah.
move like The Walking Dead and they will
No,
go and
no, you
stamp.
don't classify them like that. They are human beings like us.
No, I know. I'm
It's a
just, I'm
metaphor.
just
It's a
like the
metaphor.
head,
It's a
like it's a
metaphor.
I
metaphor, right?
understand. I'm
Like they move
just
like the
joking.
head,
I'm just joking.
right? So,
Yeah.
so they move like a head to go do that. But what he's speaking about is the northern oligarchy and the middle class, those who are enlightened enough. And I think one man has spoken clearly on it: the progressive and the conservative, right? Distinguishing between that
You
group.
see, you see, whoever wins that battle will determine the president of Nigeria between the new generation North and the stalwarts. If the stalwarts win and there is everything, because they have all of the instrumentality for that victory, they are a patriarchal society based on tradition. So they by tradition, the younger ones will do as they're told, and then they also wield the instrumentality of power. So you think that says Atiku Abubakar, but that fight that El Rufai is leading and elements like this are jumping on board with, if they win through, it would change the North and change Nigeria.
Yeah. This thing is really painful. Like when I come across certain things like this.
So we are passengers in our own destiny. That's what I'm telling you.
This thing,
Sorry, Mr. Woman. Can I
we
add
dispute.
something?
Oh, hold
Okay,
on.
go
Let
on.
us Solomon. Okay, go on. It's giving you
Okay,
the floor.
let's just allow him.
Yeah,
Okay.
go on.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Solomon. Thanks for giving me the opportunity.
No, just call him Solomon. Yeah, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man.
We don't like we don't start here. I really hate
Okay,
it.
Solomon.
People that don't go on. Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
Okay. Talking about this article of a thing and the North, I think what I see to it, and I heard it from someone as well today, which matches my thought, is that when you look at these northern politicians, majority of them that are supporting Tinubu are those ones that has that like a political value in the North, and that's the problem people are predicting that Atiku is going to have in the North. Atiku doesn't have the backing of the people that usually go and canvass for votes, like the governors. And when you look at Atiku's campaign, you can find like a lot of them, of these northern elites. I mean, northern the core politician, and those ones are the one that people really, the northerners believe in. If they tell them go this direction, they go there. So when you look at all the states, you don't really have most of them that can galvanize vote for Atiku. The only one that I can even say I'm seeing right now is maybe Tambua. But
what about Shakarao?
Yes, Shakarao might garner some for him in the North. But remember, we have Kwankwaso, and Ganduje is very, very popular in the North. And this man, what's this House of Assembly man, this outspoken man in the House of Assembly that was having issue with them before Tinubu spoke with him.
Is it
The majority leader, of the House.
Abdul Mamid Jibrin.
No, not that one.
Is it Dugara or what?
No, it's not. It's from Kano. Is the House majority leader. He's very outspoken.
Is it Dogowa or what?
Dogowa, yes. So people like that, they respect them in Kano, and they have the large numbers of followers. So I'm thinking Kano might be shared between three of them. Obi might have just a little bit, but the major people that will split Kano vote are Tinubu, Kwankwaso and Atiku.
Oh, Obi is not getting anything in Kano. There's nothing to suggest that.
No, he might get like 2%.
There are Igbo people in Kano. There are like 2 million Igbo people in Kano.
The Igbos might vote for him, but they're just like 2%. So when you look at it, Tinubu, I believe Tinubu still have.
The North is like the most dangerous place to vote if you're not a Northerner, especially in this period. Those 2 million people will not even come out like that.
No, they might come out, but the thing is, they will not going to tell them who they are. They might be pretending they are voting for APC or PDP. That's what is there. Okay. So, to me, I believe Tinubu will still have a very good chance in the North, considering those real politicians, the progressive, that are going around with him. So that's just my little contributions. Thank you, Solomon.
All right, back to you, Solomon.
Yeah. So, one man. You see, these guys are the way they are behaving in this North, and people are taking out on them. You know, it is ignorance that has been our problem in the South. How will somebody, one of their fathers will come out and say that this is their grandfather's estate, and they will use the minority to conquer the other territory? As in, it's not, and nobody countered it. We just see it as a normal talk, as something like it's a mere talk. And look at today now what is happening. Once these people settles this issue, whoever they are backing now, if the progressives falls for this thing, the conservatives are saying, forget it. Whoever they back is going to be the next president, because the ignorance of the South is too much. It's too much. So one man, you will not take it away from them. Look at what this guy talks. Is a stupid person. Sorry to say. A very, very, I don't even know why we're in the same country. We share the same country with that guy. But the kind of things this boy with one other guy in
who are you
Twitter.
referring to?
Adamogaba. Remember he backed what happened to Deborah Samuel.
Yes, now.
Yeah.
So this there's one other guy that one is even more active than him on Twitter. That one, he lost his the primaries in Kano State in House of Rep. Forgotten.
Bashir Lawan.
Yeah.
It was a Buhari spokesperson. New media. Yeah.
The kind of confidence these guys have. At times I wonder, like, are these people the only people in this country? Does it mean that these people are truly carrying out the tax that their father said after 12 days of gaining independence in this country? Like, I don't understand, because even that thing has made me, I don't call that man as my, sorry to say, but I don't call him as my hero. He's not my hero because he never fought for, or he never had my region or my people at heart. It was just his own people and his own region. He did whatever thing he did for. I don't call him my hero. It's not. I might go for Tafawa Balewa because I know the certain things. I know at the time that one too, with what I've read about him and what I've got to know about him, I feel he deserved that seat he got, because he was kind of a nationalist. He was truly a one Nigerian person, and I like the fact he was educated. The way he speaks is one of the things that makes me like him.
The polished English.
Yeah. And if you see the confidence, there was a video I watched, a documentary I watched when the first time he went to USA. That he went to, he taught USA. Enaro was with him. I think, Enaro was with him. Some other, I know Enaro was with him, and some other politicians. They all went to USA, and the way he talks, in fact, the Americans were, they were, as in, they really welcomed that guy and they respect him. They were really respecting that guy. Let's take aside president, he's a president, but his shall I use the eloquence or the way he speaks, the way it's something that I really admired. I really admired in that video I watched, because the man he spoke well, and he was really educated. Yeah. So this I've always talked about. I've always think of how we can take away power. I would be happy if Obi can really take away, as in get this. I know if Obi, I trust his capacity in terms of demolishing this whole status quo. I know that. But when I look at the other circumstances, when I look at the foundation,
if Obi wins, that will probably be the hold on. If Obi wins, that will probably be the best thing to happen. Because because he will be a real departure, not a total departure, but he moves away from all these ATIKU, Tinubu, BUHARI. So but that would be the best thing to happen. But
the problem is not even ATIKU, BUHARI. The people I say the problem is like these, they are conservatives in the north, those they are elites, those they are elders, and the northern cabals. I'm not talking about Asoro cabal. Even though they are not, the Asoro cabals are still but the northern cabals are the people that Obi can be another Jonathan. I think Obi is more solid than Jonathan.
Yeah, because Jonathan did not have a constituency. But Obi has the southeast. But Jonathan, he never really had anybody. He didn't come from a military base, and he didn't have a people. So yeah.
Yeah. So I know Obi would demolish the status quo. So those things are the things I see that makes me say, you can't just and with the things that's happened in the 1966 stuff that's happened, even though we don't like talking about it, those people I think they are wise now, that they know that they will not just allow power to just leave their side and all that. So whatever thing now, that is why they do strictly strongly on negotiating the power in Nigeria, because they can't just allow power. They can't just allow anyhow person to come in there. Anybody that they know that would want to be tough or want to come, and they will not just allow that thing to play that person to get
power has always been negotiated right from the first republic.
No, I'm talking about Obi. Why they will not want to give Obi
Don't
his
call
power.
Obi. Don't call that man, please. I just kept quiet when you were speaking. Don't be calling him. He's
No, I can't. Why? Let me tell you. With the way things are happening in Nigeria, now that I know that it's already tribal thing. If this country was a free, as it was a country that they conduct all these things has not happened, that the history, if I've not gone through the history of this country, I won't, let me tell you, I will vote for Obi. Even some days here, I feel like I need to look at other people who are backing their kingsman, because this election is going to be based on tribe. Is strictly based on tribe.
No,
let me
it's
tell
not
you.
going to be based on tribe. It's going to be based on interest.
No, hold on, probability. Yeah.
It's going to be based on interest, and it has always been based.
Yes, now, and it's tribal interest.
I appreciate you that you have read a little bit of the history of Nigeria, right from the First Republic, and what is actually playing now actually played in the First Republic too, but it's going to always be based on interest, and that interest is those who have that political value that can be able to protect their interests and summon up their people to go vote. And I'm saying it clearly, which many of us know. And, each time I don't know why we are the ones giving some type of lifeline to the Obidients and their group or Labour Party. Those guys, I don't know why we accommodate them, we speak about them, including the media. They are non-entities in this election. They will never
you don't have to
election.
address them as non-entities, please.
They are non-entities, and I keep saying it. We keep giving them lifeline. We keep inserting them into this equation, this election. And that is why they go about saying the things and doing the things that they do. If everybody has not paid attention to them and continue to agree and insist and behave in the way that we have gone about with our election, that this election is a two-way election, that it is between the APC and the PDP, I think Peter Obi would have dropped from this race, since even though Obasanjo has been pushing him. Obasanjo is a major sponsor. Now he's showing his hand. He has been hiding before, but now he's showing his hand. He think a lot of us are fully aware. Stop calling Peter Obi He's a non-entity. His political value is going to be
Mr.
determined
Emeka,
by this election.
please,
No, hold on. That's
I
your
am saying it. His political value is going to be determined by this election, by this 2023 election on February 25th. That is when his political value is going to be determined. But so far, so good. He's a non-entity. I have said it. I have justified it. After this election, we know his political value. That's what I'm saying. Stop saying that he's going to win. Stop saying it. It is irritating to us who know politics, who have been involved very, very, very well in politics. Stop saying it. After this election, we will know the political value of Peter Obi. Then we will know and determine what his future is going to like. That he's ever going to even come close to Abuja, not talk less of even the route to Aso Rock. It's an embarrassment. Don't give lifeline to those people. They don't know what they are doing. When you listen to many of them speak, you just laugh. You laugh and like, do these people live in Nigeria at all? Do they know Nigeria election? Do they know Nigeria politics? It means nothing to me.
All right, thank you, Emeka. So back to you, Solomon. Solomon, have we lost you, Solomon?
No, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. So
yeah, carry on. Emeka cannot stand the obedient or something.
Yeah. I'm very, very. I try to be rational and I do things with reason, and I like to go deep in whatever thing I want to do. I don't just come out and join the bandwagon and start saying I'm this, I'm obedient. And no. I have to look the possibilities of this guy and all that. And I've already, you see, most of these guys, they don't even know history. I'm telling you. Some say, leave history. That's see. History is what you will look at your history, the past, then you will know how to amend your future. Because right now, you see what this video is telling a lot. To be honest with you, Wama, this video you just played is really telling a lot. But people who want to, the ignorant people will say, I beg you, that is nothing. But the history has said it all. This video has said it all. But let me go back to Obi. I know if he gets in there, if they would have given him that, if they can give him that opportunity to get into that place, he will really destabilize the status quo. He will really spoil things. He will really stop all those things. I believe him in that one. But in terms of people come here to say many things, like the way they are taking him to be Messiah. No, he's a human being, but I believe him. I believe him in that one. But I know that the system, look at what the North are saying. He can't be the next president of Nigeria. Sorry to say, woman.
No, we know that Obi is not going to be the next president. It's between Tinubu and ATIKU, and that decision will be made by the North. Unfortunately, let me acknowledge Kulata's super chat, but jokes in the direction of Emeka. Emeka, Obi will shock you. Thank you for the super chat. I forgot. It will not be business as usual. With this time around, they will shock you. Obi is the last hope. It's the last hope. Peter the Rock, Obi. I will miss it, when it's over, But I'm.
They say Emeka is from Enugu State. Enugu State are all the traitors. All the traitors in Southeast are from Enugu State.
When on the 27th of February, I will insist that everybody have their camera on, and you must be holding one of these for the obedience, a tissue, because we'll be wiping tears on the 27th of February. So there it is. We'll be wiping tears.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, go on now, Ola.
You see. Obedience knows that Obi, some of them, maybe not all of them, some of them know that Obi will not win.
Most of them do. I don't think anyone thinks Obi, is going to win anything.
So, but for Eze, see, Eze, let us, Solomon, let us appreciate the diversity of the entire country. I heard you say that if Obi eventually becomes the president of Nigeria, that is going to destabilize the status quo. See, this thing is easier said than done. If OBJ could not destabilize it, If OBJ could not destabilize that thing, I don't see the like of Obi to do that. Because OBJ is only Nigeria that someone we accused of doing something wrongly. You see, when they ask him about what happened in Odi, see the way he confronted that person. You tell me, what will you do? You see, Obasanjo has those things, but if we're to be any other leaders, my friend, it's a different case entirely, because the like of OBJ, they were soldiers, so they know the rules of engagement. If Obi start doing anything wrong something, you see how they lobby against Jonathan when they went to United States, whether it was true or story, I don't know, that they went to the US to say, the guy was abusing human rights, or this is that they stopped the weapon sales to Nigeria. That's just the beginning. And Jonathan gone deeper than that. See the type of lobby they could lobby to the point that even they can invite the foreign organization to come and help them destabilize Jonathan that time. That's how bad the situation was. And look at it this way. You and I from the South, we've invested so much in our future that we love life. Instead of trying to do a Japuakatami, you understand? Instead of trying to put our this thing, we find solution. Either we japa or we find a creative way of meeting our own need. But these guys, they've improvised the people there. They made those people there that only just small sentence they will tell them. Before you know, they put people in the bush. As they do bad thing to them, they keep flooding that place. Now, the politician will not carry the picture. Oh, see what Obi is doing. Obi now want to send people out of Nigeria. No, I don't want to use strong word. The way they will frame the word, the international community will have sympathy. They gain that empathy to the point that, everybody will see Obi as bad. Just believe that. All these things that all these Buhari kingsmen were doing, all those things, if it were to be in South, it will be a totally different situation. And today, the like of Obi that has investment in Pandora and Co, that any little thing that is doing beyond this thing, that they can just point to his investment to just sanction it. Look at what they do to all this Russian oligarchy, for example. Now, things like that, if Obi try to do something, whether they verify it or not, those are the kind of narrative they will push to that place. And trust me, the international community will believe them, and the next thing they will target Obi. So it is easier said than done if Obi gets to that place. No, anybody that gets to that place today now, the best bet, you don't want to say you want to start running after anybody. Find a creative way that to make sure that this thing you move forward. Example of creative way, where stuff instead of Akiwumi to be running after them, they just put wallet. Instead of Tinubu to start running after those people that were benefiting from payroll, they just put Oracle. That's the way they can reduce all this.
But Ola, I think that is where they fair. I don't really think the North especially objects to Tinubu, but I think they are somewhat intimidated by his brain. When you were talking about Obasanjo just then, I thought Obasanjo was the golden opportunity. Which Obasanjo did not act like a soldier, by the way, when he was the president. It was somewhat cowardly in his deference to the North. But the way Tinubu will handle it, it will just outmaneuver them with brain. And that
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Do you know why? Do you know why I say so? Obasanjo was picked by them.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, like you see, in this Obi movement, Obasanjo is one of the reasons why I cannot support Obi movement, because Obasanjo never made himself the president of Nigeria. He was picked, and people come here and say ATIKU did this, ATIKU did that. ATIKU was still picked by his people, and Obasanjo was picked. He never got that recognition, as in you can even see from his home base the way the Yorubas voted for him and all that. And certain things. Wait. Let me say something. Sorry, let me say something. If Obasanjo was somebody that meant well for this country, he would have not voted. He would have not campaigned, no matter what Jonathan did to him. He knew Buhari right from when they were in the military. He knew the kind of person he is. He would have not campaigned against Jonathan in 2015 if he really meant well for this country. Even though they had the fallout, he would have not campaigned against Jonathan, because he knows the kind of person Buhari is, and he campaigned for Buhari, and Buhari came in and look at the mess this man has done in this country, and now he's supporting Obi, and you expect me that I know the roles he played in campaigning against Jonathan to.
Sorry, Solomon, do you know why he's supporting Obi?
Yeah.
Why?
Solomon, please. When we
Do you? No, I'm just asking if you know why. Do you know why?
I don't know why,
Okay,
but
I'll
if
tell you why.
people
Let me tell you a
don't say
story.
he want to control Obi, because I
Let
don't
me
think.
tell you. Let me tell you
I
a
feel Obi
story.
is a
Let me tell
different
you a
person
story.
than Jonathan. Let me be
Let me
honest
tell
with
you.
you.
Don't worry.
When
Let me
we
tell
talk
you a
about governance
story.
in
Okay.
Nigeria,
Let me tell you a
I mentioned
story.
Jonathan. You people are
So hold on, one at a time. Let Emeka give
Let
you
me
his
tell you a
theory.
story. You know
Yeah.
why I don't want us mentioning Obi all the time. I know if you look at the comment section, and each time you speak about Obi or you speak against Obi, you see the comment section blows up, right? I've looked at it, some insulting me, so I'm saying, oh, I can express my opinion,
Don't
and it's
worry.
everywhere. No, I'm not worried.
You're
I'm a
used to
big
it by
boy.
now.
I'm not. It's not the first time. You know,
Yes.
when you hear, you say, oh, every time they're talking about Obi. That's why I was saying we don't need to speak about it. Let me say my story.
Give
Let me say
Solomon
my
your
story.
Yeah.
Obasanjo left power, right? When he left power, he was abandoned. He was abandoned. Nobody, though people go to him during election, he's only remembered during election. As a matter of fact, he's now more respected by other African leaders or international organizations than politicians or people of influence like the president, like even Jonathan. That is why he campaigned against Jonathan. His lifestyle began to go down, right? The things he used, those privileges that he had, he no longer had them anymore. Like, traveling private jets and the rest. You understand those perks, like, okay, the president wants to see you, come over. That's the fallout. Now, who was the person who was showing Obasanjo that love, that patronage? Obi, because Obi benefited more during the Obasanjo's regime. Obi was responsible going to Obasanjo, supporting him, not only financially, quote me anywhere. Now, when Atiku wanted to run, Obasanjo was the one that said, pick Obi against the PDP guys who were saying, no, Obi has left governorship. He said, okay, he's going to pick Obi because of Obasanjo, and Obasanjo supported him, right? Now that Atiku has said, no, I am not picking Obi anymore. I will pick a current governor because we lost. And that was what the PDP guys accused Atiku of. You picked a non-entity, someone who will not win an election. Because on the advice of Obasanjo, now Obasanjo said, okay, Obi, go and run on that Labour Party. This is insider information I'm giving you. Obasanjo is the one pushing Obi with Atedo Peter's side, pushing Obi to run. Atiku has been speaking to Obi with his group and speaking to Obi directly to drop out of this race because they know Obi is not going to win and he's going to create a problem with their vote. But Obi is still going ahead because Obasanjo is pushing him strongly and saying, go ahead and run. Obi is not running to win. Let me tell Obi that currently, we know the game. He's not running to win. In short, he's not running to win anything. And I've said he's not winning any Southeast. He's running for his own political value.
Are you saying Obi is running just to decimate Atiku? Is that what you're
saying? Yes.
Okay, because OBJ doesn't want Atiku, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but then that would be a Tinubu strategy now, and we know that Obasanjo. Hold on, we know that Obasanjo he equally detests Tinubu.
Now Obasanjo, Atiku, not Tinubu. Rabadu, you remember? I don't know if you know. It was in the papers. It was a video when Nuru Rabadu with the current House of Representative Speaker, right? Obasanjo took Tinubu into his private room to go and discuss. Nobody knew the outcome of that discussion, right? Nobody yet knew the outcome when Tinubu went to visit Obasanjo to tell him to run. And I'm telling you now, everything is a plot to ensure Atiku does not get into power. That is why they are strongly pushing Obi. All these one Obedients are talking, dancing, doing like this, moving and that. We are looking at them. They don't know. They think that the guy is running to become president on. They are happy that Obi is positioning their view set. That Obi is the new next thing after
No.
Hold
on, Emeka. I think you do a great disservice to the obedient space. I don't think any person within that space thinks Obi is going to be president. They know he's not.
They do. No, some of them are highly convinced.
They are not stupid now. They are not stupid. So
they know. They know
that. When they say that Obi is going to win the Northwest, the Northeast, then you know that they are only trying to. It's like they are trolling. They are trolling the space. All
this strategy is to ensure that Atiku never gets into power. The Kwankwaso that is also running is a result to dilute the northern vote that Atiku is going to bring. Everything is designed to ensure Atiku does not gain into power. That is what a lot of us don't know. And I'm saying this to the obedient that think that they're just neophytes in politics and coming out and insulting people and insulting people's parents.
Leave them
I'm
alone
saying
now.
it to them. So that what I'm saying is, I know you want them to cry.
Hold on, Emeka. You don't try and trigger them. Let's hear from Ola. Let's hear from Ola coming.
You know one thing is this. What Emeka is saying, I think scientifically, I think I want to agree with Emeka. But the one that one man said before I continue, you see, when Obidients are saying they are going to win, you ask them to put their money where their mouth belongs. You will see them run. What does that tell you?
We've done that several times here.
So it tells you that they don't even believe in what they are preaching. But
they are not stupid now. They know, of course. I mean, even a stupid person would not think. They know now, but carry on. Yeah.
They are very intelligent people, so they are not stupid. Then on your conspiracy on Obasanjo, honestly, scientifically, I agree with you, because look at it this way. You can see that Obasanjo did the same thing in 2007. Now, he knew that if he had used these people, because if he had used Peter Okoye or maybe any other person against Atiku that time, he knew that Atiku would flood them. What did he do? He just went and picked Yadra from the same PDM, the movement that Yadra created, because that is what Atiku thought he was going to use. Now he now brought a prince out of that place. Okay, this is your son from the same PDM, so you now have an option to select between that guy and Atiku. Now in 2015, in 2014 towards 2015 election, you know, where in fairness to Obasanjo again, when they presented between Atiku and Buhari, Obasanjo came out. This one is for Solomon. Obasanjo came out and let you know that Buhari is not good when it comes to economy. But he will fight corruption and he will do infrastructure. But in the corruption now till tomorrow now, I don't know. I'm not sure where Buhari is fighting corruption. But that on that infrastructure, I think, can we take it away from him? I don't think we can take that away from him. So Obasanjo politics it looks like according to the dynamics. Because as at that time too, it appeared that Jonathan was no longer listening to anybody. He was even romancing those people that was not supposed to romance. And remember, at a particular point, OBJ turned his PDP membership card. That's nothing again. So maybe just because of Jonathan. So when the time came again, he saw the opportunity. Maybe that time he say, "Oh, should I go? Who should I go for?" You understand? Who should I go for? So maybe. So he decided to go with Buhari just to put this guy away. In 2019, till tomorrow, I'm still trying to. Maybe he believed that Atiku will not win.
In 2019, he went with Atiku because of Peter Obi. He was the one who told Atiku, pick Peter Obi, and Atiku said he will.
Why did he pick Peter Obi? Because he knew quite well. Because he was the president, he knew that by the power of Ikubensi, that this guy was not likely to win against Buhari. Because Obasanjo knew.
Are we going to call that kind of man a good old man? Is he somebody
Obasanjo is a politician now. He's a politician that has some kind of military trait. So he's a politician. So when you want to blame him, that if people are saying he's so soft on the north, how? Because I will ask a question. What did
They
he
were the
not
ones
do?
that put him there. They were the ones that put him there.
Because not even because of that. When they brought Sharia was constitutional. So what will he do? Will he start rolling out tank and start? No, he won't do that because what they were doing in reality was constitutional. So why will he fight them?
All right. Thank you, Ola. All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So back to you, Solomon. Round off that space, and then I'll take you to another talking point.
Yeah. So like I said, Obi, if Obi, they assuming he would have gotten that chance, because I'm assuming that I would have gotten that, or he gets that chance, he would. To me, I feel like he would destabilize what is going on in Nigeria. And for instance, one man, if I tell you the factors I've put in place, and see, they can't allow this guy. Only just take this Abuja as a whole. Forget where all these places coming now and they are shouting obedience. Those places are where they are supposed to shout obedience. Like the way me and Ogbeni talked to the other day. He knows the terrain very well. He knows the environment well. So if you see what is going on here, you will know that they can't allow him. But it would have been good if he gets him, to be honest with you. Let's go to the next topic, one man.
All right. No. Sorry. We must move on. Thank you. We must move on. So thank you, Solomon. So Solomon, let me acknowledge his own super chat.
Let's go to that Seun Kuti space, one man.
Yes. Hold on. Before we go there, let me acknowledge his own super chat. Who super chats to say this is his own. It says, one man. You may not know this, but there are 12 million Ijos in Nigeria that makes up the 4th largest ethnic group. Goodluck Jonathan had the people and their love. So there is Aizon in Fantasy Island as usual. I wonder if he's counting the fish in the creeks as people. I thought there was only one man and his dog in the creeks, but there he is. Aizon as ever in Fantasy Land. Kulata continues the conversation via super chat, which is his preferred method when it's not on screen. It says, Emeka go chop brushing if he Emeka go chop brushing if he go village or so no.
Emeka, no, I'm going to the village. I'm going to the village. I don't know. You guys noticed that I've not been around for quite a while, right? Yeah, I had some. I lost a family member, so I'm going to the village in May.
Where is your village? Where is your village?
I'm from Umuahia.
Don't say your village, otherwise you get the
no, he's my homeboy now. He's my homeboy.
Joe Igbokwe treatment. You want to go Joe Igbokwe treatment? Emeka go chop brushing if you go village. So that's Kulata and his dry humor. So Desmond continues with the super chatting. Desmond, did you see what they did to Oshomole at Edo today? No, I did not. But if you have a link, pop it to me on Instagram, and then we'll see if it's fit enough to play in this space. So thank you for the super chats. Keep them coming. Let's see if we can hit 20 super chats today. So Solomon, you are quite keen there to go into that contretemps between Seun Kuti and whatever his name is, P Square.
Yeah. This headline is one of the headline that for the past 2 days now has been really,
you've been enjoying it, I've been the fight.
Yes. And so the first person that spoke, I think it was Emeka that spoke here, and he really said certain things. And you said something that money is not class. If you even watch this guy on P Square, class is not about who is wearing blinks, and it's about how is the authenticity in somebody. That is one of the things you look at in the class. This you can't if you keep P Square and Seun Kuti. I am not. Some people say I come here to. It's not because I'm not doing Yoruba. No, I listen to Seun Kuti's songs, especially with the one one of his EP with Egypt 80. Seun Kuti featured Egypt 80. I think that was even the album that got him into that Grammy nomination, 2019 or so. The likes of Vector, even that Brymo. These are, I don't like songs that that no. I listen to rap and I listen to these guys kind of music, and they sing facts. They sing things reality. It's not to come and be singing girls' song or be singing shouting love and all that. And life is more than that. But this guy, if you listen to like Vector, Teslim, this is new album, you get to hear reasonable things, things that are happening, things that, or even the likes of Jesse Jacks. If you hear like the one he even dropped today, he just dropped it today, and these are songs that would make you know your reality, know what is happening, know what life is all about. It's not making noise and shouting and doing things. It's really crazy. So this guy, this Seun Kuti, is I won't say he's a human being. I won't just give him 100% in the acts he did, but P-Square did not try in saying he lives in trenches and he's a low life. When they come about, forget about his earthly possessions. But now let us talk about his material stuffs. Let's talk about achievements in the music line. Do you know if you get a Grammy nomination, you've gotten to like that? Grammy nomination is the peak of is the highest is the epic award, is the highest Apex award. Sorry, is the highest award as a musician. Then when you now win it, you've gotten the highest award. The nomination it shows that this guy has not been playing, and this guy is really he knows what he's doing. Even though we have some other people like Snoop Dogg that hasn't gotten that Grammy award. Deep down, he won't tell you. He will tell you that he's in his heart somehow he wished to have that award, but has not gotten it. No problem. But anybody that is opportune to get that award, that person is a big musician. Him talking down that guy is just unnecessary ego. And in some other platforms, they really rubbish to these guys, even where to the extent if you even keep them in debates. The way I listen to your program sometimes that maybe I don't come on panel, or maybe I not come online. I just go later and listen to what everybody like the program you anchored or hosted that I was not present. That is how I listen to this guy's talks, that he just like the way he did this video you played here. And if you watch what he's always talking about is for the liberation of Africans, liberation of the Nigerian people. Even goes to religion. Like one of them that I'm on now, was talking about the religion, the Islamic, and all that, differentiating there how the Arabs use all these things. All these things are tools of capturing and all that. These are the kind of things this guy talks about. What baffled me is when I got to I learned that he even joined politics at the age of 18. That he has already started. I said no, you can't. P-Square don't even know anything when it comes to this guy. This guy is more solid than him. To be honest with you,
do you think that P-Square is just clout chasing? He's trying to tap into the Obi wave to try and just gather popularity.
Is that not what all of them are doing?
No. P-Square has gotten the popularity already.
Aisha,
No,
that's what they are all doing, including the Aisha. What's that woman?
Yusufu
Aisha. Is that not what all of them are all doing? Didn't P-Square dance with dance for Obi in was it not in Rivers or Port Harcourt? Is that not what they're all doing? Resuscitating their dead career. That's what they're all doing. Cloud chasing. Anything trending. That's what they key into. These guys are. Make I keep quiet.
No, so P-Square, like even when they reunited, P-Square, when this December they had tours. People came out. Africa, they still have the ground. The whole of Africa still came out for them. We don't take it out from them. But I'm trying to see who makes more impact.
Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. I am not disputing that, right? That they don't have fans, right? But within the Gen Z, right? They don't. Their fans are not some part of the Gen Zs, right?
Not a
they
lie.
have
That
their
is not a
fans
lie.
from probably, let's say, from those who are 39 to probably like 23. Yes, those are people who still collectively would want to listen to them. They've never released any new music. The music they've released, their music when they did theirs, they were separated and they released their single LPs. It was not successful. It was dead on arrival. It was dead on arrival. Now, what are they doing? They are going back to their old hits, just like what Madonna is doing, just like what Janet Jackson is doing, just like what Alicia Keys is doing, going back to their old hits to play for loyal fans across in Africa. Let them do a show in Nigeria here. How many millions will come out? And let Davido do a show now. How many millions will come out? They can do that in Africa. They are saying they are touring the world. They are touring the world to their loyal fans. No problem. No doubt about that. Same thing Seun Kuti is doing. Seun Kuti also has his loyal fans. Seun Kuti plays in popular jazz club across the globe. Seun Kuti, yeah, he probably not so big, but he has his loyal fans. That's what they are doing. Their career, these guys, their career is dead, and it's dead. They are resuscitating it with the Obid movement so that young Nigerians, I'm telling you, I know what I'm saying. Young Nigerians who support P2B will look at them and see them in the forefront. Guess what will happen, my brother? You will be surprised. I'm telling you now. After this election, right, they will release a new album. They will release a new song.
You see, one man. You see, in this platform, let me tell you. I don't know why at times when people like Emeka are bashing the Obidients, I think they deserve more of it. Certain Obidients, not all of them.
But you know, I want to move away from the Obidient bashing a little bit because
no. I think see. Let me tell you, I'm here. I'm here
because
talking.
You don't want to bash them. You want to bring reality to them. But
yeah. I'm here talking. Why is Joel of Nazareth saying that? What am I smoking? What am I smoking? Dex. I did not even call Dex name, and he's calling my name and super chatting it. That I like. If he can't even start the taste of music I listen to, he think it's all this noise making. Look at what he's saying. How will you say Seun Kuti and P Square? Who is more solid? Seun Kuti is more solid. When you listen to Seun Kuti, you hear reality, you hear things, you hear facts. What does P Square sing? Is it to sing about woman or what? Is it only
my brother Solomon, leave these people alone?
You talk about this one, woman. Even at my age, I don't listen to song that you talk about woman. Let me tell you, I don't listen to it. What is he saying? These guys just come here to. That's why they were bashing the Seun Kuti, saying that he smokes.
You know something funny, Solomon. I wish either one of you was a babe. They would like just rented.
No. Dex is a. The boy is because
if
me laugh.
If one of you was a baby, we would have thought maybe it was some romance.
No. One man, no. Why will he be calling my name? I've stopped calling his name. Him calling my name, does it make sense at all? They say, see, let me tell you one thing. You don't judge a man. See, you don't define a man by what goes into his mouth. It's what comes out of his mouth. If this guy likes, let him smoke Canadian loud, smoke the highest of all of them, or even Kwale Igbo. So far he's making points. What he says, Mama, if you need to take your time, listen to this guy's songs. It's not to come and shout, jump everywhere. These are songs when you are at your leisure. You would know that you're listening to music. It's not. These guys, they claim they know too much when they don't know anything.
This your assertion is relative. This topic is actually, you can pick any part of it. Yeah, Seun Kuti is a Grammy Award winner, nominee. Everybody knows that. But P Square in Africa, you can't take it away from them. And the value.
No, I didn't look at Emeka was saying it, and I told him you can't take it away from them. But when you talk about solid music, see, let me even this Grammy. Let me tell you. Wait. There is things like solid
entertainment. Music is for Nigerian, for Yoruba people now. Music is not entertainment. Music is way. Music is music. Rich music in the Yoruba context is like what you are talking about, like genuity, what your sense you are making out of this melody, of the song, but of the lyrics. But for people like us, the woke generation, what music is to them is to dance, the nice beat, the melody, and P Square is giving it to them. So I know I know where you are talking from. And
at least you get my point. It's lyrics. It's about lyrics. What is this person saying? Like you tell me the likes of Nas, when you listen to them and you want to come and bring in, who should I use? Even the P Square, I see. If I can listen to Nas album from now till evening, from morning to night, but I can't listen to P Square, it's not like I don't like that. I don't like them. I like them, but I'm just saying. These guys are here just
that at some point you outgrow certain music.
Certain
right?
things. What is this guy saying?
Like P Square music, you are
talking anyhow. Like,
but like Fela, we keep listening to Fela. Fela, his the album he released in 1972 or 73 rather, we still listen to it. The Beast of No Nation he did during the Margaret Thatcher's era.
You know, Emeka, the curious thing is Fela's music, they're still relevant to the politics of today.
Exactly. Perfectly well put.
Even most Nigerian boys, most Nigerian guys.
Now, currently, if you are listening to Shewu's music and his lyrical content, they are very relevant. In short, Shewu is speaking about the current issues and trendy current
reality.
Corruption,
that is reality
in the country. Those of us who claim that the government is bad, you should be listening to Shewu's music rather than
well, sorry, one at a time. One at a time, yeah.
Rather than dancing to busybody,
Emeka, leave there. Look at what Joel is saying. This guy, he makes me laugh. I say, he's one of the funniest Obidients.
All right, leave the comment sections alone. But let me, now you brought him up, let me just acknowledge Desmond's super chat. It says, only Solomon like rap, jazz, and R&B. You forgot rock. Please stop this hate speech and focus on the real problem we are having in Nigeria. Politicians. So I don't really think I don't think Des comes at you as aggressively as you respond to him.
No.
Maybe there's just something that rubs you wrong about that guy. Des still, it says P Square, Two-Face, Damfo, and so many others are all icons. Please leave this topic. It's really not worth it.
You are talking about. Let me see your playlist.
Don't tell us to leave the topic now. You know we won't. So why bother say it? But thank you for the super chats, nevertheless, Des. So we want to take the super chats to 20. So keep them coming.
You see what the way
Solomon, just give me a minute. You see,
okay.
No, what you and Emeka are doing to P Square, I don't agree with you. You see, music is a matter of choice. Let's face the reality. You can sing rubbish and someone is still listening to you 100 years to come. Forget it. But see, sometimes you will see with some song as far back as 60s that you see, even it may sound rubbish that time, some people you see their choice. Let's be that it. Let's speak about the maturity of these people that are fighting. Are you saying P Square something? I won't lie to you. Recently, I still played that P Square, that about busybody that we're talking about. I still played like some weeks ago, and that thing was far back as to early 2000 or around 2003 or thereabouts. See, music, we appeal to different people differently. That's where I see it. Now it doesn't matter that P Square song is time bound or those things. Now I don't believe that, but the maturity of how they carry themselves. That's what I want to speak to. Now, because like P Square trying to rubbish Seun Kuti, saying if not because of his father, that they will be known to see. Waiting you battle before say Allah Baba and money Muki Baba. You see, when your parents can build some kind of legacy that will prepare the generations to come forward. So that's nothing. So you can't just say, okay, take Kuti out of your name. No, that thing is to me, it sounds somehow to me. You should have known that those are the basic things that even some people today they create generation, some kind of generational wealth for the future generation. So don't take that out. Now, is P Square are they doing fine on their own? Let's give it to them on their own and to their own audience. I think they are satisfying them. So we can't just wish them away. But the way they handle issues, That is where I disagree with now. So to me, I think we don't have to rubbish a P Square achievement if for those people that are pleased to accept it that way. To me, I think Seun, P Square, they are all, honestly, they've all done good in quote to themselves. So
I am not rubbishing it. I'm not rubbishing their achievement.
Sorry,
I am only
don't
saying
want.
they are trying to resuscitate their dead career using the obedience movement, which you
No,
guys
no,
will
no,
see.
no, no, no.
No,
They've
you will
already done
see
that
what
in
I'm saying.
December. Their tour
You
was
will
massive
see.
in December.
You will.
Their
That's what
tour
they are
was
doing.
massive.
You will see after they reconciled, right? Because
Yeah.
of they are not doing well separately. They decided to share their sword and come back together. And now the fans are happy. Their fans are happy. Their loyal fans are happy. Guess
All
what
right.
will happen after the election?
Sorry,
They will release a song.
Emeka, let Solomon carry on with his thoughts, and let's give him a moment to have those thoughts. But Solomon, back to you.
Yeah. So one man, you see, like what I said now is content that matters. It's not about, maybe there are people who derive joy in listening to no. It's the weddings, the words.
I think you are Solomon. I think you are right. By the way, there are certain music that are dated, and there are certain music that are evergreen. It's just like we were just saying, Fela's music. Go and listen to Fela's music right now, and it's relevant both to the time that is a release date and this time now. But go and listen to some music. It's just completely dated, and you wonder why you even listened to it back in those days. So yeah. I agree with you, but then of course,
Yeah, so I am not talking down on P Square. P Square are really, see, it's not easy. They even with the way they really tried, because they grew up in the north in Jos, and they were able. In fact, all the J Town boys, M.I. Abaga, Jesse Jags Abaga, all these guys. In fact, they are like their musics are the authentic ones. P Square tried, even if they play different kind of music, and as in their own music is different from their baggers, but they really tried. And even Two Face, I listen to Two Face, but not all tracks. I can't play all tracks of Two Face complete, because there are some, everything is not really about. Two Face talks about reality too, even if P Square still does at the time, but they are not known for that. But the likes of Seun Kuti, you can't, to me, no. Seun Kuti sings songs that that you would vision into reality, that you know that, oh no, this guy he's really putting effort in his music, and for it to get the Grammy nomination, you know that this guy really did something. And the kind of people he features are not just common people. Musicians are not people. It depends on how you level of, or how you listen to music, or the quality of music you listen to. Me, I don't listen to music if it's not on Apple Music. I can go extra mile to make sure that my Apple Music is credited for me to listen to, because there are some albums you can't get on like Audiomack, the common this thing now on the platform to get music. Like this guy, you can't just get his music on Audiomack commonly. It depends do people like, so that kind of thing. Seun Kuti, they should not talk down on his music. His music are for, let me say, I don't want to use it, just say it's for reasonable people only. I don't want to just
let me chip in something. Yeah. I
hope you have not come here to fight Solomon or this.
No,
how will you
I don't
fight
have
me?
that. I don't have that time. The only time I have Solomon's time now when I want Yabam or I don't have that time now.
You want
funny,
Yab.
but now the truth is that Solomon,
Who
the
you want
truth is
Yab?
that let me tell you,
What
whenever
do you want
I'm
to say?
saying something, I'm smiling, but I feel like you're always having this anger
No,
towards me.
I don't. I don't
That's
have
the
any
worst
agility.
part
No,
of
it
it.
depends
But
on. No, let me say something.
let's
You don't even have sense of humor than I do. But your own, you
okay.
talk in a
No.
very
One man
arrogant way. It would
just
be a very
no.
good thing
One
if you
man
become
just said
polite.
it.
We would always rapport. You see,
Most of the time, I'm being sarcastic. One man even told you that. Most of the time, if you
I don't
even
have.
listen to
I
my
mean, I be guy
words,
man. I don't be person. We go.
but
I don't be woman. We go. They keep things for mind. I don't live my life
no, you
like that.
don't. But
Yeah.
anyway, let me go straight to the point. The truth is that everybody has their one man. The first super chat I sent wasn't a lie. The truth is that I've never heard of him. That's the
You've
truth.
never heard of Seun Kuti?
Yeah, that's the truth. On my own side though, you get. And I feel like there's some people like that too. maybe some people in the south or southeast, that don't really listen to Yoruba or whatever.
No, he doesn't talk in Yoruba. He speaks. He speaks.
Well,
He speaks English.
people that don't like jazz, it's just basically choice, right? Me, I'm not a jazz person. If I'll just turn it off. But I have actually.
If you are politically aware, it'd be very difficult for you not to have heard of, because it runs social commentaries and it's
music is not about politics. Music is
No,
aside from
there are
politics.
some podcasts this guy does that anybody, if you don't, it's not even by tribe, it's not even by loving just the music, but when you listen to this podcast, he educates you. He embraces you.
It's a Pan-Africanist as well.
And yeah, I understand that Nigeria is still in that era that you have to still sing something that is happening on ground. But that is when racist, a lot of people, when there was still racist and all these things, most of the songs are related to what is happening and trying to sensitize people to go another way. The world is fast moving on, and I've not heard him before, and it's okay. I knew his father very. I knew Fela. Like I've watched up to like 2 hours of Fela's documentary. I focused on Fela, so I know everything about him, how he lived his life, and how he married so many wives. I knew he has a big bowler and all that thing. I've practically, known him. I've listened to most of his songs actually. So, but the what I don't agree is when we say he's 100% of Fela. Well, I've never heard his song, but Fela was more like
how can you disagree? More like an activist. When you don't know him,
I don't know if his song is related to activism, then yeah, he's more like Fela. But if his song is more, modernized or whatever, and not trying to.
Well, we just told you now. We just told you his song is like that.
Then yeah, he's more like Fela though. But Fela took his own in another dimension. To be honest, Fela took his own way far. And yeah, but let's not start criticizing people's music. The truth is that everybody has their own preference.
I know you can criticize music now. Why can't you?
No. That's why I said let's stop going there, because there's a lot of people in this platform, I can tell you for free, that loves P Square song. I can tell you this for free. A lot of people. So when you are trying to I'm even saying, why I'm saying this is for your own good, not even for mine, because I've understand the space you are in. I understand it's actually no. I'm just saying there's some people that love Fela, even some P Square, some girls that are probably in this platform that. You know how girls go to a concert and start shouting like I'm in love with this guy that I've never met or they've never seen, or maybe you start arguing about Whiskey is this. Have you ever had a fight with your babe and telling Whiskey I don't like Whiskey? That girl will finish you. So, and she will probably not talk to you for a while. That's what I'm saying. There are some people like that here that love P Square so dearly.
No.
I'm not even a Nigerian music fan. I'm more of an American country kind of music person. I'm more of like a worship song kind of person. But the thing is, I'm just saying this from what I've experienced. People have icons, and when you start that song they have grown up with, when you start saying it's rubbish and all that, it tends to bring a hateful feeling, and they might just like, what, I'm not coming to this platform or whatever.
No, don't worry.
I hope it doesn't go that way. I'm just saying.
Let me ask you a question.
If one question for you,
please wait. Let me just ask him, Mr. Ola, please. No vex, I beg.
If we want to get into this space, I feel like we should talk about their maturity and the way they talk to each other, not about their music.
Shehu is more mature than P Square.
No, that's understandable.
Hold on, Des. You can critique music now and say you don't like it or you like it. But
No,
is
no,
that
it
not
is
what people do?
that's different now. That's different. Like I said, I don't like jazz. It's different. Do you get?
No,
But
no.
saying that
If I say I don't like P Square, then I don't like P Square. I'm not
yes,
obliged. I'm
that's
not
no,
obliged to
that's
like.
that's understandable.
And by the way, I don't dislike P Square. I don't even know their music to like or dislike. But
You see, that's what
yeah.
I'm saying. Oh man, get me. If you say you don't like this song or you don't like that song, is on that. But saying the song is rubbish and the song is that, the
Yeah,
song
you
is,
can
you
say
know,
that now. That's your
it's.
subjective view.
I
And no, no,
think.
no, no. Oh no, thank you,
Well,
Des. No, we don't restrict people's thoughts here. But thank you, Des. Back to you,
anyway.
Solomon. Back to you, Solomon.
Yeah. So me, I am not disputing the fact that P Square, P Square are not trying. Like last year, they had their tour, and the tour was very massive. Maybe it was even that tour that made them feel like when they go to River State that they would call out numbers. Well, fortunately, they really felt their hand in that River State what they call um, rally that they went for. They really no, that was I never believed P Square would do such, like the turnout would be like that, because it's supposed to be massive, man. Even Portable self, Portable, I don't know if you know Portable's campaign
I
rally,
know him,
even with
Zazo.
Shinapela last week was very massive than that P Square rally in the River State. It was crazy, just no. Fiscal did not try. They don't need to involve. I feel like they should do it. They would have supporting Obey alone is a good thing, but all these ones that are jumping from one place to saying that they're doing rally and all that. I know they will not try that again. Anyway, I like P Square. I like P Square. At times if I'm passing and somebody's playing some their old songs like Senorita and all that, I jump to it, I vibe to it. But you can't tell me that Seun Kuti's song and P Square song, which one is more solid in terms, if you say you're a matured man, and you tell me that you just be listening to certain songs and you listen to Seun Kuti and say you would not vibe to you are really lying to yourself. And let's stop this tribal. We will start to scrutinize certain people here. We don't need to go that tribal space and say this one. Like somebody said, not me, saying that Emeka is leaving his people and is supporting the white people and is disgracing himself. Come on me. It's not making sense. It's not making sense. He's saying his mind. That people be doing like this. So, and P Square that first bring up that downgrading talks and all that. This guy was only talking about liberation, and when he talks about the liberation, like we have to break these shackles. And I want to ask you a question, one man. Do you think the spirit of Pan-Africanism should still be in us as we are right now? Don't you think we should still be part of us?
No, I think that is. I think the fact that it's not is one of the things holding us back.
Exactly. Exactly. Look at somebody in your comment section. He's saying that he's talking about Pan-Africanism. Does it make sense? We are supposed to. You see, with that spirit of Pan-Africanism, we the youth, the younger ones coming up, when we have it, we know that we have to break the shackles of this because see, it is not. Forget about that there's the greener pasture is in the other side, but is it really okay that we have our own place like this, and for one to make it in life or to become somebody, he has to jackpot first? Does it make sense at all? But because of we neglect, this is one thing I get angry about Nigeria, because we neglect certain things we're supposed to look into, we're supposed to involve in, and because of you too know. That is why you can see Gamba Shehu on video saying that it is that when the conservatives and the progressive arrive to, that is when, and see, this thing he said is a fact and it's going to play out. It's going to play out. So let us stop deceiving ourselves. We'll bring down our eyes and do the needful. We will start from the root, and this Pan-Africanism should be part of us, making sure that, because Africa is I got to know is the home of civilization. It was the beginning of civilization. So, and look at where we are today. But because of
forget the people in the comment section, by the way, they are fools. But do you know who the ultimate human being is? The ultimate human being.
Yeah, I can't answer that question. Can you just help me out in that question?
The ultimate human being is the East African female. Do you know why?
Why?
Because they have found the genetic trace of every known human type, from the Chinese to the Indians, the Mongolians, and the Aborigines. All of them are the East African woman. She carries, not the East African man, no, because she also carries his traits, but he doesn't carry the one person on this planet that carries traces of all of the known genetic types in the human race is the East African woman. That's the ultimate human being.
So you see, and in other things that the African continent is superior to other continents in the world are still there, and we just neglect them and say that spirit of Pan-Africanism should be in us. Even those that have kids outside Nigeria, you should make sure you tell them you're an African. They should know where they're coming from, and we have to stand up and make this continent a great country, a great continent, Nigeria especially. Well, because like what Professor Lumumba said, that the day Nigeria wakes up, the rest of the African countries will wake up. Let's try and wake up and see. There's still a shackle. Do you know one thing I like Tinubu? I see this guy that the only thing I like him for is that shackle in that broken shackle in his logo. I feel like for me, it's not for the freedom of Africa. For it is his own personal thing. I think is because of his background, is the shackle of the broken shackle of poverty in his life. That is why I feel like that thing is where it's not for the freedom. But I like that logo. Do you understand? I like that logo so much, and I feel like that logo, it really represents a lot. As in, I picture it in Africa, not in Tinubu space. I picture it in Africa that it is broken by the grace of God, but we need to still break it more. Yes, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. A brief commentary on Abubakar Malami telling us that they are going to adhere to the Supreme Court judgment. So it's no longer the 10th of February now. It moves to the 15th. The legal tender status of 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes.
Abubakar Malami, this guy, for him to say that he still stand with the Supreme Court. Can you just recap on that Supreme Court line? Like, I just want to understand. The Supreme Court, have they said that there will not be extension of that of the Naira notes?
No. The Zamfara, Kogi, and Kaduna State, they've gone to court to ask that the court stop the federal government and the central bank from February the 10th deadline for those denominations of the Naira note. So what the Supreme Court did is that they set a date for the judgment, for the hearing, for the adjudication for the 15th of February. So what they've now said is that those denominations of money, they will continue to be legal tender until the Supreme Court makes a judgment. So that date that was set by the government, it was moved by the Supreme Court. So a lot of people were speculating as to if the government would adhere to the judgment of the Supreme Court, because the Buhari administration, as you know, they have no regard for the rule of law. But Abubakar Malami now comes out to say that in this instance, probably for the first time, they will follow the rule of law.
Yeah, him saying that they should adhere to the Supreme Court's stuff and all that. I feel and I believe is for their own self-interest. And let me tell you, Buhari's interest will always be Malami's interest. Malami's interest will always be Buhari's interest. So definitely they've gotten to a conclusion. They've reached a conclusion that they know what's up with the Supreme Court. These guys, they run the Supreme Court. Let's forget about this autonomy that we feel like the Supreme Court have this power of no. Supreme Court is under disguise. They will decide through the Supreme Court. That is what he's indirectly trying to say. Then I want to say something about this Tinubu in Sokoto, in Sokoto, in Sultan of Sokoto's palace and wherever. Are you there, woman?
Yes, I'm listening. Carry on.
Yeah. Can you just give me the headline, because
all right. Actually, I'll give you the readout because it's a very short one. It says, how can Buhari be here and you will reject? Tinubu threatens Sultan of Sokoto over endorsement. So that was the headline that caught the eye from the Labour Party space. The All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu on Thursday subtly dared the Sultan of Sokoto for endorsement during a visit to Sokoto State for his campaign rally. Correspondents report that Tinubu, alongside President Buhari and other chieftains of the APC, visited the spiritual leader of Nigerian Muslim, Muhammadu Sa'ad Abubakar, at his palace. Speaking at Sultan's palace, Tinubu reiterated that his party wants to win the election and their visit was to seek his blessing and endorsement, which he cannot refuse. In what seems to be a drama twist, the former governor of Lagos State said the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Buhari, cannot be at the palace and the Sultan will reject the request to endorse him. As Tinubu spoke, those in attendance laughed and clapped. So that was what happened. So essentially giving the impression that he was there, being aggressive and somewhat punchy. But then we've been able to get a clip of Tinubu's interaction with the Sultan, and it wasn't anything like what the article was inviting us to believe. So watch this 1 minute video, Solomon.
We want to win the election. Imensa. And since that what will come for, we seek your blessing and endorsement. And something you cannot reject. I request, because the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces is on seat. How can he be here and you reject? That's good. Thank you very much for watching. May God bless you.
Yes, so that was it, Solomon.
Yeah, and there was a reaction that you talked about, that the Obidients were saying, okay, yeah, they were saying that he has gone to the Sultan's palace and
to
blah
threaten
blah
him,
blah.
to threaten him. It's gone to Sokoto to threaten the Sultan. That's what they are saying.
This is to show you how naive and how should I use the word, or how much of amateurs they are in the political space. This guy is just exhibiting his sense of humor in the Sultan's palace. He's trying to crack him up, and these things is just a form of joke. Even Buhari, that I see Buhari as somebody that
lacks humor.
Yes, that have hearts of stone. And he was cracked up by this joke. Come on, this thing is this guy, he used to show you he's a guy man. Tinubu is a guy man. Just give it to him. He's a guy man. When they talk about somebody big guy man, is somebody like, he just shown that, yeah, this guy during his young age, he really knew what's up. Cracking this man up and all that, even though this is the only way he can get, one of the ways he can get this man. He did not threaten him. There's nothing like threatening there. He was just only trying to crack this man up and as in make the place lively and all that. He did not threaten him anyway, and in any way. And somebody is saying that Tinubu's this thing is demonic. It's Nigerians, we we like propaganda. That joke was not dry. It was as some Obedience will not see it as a joke. They will see it as, because they already hate the man. So there's nothing Tinubu will do. If you like, let Tinubu do comedy skits now. Obedience Obedience will bash that skit. Do you understand? They hate Tinubu. In fact, the most hated candidate in this election is Tinubu. So there's nothing Tinubu will do that will make this Obedience like him. They say it's just oh man, please let's move on. Let's go to another place. Another person, sorry.
All right, thank you, Solomon. So thank you, Solomon. Before we go to another person, I would like to invite the comment section or anybody that's listening on playback. So my Instagram is always on the platform. If you know any Babalawo, I want to do an interview with a Babalawo, a real or an Eastern version or a Northern version of. So if you know a Babalawo that is willing to come on,
what do you want to do with Babalawo, man?
I want to document it. I want to document African religion and traditions. So I want to document it. A proper Babalawo. Let's have it. But there it is. So thank you. Let's go from you to Thomas, who tells us that it's ready for us now. Thomas, I'm sure you don't know Babalawo. Holy Ghost fire rejects and look on mute. You look like a Babalawo. You look like a Babalawo yourself with your red cap. But
I don't know Babalawo.
Do you think it's a good idea? I want to be documenting these things. I also want to go into the space of the relationship between the Benins and the Yorubas. So a lot of that to come after the elections.
That's good. Woman, I think it's a good idea, but they are fake babalawos, right? So what you might be looking for is someone who practices African spirituality, right? There are so many fake babalawos. So I think your request should target African spirituality, someone who practices and has gotten and obtained results on African spiritualities. You would see people who approach you on it.
All right, so that's it then, as Emeka just said. But yes, to you then, Thomas. So we did have the anticipation that the 10th of February is not the end of the story. The Naira swap.
If you don't mind, I want to start with the P Square space.
All right, carry on. The floor is yours.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon from Australia, Melbourne. P Square is trying to revive their dead career. What makes me say that?
I too like you.
Is this the same P Square that we don't even hear from them? One man, they don't even. I don't know why they brought themselves to this shame. I call it shame because they even have more scandal on their head, more than the guy they are bashing on internet. Now I discovered that it's not only the obedience space, it's not only because if we said they are insulting people on internet, what obedience normally told us that is 14-year-old girl that the mother bought a phone for, that's the one insulting people on internet. So can we confirm it that P Square 2 now, they are 14-year-old man, that they doesn't have sense, that people have their opinion and they should respect people's opinion. I don't have to support who you are supporting. They really drag their name in the mud. Is it the same P Square that their music is not selling anymore? They change themselves to Baba Jebu. They have a platform that is milking Nigeria. A Zoom, they call it Zoom something, whatever, that you have to pay some certain of money they will do a raffle draw before you can win. Is this the same P square? It's just unfortunate. Somebody can be dragging Kuti's name in the mud. Who is P squared father? Who is their father? Who know them? They should mention their father's name. Dragging fella in the mud. Razom Kuti. Tell me who is more influential than Fela Kuti and Nicola Pote's family in Nigeria? Will you talk of their mother? Do you talk of their father Pan-Africanism? Do you talk about Beko Razom Kuti? Do you talk about Femi Razom Kuti? Do you talk about Seun Razom Kuti? It's just sometimes I and P Square I think they disappoint me. Even though I like their music, but going to this route, going against Seun Kuti, telling him to remove Kuti from his name. What are they smoking when they tweet that tweet out? So I find it's so very embarrassing and ridiculous. Why don't they remove Okoye from their name as well? We have to talk to everybody. And they don't disappoint me. Obidients will never disappoint me. They will never disappoint me. They never disappoint. It's very unfair on Seun Kuti because he holds the opinion and they come after him like that. Have they been nominated for Grammy Awards? Are they? If you can be nominated for a Grammy Award, that means you are reckoned with worldwide. With their music jumping up and down, have they recommended for Grammy Awards? It's just a shame. They should be closing their eyes in shame. Is this the same P square that they are fighting each other? That even ATIKU called them to settle the fight. They ignore ATIKU. Is this the same P square? One man. Let's just move on. Let's go to the politics of it. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So to the Abubakar Malami space, your thoughts.
I told you that maybe yesterday I said the federal government, they don't have any choice than to respect the verdict of the apex court, which is Supreme Court. They don't have any choice. Where are they going to go? Is there any other court after them? No, there's no other court. So to me, it's a good thing that the Malami is only agree with. So I'm making some food here. Yeah, Malami is finally agree with the federal government, with the court rather, but they don't have any choice. They don't have any choice, and I hope their final judgment on the 15th will be on the side of the people. The 3 state governors that filed the case, they are on the side of the people. They are not on the side of the what they call it, the cabal that normally put Nigerians in all this mess that we have now. So I think Abubakar will be respecting the court order for the first time. I don't remember the last time he has respected the court verdict. You could remember on Showore, on Ezagizaki, many people that they have turned down the court verdict on people. But this is a good development. They don't have any choice. I told you the other time, they don't have any choice than to respect the court verdict on this monetary aspect. And I think what the atmosphere in Nigeria now, one man, people are thinking that the election is not going to hold because of this monetary, the problem, the feud that is going on in the country now. But I hope Bakar Malami will respect the court when the final valid comes on the 15th of this month. So that is my submission on that. Mama.
All right, brilliant, brilliant. So Thomas, Buhari sets up a committee to start to prepare his handover note for May the 29th. Are you looking forward to that, to seeing the back of this man?
Yes, of course. I'm looking forward to that. Buhari is tired. He told us earlier on that I just want to go back to my home country, my state of origin at Daura, to go and relax. But Buhari has had enough. He has had enough. So I hope, but what he said, that is what baffles me, that this man, I don't think is aligned with Tinubu. I don't know. Maybe they are going to stab this man at the back. I don't know. Because the last comment that you made, you said, whoever becomes the president and they are going to hand over. What? Your party have a candidate. To me, to be saying our president, our candidate is going to win this election and we are going to have, fine, you could say that in a broad stroke to Nigeria in general. But we are not seeing that campaign, that campaign as Tinubu did the other time to him, to campaign for him frontally. But let's see, fingers crossed. Let's see, maybe they will stab him at the back at the end of the day. But I hope they don't stab him at the back, because I think Tinubu did his own part of the deal, as they normally call it, gentleman agreement. That I will help you, I will campaign for you, and he won the election 15 and 19. So I think Buhari should be reciprocating now as well to Tinubu, campaign for him frontally, mention his name. I've never seen Buhari mention his name frontally, that vote for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Or I expected him to do more of that. But let's see, fingers crossed. Let's see what will happen on the 25th of this month, and let's see, because fine, they are preparing the transition, fine, but I hope you should be speaking the language of the APC, saying our presidential candidate is going to win the election. That is what I thought you should be speaking about. But if Buhari chooses to stay aloof, and many people have said it, countless of that Buhari is not somebody that normally campaign for people or stay with them, but if he decides to stay aloof, that's fine. That is his choice. But Nigeria will decide who is going to be the president. Thank you, Ono.
All right, brilliant. And to the Tinubu's appearance with the Sultan of Sokoto and the rewording of that interaction by the Labour Party space, what are you making of that? Accusing him of being threatening towards the Sultan.
Oh my God! These people, they will never surprise you. They were just banter. They were just joking. You can see the room. You can see the atmosphere in the room. People are just laughing. You know, I think Tinubu did like Shibajo there. You know, so Shibajo is a jovial person as well. It's just banter. They are just laughing. They are in their caucus. They are in their space. And you can do anything in your space. So, but if Obidients is reading meaning to that, that's fine. Nigeria has heard it now that Tinubu is attacking Sultan of Sokoto. They should go out there and vote against Tinubu. Everybody has the choice to vote, but they shouldn't take this election so pedantic, pedestrian, all this mundane, something that doesn't even have any meaning. Even the people in the room there, you can see the atmosphere in the room. People were just laughing. People were just joking. People were it's just like a banter. But you know, we know Obidients now. They will never. That's what I said before. One man, sometimes they said, the harm, the Obidients they are doing to Obi's camp is even more than the problem that Obi will face at the ballot. People can't talk. You'll be insulted. People can't speak. Your mother, your father, your generation. If you know any Yoruba that is not aligned with Obi is the enemy of Nigeria, it's just too much. But I don't see anything bad in what Tinubu said. It's just a banter. They're just joking, in my opinion. But anybody can translate it to anywhere. Everybody have their opinion, and I respect that. That's fine for them. That is my submission, one man.
All right, brilliant. Has anything caught your eye in the electoral in the news today? Anything that
yes, it's only just it's nothing election nearing but it's just only the problem that is going on in that country with this stupid redesign of money and the fuel scarcity. It's just crazy, one man. It's just crazy. People are suffering. People are suffering. My mother, I send money to her. She can't cash the money. I have to call somebody to go and get food for them in the house. It's just crazy. They should do something about all these things. No, you can't kill Nigeria because of an election. If all Nigerians die before the election, who is going to vote? Who is going to vote? And some people are even appelling, saying what they are doing is good because they want their candidate to win the election because people will think APC is dealing with Nigeria ruthlessly, so they can go to the ballot and vote against APC. You can't be thinking in that direction. I know what my family members are facing there. There is money in their banks. They can't get their money. Is that fair to all Nigeria? That is only what caught my attention, and all these riots going on in Abeokuta.
Thomas, you know what my mom was saying to me today? She was saying that now they are finding it difficult to use their card payments because of the volume of traffic, the volume of transactions that are going through the system, that some retailers. She was saying to me actually that the petrol stations, they are rejecting card payments now because some people will come and buy petrol, and by the time they drive off, they will notice that payment has not gone through. And only certain banks like GT Bank, for instance, only certain banks are able to handle the volume that's now coming through. So the system itself cannot even handle the volume of transacting electronically.
One man, are you aware Zenith Bank has shut down their banks nationwide? Somebody told me for Nigeria. I don't know.
That's a rumor. That's a rumor.
That's a rumor, but that's what I heard. Yes, that's what I said. Maybe you should confirm it. But one man, do you know what is going on again now? The Yahoo spirit in Nigeria has come to pass again now. People will text message on their as they alert when they go to the store. They will set their transfer money to that person, and they will send it as a text message. It's just the fraudulent one now are using this portal now again to defraud Nigerians. To defraud Nigerians with all this nonsense redesign of money they are doing. It's just chaos. What did I say? Chaos in that country. I just want the election to come so that I know for fact if the election old and we already know who is going to be we decide the winner on the election. I think all the money they are hiding, all the fuel they are hiding, everybody will calm down. Then they will bring everything out. But what people are going to eat, how are they going to live till on the 25th? I don't even know. I told you earlier on, my sister had to take a credit of a meat. No cash to give the meat seller. The meat seller rejects transfer, but the meat seller knew her. He has to say, take the meat home. Anytime you get cash from the bank, bring the money. My sister said she's not happy because she's eating credit meat even though he has money to pay. There's no money to pay. It's just ridiculous. It's just
But
ridiculous.
Thomas, if people survived for so many months during the COVID-19, what is the whole big deal of 2 weeks? I don't see how people won't survive for 2 weeks when people survive with very little resources at home for more than months. So I don't know.
I don't know. I think COVID-19 space, you could be right that people survive, but then nobody's owning people's money.
It's not right though. People should not have to survive when they have the means to live. Why should they? I'm not sure what language we're.
It's better than this. It's not right at all.
It's just
No. I'm not saying it's right. Though one man, get me. I'm not saying it's right.
Why should they survive though? Why should they have a subsistent living when they have money in the bank and they are willing to spend that money and they cannot get access to it through entirely an unavoidable situation? COVID-19 wasn't avoidable. This is avoidable. What's going on now is very avoidable.
Yes, COVID-19 is a pandemic, but even in post-COVID-19, people have access to their money, isn't it? I have access to my money. My family members in Nigeria, they have access to their money. You can't tell me I need 100,000 and you are telling me I can only withdraw 50,000 or 20,000. My sister went to the bank. They gave her 2,000 naira. 2,000 naira to do what in Nigeria? To do what in Nigeria? So it's just. I hope all Nigerians will speak against it, continue to speak against this, and immediately, don't let me say what wants to come out of my mouth, because I know what people are passing through in Nigeria. They have money in their banks. One of my friends, he said his kids, 2 kids, they can't go to school. Since last 2 weeks, there's no money to take the kids to school. She's not working. She closed down her shop. What? I don't know. One man, let's just move on. Maybe I think some people are just cruel and maybe wicked. I don't know. This policy is nothing to write home about. Thank you, one man. God bless you all.
All right. Let me play you this clips, Thomas, and react to it.
Vice President of Nigeria, ATIKU Abubakar, to become the president simply because he is from the north. Even though most of them don't agree with him, most of them don't trust him, but they still want to support him simply because they want this regional interest to be sustained. And that's the game at play. So one thing I want you to know, Nigerians, is that we are passing through in the north, I mean from the northern side, we are passing through a political transition from the leadership that has been there for a very long time, respected, reliable, and to a new leadership that is emerging, also respected and reliable. And you know, political transitions are often turbulent and sometimes even painful. And that is the situation we're in. So most of us, you know, the younger population in the north and also some of the people that are above us, the emerging leaders, are all in 100% solidarity with the fact that democracy must be sustained and power must shift to the south. And Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the choice. So you don't have to worry about the hula balu, especially those of you that are not from the north. It is all a political game between an emerging leadership and a new leadership, which usually it doesn't come easy. We are going to get over it. We are going to pass through election, and inshallah, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be the next president of Nigeria.
All right. So there it is, Solomon. Respond to the MALLAM, to that MALLAM.
Yes. He's speaking the language that I concur with. Because before now, you could remember maybe 12 or 14 northern governors have said the power must come to the south. And this guy speaking now, I don't think he's one of the one that is not educated. It looks like somebody that is educated to me. So the power must come to the south. And when it's coming to the south, who are they endorsing?
The guy is a
Asiwaju Bola.
presidential aspirant. The guy was an aspirant, presidential aspirant.
Oh, he's an aspirant. Oh,
Yeah.
that's good. Yeah. So, do you want to say something?
No, I just wanted
Yeah.
to recollect I was a presidential aspirant, but he's like a little bit of a crook though, but it's okay. But he's educated.
Yeah. So, if the northerners, and I can say this guy is a youth, it could be in his maybe early 40s or late 30s. Yeah. So I can still say he's a youth. So if this guy is speaking like this, do you know how many people that will be influenced? You know how many people in the north have this same mentality that they are going to vote for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu? If you could remember one man last week, yesterday, you asked me who is the most destabilized out of the 4 candidates. I said it's Asiwaju. In the south, he's good. Everybody reckon with him. In the north, for a northern governor, 12 of them to say the power must come to the south. The power must come to the south. So you can see many people in the north, maybe they reckon with Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as what we have been hearing that it's only ATIKU, it's only Kwakwaso, it's only this. I think many of the northerners resonate with Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So yes, if the day of the election they vote for him, fine. But I'm scared that maybe something is going to happen. Maybe they will stab him at the back. Because the body language of Buhari is not. I'm not too confused with the body language of Buhari.
Can I come in?
Buhari is not that strong in this election. The northern governors, they are supporting Tinubu, and once you have the governors, for me, it's a walkover for Tinubu. Obi is a spoiler. 100%. Tinubu is going to get more than 30% in 16 other states. I'm very sure. I'm not even worried about that. Yeah.
Brother.
Papa coming, yeah.
Yeah, there is me. I don't know. Maybe I'm too chill. I don't know what's going on. I many times say like all of these things they are infighting. It's the primary all over again. They will. It's okay now. It's not only children that fight over biscuit now. Old people also fight over biscuit. They will fight, but in the end, it will be like primary, the APC primary all over again. This is not people who want. All these ATIKU, everybody will vote for ATIKU in the north. I don't know. Everybody is joking. Who will vote? Would you prefer to vote for ATIKU even as northerner? No, they don't prefer to vote for ATIKU. ATIKU is a very sharp guy, but he's too sharp for the sensibility of the north. Actually, for the religious sensibility of the north. When Tinubu was saying, if ATIKU tell you a lie. Make you reply, I'm not lying, you lie. No, he's reminding them now. The North, they are very, when you see the gentleman's agreement, handshake. Even if you don't sign a contract, traditional northerner, even if you don't sign on a paper a contract, you can get a handshake when they tell you, walai talai. And these things, they like, they will do as they say. It's like their traditional logo. But ATIKU is the opposite of that. So that reminder is a good from Tinubu is a good technique to remind them like, hey, ATIKU, okay, now it's up to you. Brother, let me give it back to you.
Yes. Earlier on, Emeka was saying something about Peter Obi, and I could see the comment section coming up. And sometimes I don't check comment section; they can say anything they want to say. But in my opinion, Peter Obi is inconsequential in this election. I'm sorry for digesting one man. Yeah, I just want to reference that before I yield the space to you. He's inconsequential in this election.
Peter Obi is not Peter Obi is not inconsequential in this election. No. Peter Obi is going to be probably the singular person that will determine who the next Nigerian president will be.
Yes, you are right in that sense. Yes, but what I mean by inconsequential is I don't think I think ATIKU is the only one threatened by Peter Obi. in my opinion. In APC camp, Peter Obi is inconsequential. It could be consequential to Atiku's camp because don't let us deceive ourselves. The bulk of votes of Peter Obi is going to come out of PDP. If you don't know that, write it down now. It's coming out of PDP. The APC camp, I think they will retain their votes. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but in my opinion, they will retain their votes. So that's what I said. Peter Obi is inconsequential in this election. It's still going to be among PDP and APC. And because if people backing Emeka earlier on, maybe because Emeka is a little bit pushy, but that is my stand on this election.
A little bit? What do you mean a little bit? Emeka is imagine if a session that was just Emeka and it will be, I will be banging my head against the wall. I will be banging my head against the wall.
Of course. So I think Emeka is not
the truth is whatever Emeka or Enigmatic says or anybody at all, it's not changing anything for us. It's just the only problem. Whether you talk from now to tomorrow, people, Obidients are still gonna go there and vote Peter Obi. So it doesn't really matter. We're not pained. You can talk from heaven to earth. It doesn't change, and you're just wasting your saliva and trying to convince us that Obi will not win. It's just the truth.
Nobody is actually discouraging the Obidients to vote because their vote is very important to determine who the next president will be.
This is a mind game.
You know, they said that they want power to transit to the south, and the Peter Obi vote is a key component of that, almost to guarantee that power will transit to the south.
This is a mind game, trying to sell, because there's some lies you want to sell, and a lot of people might buy it. But the thing is that some people have been trying to sell this lie for over 2-3 months, and nobody is buying it. And the only last card that people like Emeka, have to play now is make sure they buy this vote. That's the only last card. If that money is not there to buy votes, it's game over for them. But all these mind games is not working for Obidients at all. I'm just telling Emeka, it's not working, and it's never gonna work. So the game you have been playing for 3 months, it's basically you're just wasting your time.
My brother,
that's fine.
My brother,
that's fine. Yes, please. Yeah.
My brother,
yes, come on.
If somebody asks me to choose one thing about Obidients that I love, is their fighting spirit. That is what they motivate. Is speaking to. No, actually, it's a good quality of.
Sort of Agide Talika.
If you want to say no, but actually, personally, I love a good fighter. Right? It's a good. They've given a good fight. Only that I hope that I wish they choose their fight well. Like in this Naira design now, it was a good opportunity to choose on the right side, right? But time will tell which side they have chosen. But I don't think there is a way they could have chosen the side.
No. See this Naira thing. Let me tell you. This Naira thing is divided. Let me tell you. It's not just the obese are. Some people are condemning it. Some people are like, you know what? Fuck it. That's just the thing. Nobody is outrightly. Sorry. Nobody is outrightly. There's no 100% Obidients supporting this. I've gone to some Obidients spaces, and they are basically not supporting it. And there are some people that are like, you know what, it's for the politicians and all that. So it's just that's why the first time I made that statement, I remember saying, this thing you get as it be, because I understand the space. If you any side where you choose, it's almost like there is going to be a backlash. That's just it. Any side where you choose, there's no side that is like purer than the other. That's just this space now we are in.
Tinubu has actually released a song to the Peter Obi space. Do you want to hear it?
Let's hear the one man now.
All right. All right.
I like that dance. So I want learn that dance.
You probably want to learn the music.
I want to learn the dance.
Please hold on. Woman, is that fair man close to Tinubu? Is that not part to Tommy?
Yeah, no, that was part to Tommy.
I'm just joking.
No, it is. It is. But that was a long while ago, though. That's yeah.
I want to say, the guy don't really will be follow. You want to resonate with this song, follow who no road.
Patu Tommy always knew who no road now. Now just because of the convenience of the time, that's why he became obedient. You know why? I mean, they were all together fighting for all these civil rights, whatever they are fighting for. With Tinubu.
He even fought for Buhari too. So that is why those people. Now. Yes,
has always been part of all administration. It was part of Buhari's economic It was.
That is why I cannot take them serious.
I followed him for about 5 years. The day I saw his way the guy don't cost Nigeria self. All those guys, they just assemble themselves now. If you read about them, you'll be disappointed about the Obidients. Sincerely, me, I want Peter Okoye because I call him the lesser devil.
Why not? Why lesser devil? Why lesser devil? Devil is a devil.
No,
stuff now.
Devil no be devil. He never date woman. Where be say that woman, if you date them, if he kill you for bed.
Yeah, when someone mentioned that Obi is going to scrap the system, Obi is part of the system. He can't scrap any. He can't even touch the system. A system of Obasanjo. He went to CIBB. Obi is loyal to all those guys. Who shared Asuki's money? Who was in charge of that money that they shared? It was Obi now. So there's a lot of things he has done.
Do you have a fact to verify this?
No, Obi wasn't. No, hold on. Obi wasn't in charge of sharing the Dasuki money. It was only it was part of the sharing to the southeast. To the southeast. So it was the southeast. That $2 billion that Dasuki took. Obi was the one sharing. Yeah.
So Obi cannot do anything to the system. People like Patu Tomi that has ruled Nigeria. Do you know the role Patu Tomi played in our economy during Jonathan? They destroyed the economy. They were paying a lot of money to even hold the Naira to deceive Nigeria.
I beg you, man, I know they talk about my friend like that. That's just a big lie.
Like him, bro, but
no be anything. No be likeness.
That means that guy what Seun Kuti said is true. That everybody Labour Party are a bunch of opportunities.
If I can do it, one man, I don't know if you can present Goodluck Jonathan's Wikipedia page. There's a part I want everybody to see.
All right. Yeah. Let's see.
So when people mention Jonathan is a person that should be tied to a horse and be dragged around Nigeria. So I hear about
what did the man do you now?
Mr. Thomas, if you know what Jonathan did to the Nigerian economy, sincerely, nobody will talk to Jonathan again.
All right. What are we looking at?
Yeah, let's just go towards the part of just down. This part of corruption is not that clear.
All right. Jonathan's government was large. Jonathan's government has largely been described. All right, go on. What are you pointing
Hello?
us to? Yeah, we can say it. What are you pointing us to?
Hello?
Uh,
Hello,
uh,
woman.
oh, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So I want you to read through those things. Even before they wrote that corruption, there's another part. Even his loyalists, people that are loyal to him. Soludo called him. He said his financial recklessness was equated to that of Idi Amin of Uganda. Do you understand what Jonathan took out of the Nigerian economy? No country in Africa can survive it. And people were there. People shout Jonathan. People shout Jonathan because we are not well informed under his administration. So there's a lot of things happening. Me, I'm supporting Ebobi as the lesser devil. That's what I tell people. It's part of the system.
You're
Yes,
supporting
one man I
who?
will have, Peter Obi. Me, I will have chosen Showore, but Showore is not in the race.
Oh, you're an
And
obedient? Are you an obedient?
I'm not an obedient, actually. I'm just a normal Nigerian that is supporting anybody that is better. Yes.
You are
I know
obedient.
can accept
Don't worry, obedient.
No, you can be an obedient now. It's not against the law.
Not in the slope. You'll be an obedient.
No, I don't want to be called that obedient. Obedient are people who doesn't have their own will. I'm not obedient to anybody.
I'll stop now. We have them boards here. We have plenty of them on this platform, please.
No, they have
presidential candidates.
He wants to be rational here.
When I listen to them, when I listen to them, I will always pick Peter Obi. He knows what he's saying. He has been in the system. He can do better.
What has he said? What has he said that has impressed you, Peter Obi?
Yeah, when he talks about the economy, when he talks about our problem, he's a grassroots politician.
Hold on, forget that. What did he say about the economy?
Yeah, one man, number one, I will talk about Obi's personality. I'm not talking about.
No, you said when he talked about the economy. So what did he say about the economy that impressed you?
Number one, his slogan we are going
slogan.
to
Slogan.
Yes, that's
all right. Let's get back to Thomas.
And that slogan.
Okay, you're an obedient, please. Not like that. You're obedient. That's what they say.
That made me laugh. Remember
they fry their brain. They fry their brain. You're one of them.
No, I'm not.
Our new former guest today.
No, I need people to listen to me.
Brother, that is an
okay. So you said it's economic plan. So what is it? What's impressive about it?
When we talk about production, that's the only thing that increases people's the value of our
production.
Currency. Yes, our currency is depends on demand and supply now. So
no, don't worry about that. No, sorry. Apologies, but let's get back to Thomas. Thank you. Let's get back to Thomas. Thomas, back to you.
Yeah. So back to what I'm saying. So PDP or APC will still be your president. You may not like it. You may be having some dreams that is not going to come to pass. That Peter Obi will be your president. Even the obedient know that Peter Obi is not going to be a president. And I've said it countless of times. Have you ever seen any obedient bet that Obi is going to win the election? You will never see one of them. They will not try it now. I'm daring them now. Any obedient come out and bet that Peter Obi is going to win this election. It's not about that. It's going to win Edo. It's going to get 10% in Ibadan. It's going no. Come out with full chest.
Mr. Thomas, remember your wife. Remember your wife so that you are your religion. So that you not when anybody comes out now, you're not.
I'm not talking.
It will run now. It will run.
I'm not talking. No, I'm not talking about myself. I can't bet. It's even. I was even.
Hold on. So you want to bet with other people's money, Abi? Look at this guy.
No. One man, you know what I say. My religion will not let me bet. I'm even paying. Undo me. I'm paying that I can't bet.
But
because I know.
Hold on. But your religion allows you to advocate for other people to bet.
So far, it's not my money. So far, it's not my money, and I'm not the one putting the money down.
Are you sure you're not an obedient? Are you sure you're not? Your logic is obedient, like.
So if obedient, no. Peter Obi is going to win. They should come out, come bet with winning. That's what I know. Then you can, then I can say, yes, you know what you are doing. But that's just being joking. Thank you, one man. May God bless everyone. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. Let's go on from Thomas to do we still have Mashood?
Omar,
yeah.
I need to say something. There's something you do that I don't really agree with.
Right.
We've been having so many a lot of people talking since the beginning of this section, right? And now we just had someone that is supporting Obi just say something for a few minutes and you just slide him away. I really don't subscribe to that. I mean, allow the guy to express his opinion. If you want to say this is a pacified platform, then you boldly say it. I don't like it. I'm just saying it so you know.
But I was just going to him before you interrupted me. What wasn't I?
Okay. I'm just saying he's trying to build up his space.
You know why I stopped him. I was asking him what he said his candidate is Obi, and I asked him why, and then
he's trying to say something.
No, it was telling us that production is very important.
Yeah, he's trying to say something now.
No, but this space is more sophisticated than that sort of. How many times have we gone into almost advanced economics on that space with Ola and Kulata and even yourself, and you are telling us production is important?
How many times?
Hold on. If you are already starting from that sort of base level space, then really
How many times have Thomas come here and say Obidients will not win? I have said it countless times. He said it so many times, and you give him airtime.
Hold on.
That's just it.
No, hold on. How many times have you come here to tell us that Obi will win? How many times? And Saki Father and Joel and
most of the time we have topic to reflect on, and we talk about the topic. That's just it. I'm just saying, like, I need to be fair. I'm just saying it.
I suspect that we are the fairest space within this particular whatever it is.
Woman, you're very fair.
Woman, very fair.
Extremely fair. That this guy is speaking like this. At least, woman, you know my predicament now. Yeah, extremely fair. I don't know what this guy is.
No. He's trying to corner me. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to corner me.
Don't be saying this thing here, Oga.
Woman. See,
don't worry, Desmond is an OG of this place, so he's a long-standing member.
Woman, you are very fair that people even come on the platform as panelists and they can say what they want to say. You see, in other platforms, even in their comment section, they kind of bully you will get from there. So they will ban you from even chatting in from chatting in that comment section. So you
are so fair that an Obedient is even criticizing you on behalf of another Obedient. By that,
we are so fair. Even as a black man that you are, you're dark in complexion, you are still fair in heart. It's not something that.
I don't know. Black heart.
Solomon, don't they admire you?
No, I just spice up the platform, the crack up everybody.
One man, Desmond is an old school here. We should give him some privilege.
His props, yes, we give him his props. All right, so to you then, Mashood, but on my way to you, let me acknowledge Kulata Super Chat that speaks to the space. I will go call that lady from Dr. Damages to deal with Thomas. What do you mean Obi is inconsequential? We will shock you. So I suspect it's that doctor lady that launched full throttle. Or the Queen Bee.
Thomas, no. Thomas, that day I just cried for you, man. No lie.
It was a tsunami against Mr. Thomas that day. I was on Dr. Rudolph's channel.
But you can see, I am very, I compose myself. I'm mature
No,
more than all
you're a
of them.
gentleman, Mr. Thomas. You're a
The
gentleman.
other name for obedience is we will shock you.
You did not even exchange words with the woman. She was just there
Why would Thomas
talking,
exchange
ranting,
why would Thomas exchange words with obedience? They are fried their brains now. We will shock you. Their name is we will shock you. their brain cells are missing. We will shock you.
The
Did I say we will
intention
shock you?
obedience.
Tell them how they will shock you. They don't even know how they will shock you. If it's electricity that will shock you, or it is fire that will shock you.
They have another one that I like. Oh, they say this time around it will not be business as usual. It will not be. Oh God,
that's Sunday.
It's too funny, you know. I will miss them. I will
It
miss
will not
them
be
after
business
the
as usual if you are
election.
Sunday. We will shock you first name. It will not be business as usual as Sunday. We will shock you. It will not be business as usual. That's the name of obedience.
Some we tell you, may Nigeria happen to you.
May Nigeria happen to you, eh? And there's another one that they do. They say if you're a business owner and Tinubu comes and Peter Obi comes, who would you employ? You know,
crazy illustration.
You know, they just have the same. All of their spaces is the same. You know, I wonder if they have a manual that they read from. But that's the thing. But I'm sure.
No, of course not. Just like I said, they don't have any bad. Their brains are fried. That's why they all take the same signal, that same radio frequency. Fried brain. We will shock you.
Is it a coincidence that most people talk and think the same way? I mean, do you guys read from the same manual too?
It's not a coincidence that honestly speaking, I was talking to one of my very close friends, right? And I said, Obidients live in a different dimension. Despite the fact we are on planet Earth, they operate on a different dimension, a lower dimension, no, not higher one, a lower one, where low elements operate. Very soon, when we will shock them. They will now come back to their senses because their brain cells are fried.
Yeah, but obedience are intelligent now. They are just hoping for Peter Obi to win now. But they know.
You know, we've never seen the politics, this sort of politics that the Obedients have introduced to the space. We've never seen it before.
It's a new
it's some aggression-based politics. Not the violence that we're used to, but some stealth, you know, wear you down, beat you down mentally with just pure aggression. We've never seen it before.
Oh man, let me tell you, if the Obedients are bullying you, like a friend of mine said, if they are just bullying you online, you are lucky. I'm telling you, if this was a physical space, people will be dying. If this was an actual physical space, not social media space, God, people will be dying. I'm telling you this.
I agree with you. It shows the nonsensical attitude.
It's not. No. Listen.
I agree with you. I'm not disputing that.
Listen, Emeka Koma. Listen, Emeka Koma.
That is what happened.
Is it Koma or question mark? Is it Koma?
No, once they start talking like that, you know that the baby in him is playing that.
Listen, Emeka Koma.
He wants to remove the Igbo from him.
That fascism that is in them, the devilish behavior that they cannot respect the preference and the choices of others. They cannot respect that. No, I do not dispute you that they will not kill people. The Obedients will kill people. For their foolishness, they will keep people.
I've said it before.
Let's settle down. No,
one man.
Right. We don't
advocate
that.
I've said it before. A lot of people think, you know, in the past election, when you say this is my opinion, and we get to understand, we are choosing from maybe is gray, maybe is black and ash, and you can't really differentiate. So you probably have your opinion on it. Oh, is it black? I think this is more black, darker than this. But in this electoral period, we are seeing what is like a yellow and a black. You see one person calling a black yellow, and the 5% know that this is black. The one person that is calling a black yellow, it's more like it's more like are you going insane? Like, what are you talking about? Are you delusional? Just trying to be mischievous. That's just what it is in this political space. It's not
Yes.
like
Didn't was Obi not the vice president to ATIKU in 2019?
My
So
brother
if
Solomon, I don't know what this guy just said now. 5 people, the 5 people are the people in APC saying Tinubu will win. The one person saying black is yellow is the obedient. The obedient that his head is not correct. Now he's saying that.
No, now don't
please
you
don't go
always
that
have
route.
to we always have to take it that step too far, Emeka. That step too
sorry,
far.
we already
Yeah.
we already we
Um,
already acknowledged that obedience are more in social media, right? So when the even if you put it like 10,000 people, it's still gonna be 10:1, or even if you put it like 1 million people, it's still
One
gonna be
man,
one
see,
million
Dex, let
is
me tell you
to
something, Dex.
is to
Let me
ten
tell you something.
thousand.
Why? Let me just give you a practical example why Obi cannot win this election. If you watch in 2015, with the backing, the structure, and everything Jonathan had, do you know? It still shocks me that Buhari still got to win that election. Then talk
Thank
more of
you.
Obi that.
You just made that statement, and
Wait. Now
it
I want
goes
to say
against
something.
what
Just
Emeka
relax,
just said.
relax. Let me say something now. Then talk more of Obi. Obi don't have the numbers. Jonathan, he don't even have the probability of, as in the numbers and the tools. Let me just put it that way. The tools that Jonathan used in going for that election, Obi don't even have. I don't think he have half of it.
That's why I
So
said thank you, Solomon. You just made a point. The
Solomon,
point
please.
is, it's not
see, it's
about
not shocked me that Obi will win the
no, no.
election. Me, I know
The
Obi is not winning the
point,
election.
the
I am
point
just
you
making you to
made.
remove your mind from there.
No, no. Listen, the point you made now is Jonathan and with the PDP had the most governors when he ran for presidency in 2015,
No, the
and they
governors were
No,
not
never.
with him again.
No, now
That
he
is
still
not
had
what
the
I'm.
even
No,
when those
no,
people left, he still had
no. That is not what
more
I'm
governors,
saying.
more House of Rep, more everything than the APC. But they still won.
People
So
that were
let's stop
against
all
him.
Played
this
anti-party
People
now.
that were
Most of them
against
were
him.
already in
propaganda.
APC.
Yes,
Most of
let's
them
stop
played
all this
anti-party.
propaganda about who
That
had
was
the highest
that was
People
fun.
were
governors,
they were
highest House of
against
Rep
him
and
in the
councillor.
party. They were against him. You are not
Yeah,
still
that was
trying to
what Thomas. That
get
was
my
what Thomas
point.
was saying, that they might boycott. The northern people might play dirty on Tinubu. That was exactly what happened to Jonathan. Even his deputy wasn't faithful to him.
One man.
Guys, are you
Yes.
guys aware that they did a mock election? INEC ran a mock election. Are you guys aware?
In Ibadan.
Yes, are you guys aware?
Yes, in Ibadan.
Who won the election,
One
please?
woman, did you tell them what the Labour Party did you announce anything to the Labour Party people and Obedience?
They got 0. Labour got 0.
These guys are jokers. They don't even know what is going to hit them by February 25th. You know, no get only unit agents never complete. You know, they say now one win election for that country, Nigeria. Now one win election.
Please.
You're just joking, Emeka. You're
I'm only
just
joking.
joking.
Yeah.
You're
No,
just
they
joking.
run a mock election now. I
What
don't know it
what
was
you're
zero
doing
now.
now
No
is a joke. You're
representative
in a
now.
public space. Stop joking
There's no
yourself, bro.
representative now.
Stop
No,
joking yourself.
I am not. I am
Don't
being
judge Labour
factual
Party
here.
If you
by
can,
don't
if
I
judge
you
am
can
being
show your
Labour
factual
Party by
face,
here.
you
just
will be
vote.
I
ashamed.
am being
Emeka,
factual here. I am
Emeka,
not
Stop
please.
saying
joking
when
I
I
don't want you
say
yourself.
to
this,
break
Show
this
your
people's
face,
heart,
I
please.
and the world will shame you.
emotional. I might be emotional, but I am being factual here. They ran a mock. They wanted to test the BVN. They ran the BVAs. They ran a mock election. What is the numbers? What is the representative? Only the two major parties featured. APC won that election. It was a mock election. It was a test election just to see if they were ready in preparedness for the election. Oh God, you guys don't know what to hit you
I
people.
don't
You know the talks
understand.
in a go win.
Someone
You know
run
go
a
win
mock
election. Yes,
election
you
in
go win
Ibadan.
election,
What are
Abi.
you even talking about?
Obi go win election,
I
Abi.
don't even understand. What are
You
you're not
don't need
making
to
any sense,
understand. You
bro.
don't need to understand.
All right, gentlemen, let me take the conversation to Moshood, who has been waiting his turn. Just for time. Moshood, are you still there? All right. I think Moshood may not be at his system for the moment. So let's take the conversation to Ola. Let's see if Ola is still there.
Yeah,
Ola.
sorry.
All
One
right.
more.
All
I
right.
think
There
I'm
you
gonna
are.
go. Let Ola go. I'll go after him.
All right.
Go
So,
to an Obidients now.
all right. If okay, let's
Please,
come
let's
to you.
have an obedience. Please, let's have an obedience.
Let's come to you, Des. Then let's come to you, Des. And Des, then the backtracking somewhat by the federal government. Boubacar Malame telling us that they will adhere by the Supreme Court's judgment. So the 10th, no longer the 10th, now the 15th. And all the anticipation then is that the Supreme Court will add months to this Naira space. As sanity finally taking hold of the Nigerian space?
With what I'm hearing from a lawyer, I think today was that the Supreme Court have no jurisdiction to this matter.
All
So
right.
I don't know how they're gonna play it. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but with what someone told me, he basically, said that the Supreme Court doesn't have no jurisdiction because CBN is more like a law on its own, and the only thing that the Supreme Court can do if the CBN
The
goes
CBN is a
against
law on its own. Hold on.
yes,
The CBN
it's formed on a law. I don't know how he put it. That's the way he put it.
Yeah, well, then no. The CBN was formed as an act of the Constitution, and the Supreme Court has oversight over the Constitution, the interpretation of it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like they said.
If you don't know, then don't speak to it. You know.
That's what I said. What I said is.
Brother, can I? What Des is saying is not Des. Is not making it up. There's a lot of this argument that has been played around, even on TV and everything. Even serious lawyers also are making the argument. Like when the states, when they take the federal government to court, like the CBN, it's not a branch of the. It's essentially not a branch of the executive, right? If but the weakness that's going to be tested in the court is that is the law is giving the MFRL the authority to make this to go ahead with this policy is under Buhari's approval. So it's not that they are it's not what this is saying, it's not that it's totally wrong, but the point is the court is going to give another to Buhari, who is like the federal government, and Buhari will withdraw that authority that he essentially is going to be like that. So indirectly, the people making the argument and serious lawyers also, they are indirectly they have some kind of a point. But the point is like it's like a jiu-jitsu, right? So the CBN is not involved in the suit. Even the El-Rufai led this in the law people. They did not the suit. The CBN is not the defendant or whatever it is. They are not part of the suit. So this
They are. It's the
no.
federal government and CBN.
Are you sure?
Yes, that's what we read.
No, the list of the respondent, not the newspaper report. Did you? Because what is being said is that CBN, actually, even I think CBN also previously made a statement to that. They are not officially part as a CBN. They are not officially part of the lawsuit. But the point is they don't have to be, because Buhari is going to withdraw his approval of the process if the court orders, if the court interprets it as so, right? But they are saying, well, what you are doing, it doesn't concern us. That is what previously the CBN did. It's not directly affecting CBN, but indirectly, it's going to be like it's the same result anyway. However you see, it's going to be the same result. But all I want to say is that even many serious lawyers are making that point that this is said. But it seems like it's a weak point. The case will be won by. Brother, continue.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like, well, I don't. I'm not gonna be surprised if Supreme Court rules that it's gonna, let the old money still be in the space. It's just how corrupt Nigeria is. If the Senate president can win can win his senatorial whatever, with the constitution going against him, you can imagine how corrupt Nigeria is. So I'm not surprised if Supreme Court goes against the implementation. But the thing is, one man, I this thing is like we are just trying to jump from one place to another because it doesn't still change any single thing. It doesn't still change any single thing. People are already fed up.
It eases the crisis in the country.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah, it eases the crisis, but
yeah. So that's
yeah,
significant.
yeah, it eases the crisis, but a lot of pacified are thinking that when it happens, everybody's gonna be calm and vote for, APC. That's most of people are even
No,
tweeting to.
you know, if the Supreme Court makes the judgment to say extend it by 3 months, so now because it's a very hot political topic, so whoever seizes the center ground to take ownership of of the public space, it will go a long way to aid them.
Okay, one
Because
man,
yeah, yeah.
this is the problem. Even
Because
if they want to,
Obi has stated that they should not extend it. Atiku has stated that they should not extend it. Yeah.
Obi never said they shouldn't extend it. Let's get our facts straight.
Right.
You
Look
get
at that.
Obi never
So
said that.
you're already
No, no,
doing.
no. I like being truthful, one man.
Branding like a
If you
pretzel
One man,
notice,
according
just
to.
pull up the facts so that you can see. You know
if you
obedience now.
notice, no, no, no,
They are
one man. If you
you know
notice,
obedience.
I don't like going into your propaganda. I like saying it how it is. Obi,
Propaganda.
Obi, yes, made a comment that people tend to suffer when when the naira changes in all the third world country and all that stuff. But he never made a statement of don't extend or not don't. He never made that kind of statement. So let's get this fact straight. But what I'm trying to say is, um, it doesn't change anything. One man, yes, it's gonna give them enough money to rig election. But the question is, all the election that have been rigging, how many votes have they actually bought? It hasn't been much. It hasn't changed any. It hasn't been that significant. Do you get? And one of my friend, like you said yesterday, someone can still collect your money and vote for PDP if he wants. Do you get? So it doesn't. Someone has a PDP in mind, and you gave him 5,000. You go there and vote for, PDP. It doesn't matter. Or he has the APC in mind. The PDP gives him money. You go there and vote whoever he wants. So it doesn't change
I
anything.
agree as long as it's not Labour Party.
Yeah,
We agree.
yeah. It doesn't change anything. You get? What the problem is, what people are going to be focusing on is what are the feelings in the street. And that is why when some people like Emeka talk, I'm laughing. Like, is this guy even know what's going on in Nigeria? Um, One man, I sent you a clip of what happened in Edo. That's the feeling in Nigeria. Oshomole went to campaign for Tinubu in Edo State. I mean, he had to run out of the space. He had to run off because as he
Okay,
was speaking,
sorry, you just made mention of something. Do you know Buhari went to Kano State and they stoned him? Do you know who organized the stoning? Are you aware it was Ganduje, the governor, that organized that
listen.
stoning?
There's
So
a
you
there's a
can't
difference.
say, see, my brother, please,
Listen. Can I
election will come.
talk? Can
You
I
will
talk,
talk. Don't
please?
worry, you will speak.
Emeka, let me
Election
talk.
will come, right?
I've not allowed you to
There will be
interject on my
restriction
speech.
of
If one man
movement,
allows you to
right?
interject, fine. Let me
No,
finish.
okay, you finish.
Let me finish. There's a difference between a few people stoning someone than the whole crowd in that space chanting. There's a very big
Yes,
difference. If
yes,
the whole crowd,
yes. Sorry to
yeah,
cut. This is what pace. Let me address those space from my own emotional feelings. And like I said, I'm still standing by my word. Though I cannot tell you where you're from. You say your mom's from Edo, which I agree, which I did not dispute. But there's one blood in Edo, and just want to say that always goes like this: like the Benin don't go for a meeting, but they have one thing in mind. Before you said this message, I've talked to like three people, and we all have same feeling. That thing they did was done in the market area which Igbo control, and that thing will cost them dearly. You do not do such. That's not a do style kind of campaign. You do not protest against people like that, and that thing will cost them dearly on election day. That's not a do. It was just some part of Ring Road going to Mission Road where they have Lagos Street, where they set things. So that thing they did, I've taken a lot of vote from them, from the indigenous Edo people, which is very wrong. Continue.
Yeah. So you're saying is not a do or is a do? I don't understand what you're saying
No,
now.
Because you're not a Benin man. If you are, you would have known. You were
No,
just discussing
no,
the street.
no. Listen,
It's
your
Ring Road.
statement was
Listen. When you say Edo, you're like you're calling it full Edo state. It was just a Ring Road, just like
but it's a those states
it's
now.
not. It's a, no. Listen.
Oh, wow.
Listen. There's you. Listen. If
Okay.
you're like I'm talking to you, you grew up in Anambra. I'll start saying, something happened in Anambra. Probably just happened in one street
I'm
near
sorry.
the
I'm
government
sorry.
house.
Which state is it, please? Which state?
Continue now. Continue.
Thank you, my
Okay.
brother. Let him continue. That's
Let me
obedient for you.
continue. No. Now I don't. I said something. It's like I'm wrong. Like he's
Something
doing
will
it, and
happen
No,
in
Dex,
Asaba
he's
Street.
trying to tell you
Obedient
it's
will
a
tell you.
particular
Obedient will tell you it's
particular
happening in the entire
environment.
state.
no. When he said it's not
Something
a
will
do, I was
happen.
now
Something will
confused again.
happen.
Like,
Something will
is it
happen
like in
in
another
one
state?
zone. He's
So
giving
he
you.
needs to clarify me.
He's telling you of something that is happening in a section. You say it's happening in an entire state. But that's obedient
No.
for you. You have lost
Oh
your
my
brains.
God.
That's obedient for you. Continue.
No, please don't be saying things like that, but carry on this.
Yeah. So wherever it's happening, I don't know where it's happening. I don't know the particular place, but I know it's in Edo State. So I'm not gonna start digging in where particular is happening. But for you to say it's gonna cost them,
You know Lagos now. So let's say something happened in K2, and then you say Lagos State has spoken. So K2 doesn't speak Ikeja or Oregun or Surulere. That doesn't speak for Lagos now. It doesn't
no,
speak for
now.
Victoria Land. It doesn't speak for Ajegunle.
Oh man, anybody that actually understands something. If someone say it's not like the campaign was done in the whole Lagos, or it's not possible now.
Or a better example would be if something happened in Alaba Market, and then you are saying,
Yeah, and then
that's
if I know
Lagos.
Alaba, I will say Alaba Market. Do you get? Since I don't know the place, I'll just name the place I
No, I
know.
think that I think that was the interjection that what
And
please
Des, you
yeah.
even know the campaign was a constituency campaign.
I don't know.
Oshomole
I'm
was
just
campaigning
saying
for.
whoever
Hold on
the.
now.
It doesn't matter if it's constituency
I
or
know.
not.
I just want to tell you.
Oshomole is a national figure.
Yeah, hold on. Yes, Oshomole was
Yeah.
campaigning. It was brought in by the senatorial district aspirant, which is my friend or my friend brother, I swear, to present him. No, everybody will bring somebody to boost their campaign. And since Oshomole is a national figure, because Aswan was a light-skinned guy that was wearing blue that owned DVD Oye from Aswan family in Benin. So when Oshomole came up, all those I'll say this, that's where you can understand. All those Igbo traders and on the road and all that started chanting, "Obi." Of course, the crowd will pick. Now we are looking. This is one thing Benin people always do. They don't talk, but they already have the misfeeling inside them. I'm telling you, that will cost them a lot. You don't do things like
Okay.
that.
Well, I don't know if it's gonna cost them. If you are the Edo guy, so you know them better. But
And
if it's
thank God you
gonna
are not. So good.
if it's gonna cost them, hopefully it's not their life. People that are chanting Obi, I hope they'll still go and thumbprint Obi there. So whatever is gonna cost them, it's not gonna cost them their hands to go and use to vote. So I don't know. But anyway,
There is the Igbos in Edo State. The Igbos in Edo State all together on election day will not win councillorship if they vote because they are scattered around in Edo State. They cannot win one street because you don't grow on the Edo State, so you don't understand the way the street in Edo State is. One street have more than 30 houses, and each houses have more than 10 people. And probably just one Igbo man as a tenant, or he own one house. So how can one family hold house control the vote of a street of 30 houses? When we're saying it
Well,
here, wait, hold on. When we're saying it here, you guys don't get it. There's no way that the influence of the Igbo individually from political from the grassroots will influence the vote. But at the end of the day, the total vote will be many. But the vote that will give them win is a divided vote shared around. So for that, we will not have force.
okay.
We
Well,
know this. That's why
well,
we're always saying that those Obidients will not win.
okay. Whether he will win or not, we'll get to see it very soon. I don't want to share into an argument I already know the full space about, so I don't really want to go there with you, my brother. So your opinion is your opinion, do you get? But what I'm saying is, whatever happened today was a lot of is an embarrassment to Shomole and APC as a whole, you know, and with the way I'm seeing it, they shouldn't. I don't think this will probably be a warning for them not to show face for a while, in order not to embarrass yourself more. Because however you see it, is an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to APC. However you want to see it. So I think this will like show them to stay inside for a while and re-strategize and know what's going on. Yeah, but like I was saying, one man, a lot of people are still using the old system to want to judge what's gonna happen in the future.
Oh, this time around, they will shock them. Or this time around, they will shock them.
Yeah, like let me use the
This
word
time around, we shock
Emeka.
them.
Emeka said, "We will shock you.
We will
We go
shock
shock you. We go shock you." But
Well,
jokes
first,
apart,
there's let me apologize to you, right? I was trying to jab you so you could break out of character, right? But you've been composed enough to carry on with
No,
your
no,
opinion.
no.
I was doing it intentionally, but let me apologize to you. Fair enough, but continue with your opinion. They are very interesting speech.
The one thing about Des is a gentleman. It doesn't. I've never seen him lose it. It doesn't. At best, he will let it go. But carry on. Des is a real gentleman. Carry on.
yeah. So, one man, I just can't wait for 2 weeks time to come, and let's see who's gonna shock who. But the with my analysis, APC it's gonna struggle. One man, they're really gonna struggle, and everybody has their own opinion. Um, but the only thing that brought APC to us is because of people who were fed up of PDP, and now people are totally timed. I think the how people are fed up with APC is even way more. I'm probably gonna say times five of how people was fed up of PDP. So, how they're gonna do it, I don't know. But if the election was free and fair, I really don't see it. I even give PDP, you know, more chance than APC. To be honest, I really do. And um, let's see what's gonna happen. One man, let's see what's gonna happen. That's just all I have to say about that.
All right. And to the Tinubu's interaction with the Sultan of Sokoto and how the narrative is being spun by the Labour Party.
I don't know if it's the Labour Party or one man don't come. You know, say anything will come. You know, say anything will come internet. You go blame on obedience. But well, it was all a joke. As we can see, it was all a joke, and there's really nothing to it. There's really nothing to it. Tinubu. Well, all I can see there is Tinubu is basically begging for endorsement. You know, that's what all I can see there.
Is that not what politicians do?
Yeah, I mean, for him to start criticizing when Buhari, sorry, Obasanjo did not, all these people that he was trying to get to endorse him, for him to start criticizing them because they didn't, he kind of see the hypocrisy in that. You get
No, but
so.
Tinubu will prefer that Obasanjo endorse Peter Obi now.
I don't think so. I
You
think
don't
he
think
would
so?
he would have loved if Obasanjo endorsed him. That's why he went
No,
there in the first place. You
no, my
get
brother. If you listen to that video where he went to see Obasanjo, when he said and he raised his answer, he said to Obasanjo, retire, retire. You see, when he went to him to tell him leave the politics, he went to tell him
I,
to retire.
well, I don't understand. Why haven't why we should go and meet Jonathan now? I mean, there are people that he needs their support, and Obasanjo, whether we like it or not, Tinubu is that kind of politician that believe in the old system. People that are influential, and I think he really needed that endorsement. You
You don't
get
need any Obasanjo endorsement. Obasanjo, which
well,
endorsement Obasanjo to give Tinubu?
Can you
well,
differentiate
Tinubu
between
and
the
Obasanjo
old
are
and the
opposite.
new? Can you enlighten us
differentiate.
between the old,
Okay,
yeah, the
I
old
will
and the new system?
differentiate.
Yeah, this is the
The
third time you're
the
saying.
the old politicians tend to go for people that have these block followers and try to get their endorsement. But what P2B is doing now is more like talking to the people itself. Do you get? That's different between old and new. Someone like Atiku, how he wants to go to the people that have the bulk, the followership, and get them to endorse him and carry out the followers. But I mean, political system has changed. It's no longer the same thing. Like we're talking about
So,
music. The Gen
so
After
Z
the
what
are
election,
no
you're
we'll know whether
longer.
saying,
it has changed.
with
Do you
what you're
understand?
saying now, right?
Sorry, Des.
You've been
Can
able to
I
define
quickly
with
add
what you're
something?
saying. Are you saying P2B's campaign system is effective? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's very effective. If it's not effective, we won't be talking about P2B now. What are we talking? If it's not
See,
effective, a lot
Des,
of people won't be having sleepless night over P2B. It's very, very effective. And
I
I
don't
mean,
think
Man, I'm
anybody is
sleeping
having
good though. Me,
sleepless night
I'm
though.
sleeping very well though. It's the media, they are
See,
doing it for clicks. I'm sleeping good.
Sorry, can I ask a question, please? Can I
Des,
ask a question on this platform, please?
sorry, let me quickly say something to Des before I forget. I go.
Okay.
Sorry. Des, I think. Well, I don't know how much of all this political scene you have actually witnessed or get involved in, but I'm telling you, Peter Obi only campaign only resonate big cities, not the towns and villages. Take it or
okay,
leave it. Now, and the big
okay,
city that I say it resonate, it's maybe the southeast and maybe Lagos in the southwest.
okay,
It doesn't even resonate in the north, like even their big city there. And the town where I come from, I called people on a daily basis to ask them like what's going on, and I don't think the Obi has any candidate there. And if you don't have a candidate, just such as maybe House of Rep or whatever, believe you me, you don't have any vote
okay.
because
Um,
people vote in group. They belongs to party.
well, we tend to do something that is quite funny. We don't understand that the only thing that travels faster than light is news. The only thing that travels faster than light is news. And all these things that you are thinking that nobody is hearing or be in wherever, it's gotten there, trust me, because it's even the people that is in the urban area is gonna even go back to their village and relate it to them. That's what you don't know.
No, let me.
People
Okay,
are in the urban areas that will call those people in the village and tell them what's going on. That's something you don't know. But
okay.
anyway,
Let me quickly chip this for you. Politics doesn't work that way. I will use you
no,
as an
no, I'm
example
not.
here. Sorry, I just want to use you as a good example. Like we've been here for like how many weeks now? At least I joined this program. Like I'm talking here for like let's say maybe 4 days. and I've been watching this program for about a week or more than that. Now, what I'm going to say is that with all the points that people have been saying about, oh, Tinubu is this, is good, is that, did that change your mind? Or do you have any rethink over it?
Tinubu is what?
Like
Like
people
the
are
bad
given all
things.
the good things that Tinubu did. How is a good
What good
candidate?
thing?
Like Tinubu supporters, we have been
I
given
don't
like
know. No,
Tinubu.
listen. If let me tell you, I'm this kind of person that have my own mind. If
Yeah.
Obi now, I hope there's a lot of people like me. If Obi comes out and do something drastic, maybe something pops out, a video of him, beating somebody or molesting somebody, that's my end. That's the end of me supporting Obi. That's just me.
Yeah,
And
that's a rare case
so
though.
yeah, so when you think that I'm this kind of follower that whatever I hear I'm gonna be obedient
Okay.
or whatever, no, that's not
But
it.
if I could remember 3 days ago, one man was showing all this corruption allegation towards Obi.
Oh,
And even today, he has shown what people were saying about Obi as a governor. And
okay,
those things are dated back to 10, 11 years. It's not something that
okay,
somebody just cooked up today. Those are
okay.
the things.
Listen. Like I
Okay.
said, I have a mind of my own, right? That's why I
Okay.
said I can remember when I said I don't believe I used to think that is in the church that people follow their pastors like Mumu, but it is in this platform that I come to understand that whatever one man says, a lot of people take it like that. They
My
don't
God,
really
that you are insulting my audience now. Are you insulting my
they
audience?
don't
Are you?
they don't really they don't really get to go and do their proper research and try
Okay.
to understand. So when one man comes out and says something, what I do is, okay, is this thing true? I go do my proper research. When I found out he's lying, and
Okay.
even it came to
Lying? My God.
no, when I come,
So,
no, not lying though. When I come find out he's twisting the truth, do you get?
okay.
I kind of smile, which he does a lot. And even that day when he brought about the 240 million, that a friend of mine, Platon, was actually saying the actual truth, what happened. The thing is, some people just want to believe one man. You see, some people after he actually said actually what happened and brought the truth about it, you still see some people still believing in what one man said, the twisted story that one man gives. That's why I say blind following, which
No,
I don't subscribe to as a
I
person.
read 3 articles out on that narrative.
Yeah, which I don't subscribe to as a person. Do you
What do you
get?
mean? Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah. I read 3 articles
One man,
from prestigious news outlets,
one man,
Vanguard,
I don't want to
Punch.
go there
You
with
see,
you.
you
I
see,
don't want to
one
go there
man,
with you.
please. You see what I just asked him? He has demonstrated what I was expecting of him. The same way he's acting now, giving a reason not to believe or not to trust what you're saying, is the same way people that vote, the same way they will find a, if you tell them Obi this miracle, they will still find a reason not to vote him. That's how politics work. That's what I was trying to tell you. The way you are
Okay,
seeing
but
politics, you are
but
just seeing it,
but it
but it
goes
doesn't
it
work
goes
that way.
hand in hand. It goes hand in hand, like my friend said,
No.
pare passu. Listen, um, if if you come in the urban area and I tell you all the bad things Tinubu did and all how he has controlled Lagos,
They
and
will
I
still tell you it doesn't matter.
tell you, oh, I'm someone, no, someone that I'm talking about don't know anything. I just want to make a choice, undecided, right? And
Exactly. Those are the ones.
weigh it, side by side, and he's gonna make a choice. Like we said, the lower devil, like a friend of mine is trying to support Obi because of the lesser evil, right? So that's the
Do,
choice they're gonna have to make on their own. Do you get? So
mhm.
let's stop all this. There's blind followers. Don't get
Do
me
you
wrong.
know?
Blind
Do you
followers,
know there are two kinds of people that are supporting Obi? And I want you to go and do your research, and you will find it out. The first set,
intellectuals.
the first set of people that are supporting Obi, majority of them are undecided voter that they don't even belong to any party. They have never. Some of them have never even voted before.
But
And
that's wrong now. The poll that just came out, one man read that they said that the undecided are most of them are for APC.
no. There's nothing like that. That's poll. I don't believe it. And I can even with people that I've interacted with online, you will know that majority of them they've never ask them which party. Like you, even you as we can even do it here. Do you belong to any party? Which party do you belong to before Obi?
Before Obi is PDP. Why not?
Do you have a card for PDP membership, or you just believe, oh, it's PDP?
I'm a
PDP is me.
carrying member of PDP.
And you,
Dexy. Ask him who was in the House of Assembly in his states in PDP.
I don't want
Guy,
to
why are you
start
like
all
this
these
now?
things.
Why are you
I don't want
like
to.
this?
I
No,
don't
ask
want to
him that
start all these
Why are you
question.
things.
like this now? Why are you telling
Believe
like
what
this
you
now?
want, my brothers. I don't want to start all these
majority of
things.
Dex, you
people
know they
supporting
lie
Obi,
that stop.
they
Okay.
are either undecided voter or aggrieved party members that left their party because of one thing or the other.
Like
So
Olumakinde.
those are the two people that
Aggrieved.
are supporting. Those are the two people that are supporting
So
him. But
so
those things only work. It only work in the urban area. In the rural area, there's nothing like that. Take it or leave it. And I'm telling you
well,
now, this election, I like your determination. I like your courage that you still believe in him despite the odds and like everything that is so glaring. But I'm telling you, Obi will come distant third or fourth.
I've already bet 1,000. So I hope you don't, I hope you're not right. I don't want to lose $1,000. But anyway,
Or $2,000 now. You know,
or $2,000.
you're an amazing man. You know, 2,000. You have already submitted $2,000 to this platform.
One man.
Already.
I feel like there's have hope in that Edo space in a way. Let me tell you the truth. In that Edo space, I feel like there should be hope for him
No,
there. Yeah,
no, I
in that
don't.
Edo.
Those spaces is done and done. That one is even. I'm not even worried about. That's when people even bring out that argument. I don't even want to go there with them.
I
You
feel
get?
like
I don't
I
want to
feel
go
like we
there
should
with
have
them.
hope there. But you see, for that third
So
position,
he will use enigmatic
I
to
I
balance
will do
Colata.
pari passu.
Pari pasu.
maybe,
You do pari
maybe.
pasu.
But yeah, let's see what's gonna happen in this election. But it's gonna be interesting. I can't wait. People are gonna cry. Definitely not me, but I still think that Peter B is gonna go to a runoff, and whatever happens
Run
to
off
the
with who? With
runoff.
Kwankwaso or with Shore?
No, it's
You don't
gonna
do
go
it,
to a
mate. Say they
runoff.
go
I
run off.
mean, I might be a prophet. Well, don't worry. Very soon, after this election, people are gonna be coming to consult me to predict their future. Very soon.
PDP
Yeah,
can't carry member. Nobody's coming. No worry.
yeah,
Nobody's coming, bro.
yeah.
Oh, oh,
So, yeah, well, man, that's just it.
all right. And to the Tinubu space. Yeah, that's what you were speaking on, wasn't it? The
Yeah,
Tinubu's um.
yeah.
What about what about this? Let me play you this video clip. It's 10 seconds. Because you have been defending quite aggressively the scarcity in Nigeria, but look at what the lived experience of Nigerians is. So there it is. People are now queuing with their generators at petrol station.
That's an old video. That thing has
Is
been.
that part of what Peter Obi meant, that they should endure the suffering?
No, Peter Obi was talking about the monetary space now. He wasn't talking about the fuel. You guys should still be complaining to the the Buhari's administration for that. That's why I'm saying that people are suffering. One man. I mean, this whole thing is just not gonna go away. People is encrypted in their mind. Nigeria is that kind of space that if something happened, they might forget you know in an instant, maybe in a few days. They don't forget. But this time around, I really don't see them forgetting. I really do not see them forgetting. They're gonna remember this for a
They're
while.
going to shock
And
us. They're going to shock us.
yeah, no, it's not about shocking. They're gonna remember it, and they're going to like vote vote against whoever is doing them this, because believe it or not, it's not gonna be Atiku at sorry Buhari, Tinubu's face that's gonna appear on the you know polling unit or polling booths. It's still gonna be APC that's gonna appear there. Um, Whether we want to twist it that they're trying to fight against the policy and all that stuff, at the end of the day, it's not Tinubu that's gonna appear there. It's still gonna be at the APC logo. You get. So I don't know. Let's see. One man. The I'm sure that very soon everything is gonna come down. I hope everything comes down, because the kind of money that they use to buy fuel now, and they fear me. If I did Nigeria, assuming I was in Nigeria at that time, ha. I for not just they happy, because I was almost like burning. I didn't even use NEPA or whatever they call it. I was always running generator from morning till night. There was no time I wasn't running generator. So if my fuel wants to finish, I send my gateman to go and get more. So I didn't know how would have been for me, but it needs to calm
Where are you
down.
currently now?
I'm in US now.
Okay.
Yeah. So it needs to. I hope it goes down, and the fuel is circulating. But right now, I don't see Nigeria forgetting it. You know. But let me go to that space before I leave. On man, the space of the music something.
Yeah, carry
And
on.
yeah, let's give me 30 seconds. Um, they hear this song.
Hey, no, don't. Copyright
So
now.
I just
Copyright.
I just I just played
Mm.
a few seconds of it.
Yeah.
So this is the iconic this song now. They still play it some places in United States, and when they play it, everybody bubble, everybody like rejoices, because you remember the old times, remember all those times. It's this song that we grow up with, so you can't just take it away from us and saying it's rubbish, because this is what we grew up with. The Gen Zs grew up with Whiskey. I don't disagree with their sense of music. You get, but us, we grew up with these songs, Two Face, all those people. Was it Olamide them? That's people
You
we
see,
grew up
which one?
with.
What are you contradicting yourself? Olamide and Whiskey, who
Yeah.
first blew or who first came
No,
out?
now.
Whiskey came out before
Anyway,
Olamide.
Whiskey came out before
So why
Olamide.
you why you
Yeah, that's
saying what you
true.
be talking about
That's true. That's
likes of
true.
Wandy Cole, Mohit, that is the
Yeah,
two Mohit
Wandiko,
and
more hits
yeah,
them. That's the song we grew
There's,
up with. Do you get? Yeah.
yeah.
I made 2 recommendations on the private chat to you to listen to. I don't know if you have a Spotify account or maybe an Apple Music account. Go and listen to those music. The Femi Kuti Black Man Know Yourself and Seun Kuti Black Times. Calm down. Maybe you're not a jazz fan, but there's a little bit of funk. That's why I recommended those songs. There's funk, electronic funk in it. So I know you like all this, this bar, but just calm down. You would enjoy the musical instrument as well as the lyrical content of those music. Those are the kind of music at our age we should be listening to. I'm not trying to disregard your taste of music. No, I'm not saying P-Square music is not good. No, but at some point in your life, as you grow older, you abandon this bass, and then you begin to reflect
Begin
on.
to listen to Fela and all that. Is that what you're
You
saying?
might not want to listen to Fela. That's why I used to listen to rap way back. But as I got older, I now moved to start listening to jazz music that opens my mind and make me think much better, right? That's why I used to listen to Peaceful. But at this stage, either I'm listening to it in the party, it's not something I will be playing. at my own volition. No, I would rather want to play something much better and much richer, and I implore you to. So start with those two recommendations. If you don't like it, it's fine, but just
Well,
start with it.
I'm a music lover, so I will go and check it out. I'm a music lover, but
All right, go
yeah,
to the Shewan and P Square fight, and then we move
yeah,
on.
but the thing is that we should always, not criticize, people's, taste of whatever, because it runs deep. All these kind of things runs deep. Like, when someone start criticizing maybe the kind of clothes I wear, I start having this, I don't know how to explain it, but it runs deep in the heart. So let's not do that, and let's talk about, the space which I wanted to go to. Yeah, both of them is wrong. Let me tell you the truth. Nobody is right. Nobody is wrong. They don't need to start embarrassing themselves in social media. Nobody is bigger than anybody. As long as they are there yabbing themselves. I mean, P Square is more wrong, but for them to start, yabbing themselves in front of, their fans, I don't like it. you know, I don't like it. B Square shouldn't have gone that low. He shouldn't have gone that low too. So I think the time he was making comment about Igbos, what Igbos got to do with, the criticism you're having on social media, it doesn't add up. Just if you guys want to fight, I mean, go to each other's house and tackle it out, and don't bring it to us. We don't need that kind of stuff. I mean, we need to be talking about what's going on, what's wrong with us in this Nigeria, and what's going on in Nigeria, not about two famous people bashing each other. We don't need that right now, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you, Des. So let's go from you, Des, to Moshood. We did come to you earlier, Moshood, but you were not there then. But
Yeah, I'm available now.
yes, but Moshood, take us through then the surrender of Abubakar Malame to a Supreme Court position. This a real departure from the experience of the BUHARI administration, who had traditionally had no regard for the rule of law. What are you then making then of Abubakar Malame's commentary?
Yeah, when we look at it critically, this, like I always say, this politician, sometimes they do something that you would think it will go this way, but they know their plan, they know what they're trying to do, and they know what the outcome of what they're trying to do is going to give them. So to me, what Malami did, I say it in two ways. The first is that there's nothing, because Supreme Court is supreme, and that's another arm of a government, right? We know they usually depart from it before, but in this case, it's like fighting two other arms of government. The legislatures, they're not in support of it, and it's glaring that the judiciary is not in support of it as well. So imagine these two together. If Buhari, well, I know his term is not that long anyways, but if Buhari go ahead with it and those two arms of government try to fight him, there's no way Buhari can survive the impeachment. That's number one. Another thing I see is that because they've done it, they might have their own interior motive to achieve by the reason why they introduced this, I call it nonsense. But they have started it and they have seen the backlash of it from everywhere. They know people are suffering. Even the politicians that are trying to hide under it, to do like they are supporting it, in their own inner mind is not something they are supporting.
Mr. Mushu, sorry to interject you. Sorry. Oga Progressive, if you are hearing me, if I see on the chat comment, I want to reply to my my statement. I want to step out for you. If you are there, Just say yes so I can step out so you can come in. If you're not there, if I step out, somebody else will take my session. Please just respond to my announcement so I can step out for you. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mushud.
Okay. So in my own way, it's like they have seen the bad side of their bad policy, of the nonsense they try to create. And what is going on, they know it will bite their political party very bad. And because Tinubu is a smart politician, him and his supporters, they have started distancing themselves from that bad policy that is having big bite on the citizen. So they knew people will leave Tinubu eventually and go against them because they know Tinubu is not part of this. So when you look at it, there's nothing MALLAM can do other than just to agree with the Supreme Court ruling, because I don't think there's anything else for them to do.
All right, thank you. And to the Sultan of Sokoto space, the reality versus the headline that Tinubu went to threaten, but as we saw, he was somewhat in a convivial, jocular interaction.
Yeah, Mr. One Man, please, let me just request something from you. I would like to answer that question. But if somebody wants to interject within 3 minutes, I just quickly want to get something done within 3 minutes and I will come back.
All right, brilliant.
Okay.
One more, can I interject, please?
All right, go on, Akin.
Okay. Thank you very much. My brother, Ward, please, thank you very much. I'm not going to take long. I just want to quickly make a contribution on the topic I was listening to yesterday. Like Emeka was saying earlier on, a lot of people have already said, when people say after Obi win, they will start holding him accountable. You have to first of all acknowledge when facts are put in front of you, not to try to skew that fact, but to see it as fact and just acknowledge that, okay, the man was not perfect or is not a perfect person. Yesterday, you guys was talking about the 250 million?
Yes.
And somebody came on to try to say, oh, I'm going to debunk it. Knowing fully well that even Obi had been on the record when he said, I called Dell. Listen, he said, I called Dell. He didn't say I gave contract. He said, I called Dell. I bought computers. I called Peugeot to buy vehicles. I spoke to Innocence. This man, as he's talking, is mentioning the names of the leaders of those companies. So when it came to this 250 million, all of a sudden there was a contractor involved. Guys, was it Uptown that came on yesterday and he was trying to defend? Did you think he was talking to somebody?
That's a different thing now. Why are you trying to? I don't know how people. Sometimes I try to ask myself this question: why can't you just do your research and just try to? You can't just twist and try to land it to your narrative. It's not how it works. It's not really how it works.
Obi was directly.
Listen,
Obi was directly contacting Peugeot to buy vehicles. He was directly contacting Dell to buy computers.
If he did it, no, understand me. If he tried to do it another way, I don't understand. Why are you trying to land into your narrative? It doesn't stick, brother. Like, just say something. If he said this is how it is now, this is how it is now. Not trying to say because he did it like this in 1999. Then that's how it's.
No. It was not 1999. It was the same man who told us that he contacted these companies to buy these things himself personally. I contacted Dell. I contacted Peugeot. I contacted Innocent Moto.
No, that's another space. That's another space.
Hold on one second.
Let me tell you this space.
Hold on 1 second. When it came to the issue of these vehicles now, 250 million, not only that this thing was given to a contractor, this contractor was now riding in the governor's convoy. Come on, Des. What do you want us to act as if all of a sudden we became blind and deaf? We cannot see or hear again. No, nobody will listen to that.
Sorry, let me start another one. So progressive. Sorry, if you remember one prince that Peter Obi said The man said he should bring money to build church. And Peter Obi said he will build the church by himself.
Father
And they
Mbaka.
were fighting. Yes. And they was fighting. So all of the sudden, Peter Obi dictated that he can't go to all those companies anymore. He
No, he
wants
cannot
to.
call here, or he cannot longer
No.
call the company anymore.
Come
All of
on,
a sudden, they decided to give money
listen.
to contractor.
Why
The contractor now ride on a big convoy from
why are we
are there
like
no banks in
this?
Lagos?
Why are we like this? In the Mbaka space, let me say it. I don't know why we like twisting stuff. In the Mbaka space, Mbaka said Obi should donate money. Obi told Mbaka, show me the project that you want to do. Then I will do it. We'll do it. Mbaka wants Obi to give him money. Obi is trying to tell Mbaka, show me the project, analyze the project, bring out the plan, then we'll work about it together. Let's start changing narrative. This is out of the space.
Have you seen a consistency? Have you seen consistency there? That okay, with the church he want to do it himself. With the project he did it himself. With Innocence he did it himself. With Dell he did it himself. Even when it came to building the secretariat or whatever I said, the build, he did it himself. All of a sudden, 250 million.
Some of the stuff he
250
did.
million. Is that contracting it to a contractor?
Obi has already told you that he paid all his contractors. He paid. I mean, he said these things. Not like everything he does. He does it himself.
Road construction.
He
said the
these
paid contractor.
No,
road
it's
construction.
not just road construction, brother. He never said just road construction. He said the contractors. He wasn't owing any contractors. So that means that there are some stuff he used. Even most of the stuff you have to use contractor anyway. So let's stop all these.
Yes, you guys you guys always said it online that defending Tinubu is one of the hardest job to do. But you guys are doing the same thing, brother. You are all doing it.
It's not even hard. I just defended him simply. I didn't stress myself defending him now. I didn't stress myself.
You
I
believe
just told
your
you
own
the
narrative.
truth.
That is the problem. You
No,
believe your
this
own
is the
narrative.
truth.
That's the problem. What truth?
No,
but you
it's
there,
not
are you part of the
narrative.
government?
This is the truth. It's out there. That's why it's the truth.
Is it the truth?
Out there.
Yes, because you don't want to see what is wrong there. That is why you call it the truth. And this is the problem. We don't want to, because it is our own person or somebody we support. Look, one man has gone to a different platform and they will call him, we know what you do. You support Tinubu, you don't want to say it. But even if one man have a narrative whereby or a position whereby he supports Tinubu in some certain instance, but every time we call him the looter of what do you call him? One man again, the looter of Lagos. He called the man looter. Yeah, he called the man.
Listen, if you come and say anything,
he's been here criticizing Tinubu several times, but you guys just seem not to be able to see anything wrong in anything. You don't tell me you're going to hold him accountable. Oh, please, come on, man, let's stop it.
If you come and tell me something that Obi did that is wrong, like the Pandora, whatever, I won't disagree with you. Do you get? But if you come and try
but
to
is that not
push...
enough? You say you just told us on this platform that you have a mind of your own. You said it not quite long ago.
Listen, I do have the mind of my own. Why?
What you said is you went to the extreme point. You went to the extreme to say that unless he sleeps with an underage or he kills someone to an extreme point. That's what you said. Maybe I might have said it differently.
Yes, do you realize that a president of a nation, resigned because of that Pandora papers?
Yes.
Listen.
So you now want to elect somebody into office because who was also
was
involved in that Pandora paper.
Was Tinubu not there? Tinubu's name, almost all the names of the politicians was called back then. So let's stop all this stuff.
Who is supporting Tinubu? Am I supporting Tinubu?
No, that's what I'm saying. Then they called Tinubu's name, they called Saraki's name.
One at a time. One at a time, please, gentlemen.
Sorry, let's go.
I'm saying
Obi is campaigning on integrity. If you call integrity, you call Obi. All what we know is that Obi is the most the most honest and most trustworthy candidate. But again, his hands are dirty. You understand? You here told us.
Have I ever come and told you?
Us. No, Des, please be a man of your word. You here told us
that if you
Mr.
find
Mr. Emeka,
anything that is wrong with Obi, you will abandon him.
No,
We
I
have
never
given
said
you
that.
instances.
I never said that. I don't know why he
Tomorrow,
twists
one
my
man
word.
will
I
premiere
never.
this. One man will
One
premiere
man.
this.
I believe that a lot of people have retentive or can remember maybe
See,
picture memory or whatever.
uh,
But one man, I know you have a very good memory. Just if I say something that is related to what Emeka is saying now, say I said it. Do you get? I never said that if I found anything, any whatever, I'll stop supporting Obi.
Oh,
What
okay.
I
So,
say,
I
so,
think you said it.
okay. So, whether you said it or not, answer it now. If you
oh
found significant wrongdoing with Obi, would you abandon him?
yes, I
You
would.
would.
Something very
yeah, one
significant.
man.
Yes.
And all the wrongdoings that have been listed, they are not significant enough.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Why I said that is
See,
doing
one
the
man,
Pandora paper, yeah,
one
doing the
man.
Pandora paper. This man had a business which we know how he made his money. Which before he became a governor, this Pandora paper was there, Shell. He put that money after he sold all his shares. He put all that money there. So when you mentioned Tinubu and all this, we know that these people started having money pre 1999. So you
No,
understand that
I think you are not right.
they are using
Tinubu,
our money and keeping in an offshore account, not even their money. Obi is his money. So yes, he evaded tax and all that stuff. But it's not your money. It's UK that will determine whether he's wrong
No, it's
or
not
he
UK. Part of
no,
his
it's UK.
Nigerian
It's
businesses.
not
What are
your
you talking
money.
about?
It's not your money.
sorry, can
It's
I just interject? Des just spoke about Tinubu got money maybe close to 1999. I think you're wrong. Majority of people that are criticizing Tinubu today, I don't think they really know their family, like Tinubu family, the mom.
we don't even know Tinubu's
Because
family. So what are you talking about?
it's because you don't want to know. And he has
Who is
told
his
you
family, please?
if you are in doubt, he has already told you if you are in doubt, you
No,
can
tell us
request
now.
for
Tell us now. We need to know because this is a question that millions of people are trying to know.
Abibatu Mogaji was Tinubu's mother. If you have any objection to it, he has already told you that is his mom.
Who is his
And
father?
his father is his father. He has said it. I can't remember the name, but he said it. He said his father. I said if you have something contrary to that, you can as well you can request for a DNA to prove him or wrong or whatever. So if you haven't done that, I don't think you have any moral justification to say that's not his parent. And to me, looking at him, looking at his nephew, you can see that resemblance. That's for me, and that's what I was going to say. I'm talking about is it Wale Tinubu, the Ohando chairman. Now, you are saying Tinubu, he just had his money pre-1999. If you have listened to what Wale Soyinka said about Tinubu, how Tinubu was financing them, the Nadeco then, I don't think you will say what you're saying. And this is a man that comes from a wealthy family in Lagos. Because in those days, we know if you're not rich, it's hard for you to go to abroad that you want to go and study. It's not like something that is common like it used to be now. So I don't know why people always say something they don't have much knowledge or much information about. And
I'm
you are
not
telling me that
Yoruba, my brother. I'm not Yoruba, but I believe
but you need to do your research
when
before you can
someone
just conclude.
when someone goes to a family, the first thing the person would ask the person is Teni Babare, who is your father?
Yes.
Nobody. What you're saying now?
No, what did you say? Tell him about
Teni Babare or something like that.
Look at this. Yeah,
I'm
look,
learning now.
at
Oh
that.
man, calm
Look
down.
at
You
this
have
man.
to encourage me small.
Yeah, carry on.
So when people out there don't even know the background you came from, they don't even know which state you are from. It's all contradiction.
No,
I
they
mean,
do know
there's so
now.
many
No,
contradictions.
there's no. Let's not reopen that space. We've been through it so many
They
times.
know the
It's
state
just.
is from. It's politics. And in politics, they can bring anything against you, even if it's not true. Look at Atiku. They're saying Atiku is from Cameroon, is from this. Do you believe that as well?
No, nobody have said nothing
So,
about Atiku. Atiku
What do you mean?
that means you're not
Solomon,
They've
friends.
said
Solomon,
it.
I beg,
They've said
support
it.
your
They've said it. Somebody
candidate.
even
Oh.
argued with me this
That
evening.
means you don't even know much
Around
about
here.
politics.
Solomon,
Yeah.
are you the one betraying Atiku
Hold
like
on,
this?
one at a
I
time.
am not the one. They've said it.
You
I'm
are
not betraying
betraying
Atiku.
Atiku.
I am not. See, let me tell you. Let me tell you. People have said this thing, and it's a big lie. Adama and how they come to talk about that thing. Those sides are close to Cameroon, and they carve them out from like if they carve Cameroon out of Nigeria, that part of Cameroon out of Nigeria. So that is why people they would, because it's politics, they want to carry propaganda and misunderstand everything and be lying. Somebody even told me that
Solomon,
Those are
sorry to cut you
propagandas,
short.
yeah.
Sorry to cut you short, but Solomon, it was not
Yeah.
a propaganda. It was just that the story was miscued in a way that it will favor your position. Then the articles came from the Cameroonian part of the former Nigeria. So, but at the time Atiku was born, he was born when the demarcation was already made in Nigeria. So he was born under the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So to say it was a propaganda in itself, it's not 100% complete. So the story was founded to be true, but the originator that Atiku himself was born as a Cameroonian, that was not correct. Atiku was born as a Nigerian. That is the whole story, and which Atiku himself, as in one way or the other, acknowledged.
Yeah, I mean it's possible now.
So,
I don't even. I know. I heard about that, but there's some lies and propaganda that can't just stick. I mean,
that's why
it can't just stick.
I told you that everything they are saying about Tinubu, majority
But
of
this
it,
one is
like,
sticking. That's the problem. This one is really
it's because
sticking.
Tinubu is such a person that doesn't, if you say something, say whatever you want to say. He doesn't care. He doesn't even care about you.
The problem,
Unless you bring,
is listen. The
except you give him
problem.
a
See the
very good
problem,
reason to respond to you.
The problem
So,
is there's been a lot of lies that Tinubu have said, and like
like which
when I
one?
think doing whatever when it was contested, that he came out and said that he went to this school, this primary school, and the people there came and said, no, we don't know this person. Do you
Did
get?
he say?
So
Did he
that
say
has
it
been.
himself? I don't
He
think you
said it
understand that story.
himself. What are we
See,
talking about?
that's
He said he
the
went to this
problem with
school.
most
That's what he
obedience.
put. That's what he put in
Okay.
the INEC whatever. So
Okay, wait.
they were like
Wait.
saying no, we don't know this man. So there's been a lot of
Let me
stories
explain
and
to
all
you.
that stuff.
Let me explain to you. It's like you're not informed about that. If you
No, I'm
follow
not.
Tinubu's case as a governor, even before he became governor, that was when that story started. But Tinubu has been consistent, saying that during his days, he went, like most people, he did homeschool rather than going to this school with names or whatever. And some people do that. Even my own father, because of this conversion issue, they tell them, oh, if you go to this school, you have to become Christian, you have to do this. Majority of them have to stay at home and do home school, which they are still doing in this part of the world now, the Western world. So he has been saying, but the problem is, he mentioned that person's name. I don't know if I can remember that person. That the person was the one that filled the form, the INEC form for him, because I believe he wasn't in Nigeria then. The Afenifere just recommended him, and they filled the form. They did everything for him and told him to come and contest.
Yeah, but my brother, that part of it is still, that one is still not correct. That one is not true as well, because if I want to fill a form for you, I'm going to call you, say, my brother, which school you go? You go tell me, say, I see the school, I go see the school, I go. I can't just fill in any school. I can't just fill in any school on your behalf. That one, brother, it's not everything we have to. People say we have to believe. This is what I'm trying to say.
But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying 100% is true or not. I'm just saying this is the story, and nobody has brought anything contrary to counter that in the court, in the law court. Because if the court doesn't pronounce you guilty, I don't believe you are guilty. So this
In
matter has
Nigeria.
been taken to, in Nigeria, it was in opposition for how many years? He was fighting the federal government. They should have nailed him with that. And all this corrupt.
We know Nigerian space, yeah. So
So what?
let's not think all these shenanigans going on. Most of them are not true. Most of them are true. We just don't have the judicial, system to actually rule against it. Do you get?
Okay. Are
All
you
this,
telling
all
me
this,
Tinubu
all
was
this.
See, I
You
don't know why we
trying
are
to,
debating on this.
you
He now
trying to
holds,
say
he
Tinubu is
holds a valid
homeschooled.
certificate that makes him capable and qualified enough to become president of the country.
Yeah, which I agree with.
His certificate with the Chicago State University
it has nullified everything.
is more than qualified
Yes.
and
All right,
verified to make him president.
Gentlemen, we've cycled round those topics too many times on this platform. But let me take the conversation to Fatai if he's still there. Fatai.
Oh, sorry, one man. I think I haven't completed my question though. You
Yeah,
were
go
asking
on.
me about.
Right, go on. Yeah.
You asked me about the Kano. I mean, the Sokoto issue.
Yes, go to that.
The
Yeah.
thing is that the oppositions, especially the Obidients, I don't think the articulate or whatever they call themselves really put much. They would really lay much emphasis on it. But the Obidients, they are full of propaganda. Majority of them are propagandists, which they've been doing since Obi declared to be president of Nigeria. So they are the one putting so much emphasis on it. Tinubu was only saying, and it was joking, number one. And again, it seems like he was giving credit to Buhari being the first citizen, a very important personnel that is supporting him. And you, the Sultan of Sokoto, be important and close to Buhari. Since your friend is supporting me, you should support me as well. You don't have a choice. And I believe maybe when we were younger, majority of us have had the same intention of have said something like that, especially when you're asking a girl out. If you know a very close friend to that girl, you will think, oh, there's no way, you don't have any choice than to accept or agree with me. So that's
Baba,
just what Tinubu
you
said.
really love Tinubu, I swear. Look at what you're using to the illustration.
But I'm telling you, that's how it is. Tinubu is not going to, he never made any threat. He even, after he said, you don't have a choice, he even said Rankadede and still bent down to greet him. So how will you threaten someone and you still bend down to greet that person? It doesn't make sense.
All right, brilliant. So let's take the conversation on to Fatai. So, Fatai, you're up next. The concession by the Abubakar Malami space that where is his headline again? Just to be exact in what he has to say. And by the way, Buhari has started to package his handover notes. Yes. So this is Abubakar Malami. Our federal government to comply with Supreme Court ruling stopping deadline for old Naira notes. The Attorney General of the Federation surrenders to the Supreme Court. Fatai.
One man, this actually I like this because yesterday I came into the show very late and I was trying to say something I couldn't completely. I was saying yesterday like Buhari should have done the country a favor, actually, or even himself a favor and fire Emefiele because what is going on now is kind of like a constitutional crisis, right? So this what is happened now. So I'm able to complete that thought now. So when I said serious lawyers, like okay, Malami, whether you like him or not, he's a serious lawyer, right? Not like Dele Farutimi or these ones. These ones don't know anything, right? But Malami is a serious lawyer. It is a constitutional situation. The CBN is not a rag of the federal government, right? It's only a Emefiele who has turned the CBN into every time he wants to pee, he goes to get approval from Buhari. It's not supposed to be like that, right? So the lawsuit itself is what I think they call it ex parte. So it's one party goes to court and say, court grant me this order, blah 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 blah. So it's not two sides. It's not two sides of the story. Now, so and the CBN is not joined officially on the list as a defendant. So it's an indirect is an indirect relation. It has an indirect relationship to CBN. That's why CBN earlier came on board that they are not going to, they don't have to comply with whatever. The Supreme Court has not given an order, right? What Supreme Court did was say, so like there's a misinterpretation, like the Supreme Court has extended the deadline for the Naira, for the what is it that for the old one not to be valid again. No, the Supreme Court says no. I want to listen to this argument from the government side. I want to listen to both sides. So until that time, let the status quo remain. So, and this is what is going to happen. This is why El Rufai went to make his speech, which everybody was labeling treasonous. No, he said everybody should be spending their money because that is what is going to happen now. Because what is going to happen now is they are going to listen to the argument on the 15th February and they are going to adjourn for a date. By the time all this time is going, the election will, by the time the Supreme Court will give his decision, it will be many times. In the meantime, this order for status quo to remain will subsist. So this is what effectively is going to happen. They probably won't give a judgment until Tinubu becomes president. So I think what MALLAM has said now is like they are not going to go to court and ask the Supreme Court to expedite this hearing. They're just going to go there and present the argument. And their argument, I called it yesterday, like table pounding. They're only pounding table. They don't have the law and the facts on their side. Because the law that gave the CBN authority to make this Naira design, right, Emefiele is violating that law. The law does not give Emefiele the authority to announce that the money printed by Nigeria will become invalid, will become unacceptable, right? So when he first gave all these by 10th of February, it will not be acceptable, whatever date it was. No, it's not your money. It's not your private money. You would say it's not acceptable. It's the CBN. Nigeria printed the money. It will always be acceptable if it's not damaged or whatever it is. So because you're going to shoot investors' confidence if you say our money, whatever it is that we printed though, that carried our authority, is going to be unacceptable at some point. Because how will investors have the confidence to hold the Naira? Because you can't tell people what they do with their money. I might decide, like maybe my calculation or my financial calculation, to keep some Naira until 2 years' time. I might decide to keep dollar until 2 years' time. So it's not anybody's job to tell me it doesn't have value again. The US government, they will bomb anything, they will do anything to defend the dollar. As long as it's not a fake, the original dollar, even if it was printed 1901. Right? If you take it to the US Federal Reserve, or whatever it is, they will still it's still their money, carry the authority. So the CBN is doing tremendous damage to the Nigerian Nigerian economy. I know it's not long, it's not a short term. People say maybe 2 weeks time. No, long time. Half a century, we may not recover from the shock. They should fire Emefiele, let him go. It will send confidence that Nigeria is an institution that is robust. It's not a one-man do something. It's now at this stage, the institution is complicated for everybody. Even if the Supreme Court gives a ruling, it's like the CBN is not supposed to be anybody, whatever anybody have others around. The macro is like a macroeconomics outlook, right? So it's not supposed to be so tightly cornered either by politics, legislature, even the federal, even the executive, who is supposedly is under. It's not supposed to have so much control over it. So it's a mess all around, right? So what it could just easily do is let him go because now whatever they do, if they go along with the Supreme Court, so anybody can just take the CBN to the court at any time. It opens a Pandora's box that is not good. Anybody can just take it to court and say whatever. No, nobody's supposed to just. I mean, it has to be substantial, and like now, it's a very serious situation, and that is what warrants them taking the CBN to court, right?
Fatai, let me ask you a question. This money policy, which effect do you think it has in the economy?
The effect it has on the economy, the domestic economy.
Yes,
Yeah, we're already seeing that one.
generally.
That one is easy to understand.
Generally, like, what do you understand about it?
It's a lot of things, right? So if domestic policy, I mean, the money is supposed to go hand in hand, right? So it's not the first time we are redesigning Naira. Soludo redesigned Naira. Not only it, and it didn't just pour ink on the Naira. They actually introduced polymer that was even in the even it was a kind of experimental. But even that's where you see like the intelligence of a Soludo. When he would do the polymer experiment, he did it with the lower denomination. The denomination, like if the experiment doesn't work out, it will not totally affect the economy. He did it with 5 naira, I think 10 naira, like this, like the lower denominations. I think that he issued, I think it was Soludo that issued the 100 naira note. I don't know, whatever it is. So this poly, so you can see somebody who understands economics at work
You
there.
said Soludo redesign Naira.
No, he introduced the polymer. Yeah, he did some Naira. If I remember correctly, I think I'm right. The polymer, the 5 naira, that one will be like nylon like this.
Was it not
You're right,
Sanusi?
you're right, Fatah.
Is it
In the
No,
Soludo or
first
I,
place,
Sanusi?
it was Soludo. It was
I think
Soludo.
it was Soludo.
It's Soludo. Not
I think it
Sanusi.
was Soludo. Sanusi also is we understood also economic, but the like mixing the CBN with politics started with Sanusi.
But we all know that new Naira notes is not for any economic issue to
It's
address any
not,
economic
my
concerns. It
brother,
was all for
even
politics.
yeah,
It
yeah,
was done for politics by the
yeah, yeah.
cabals. They've all tried. They've tried every time to stop Tinubu. They tried before the primaries. They tried after the primaries, and they are trying now during the election. All their plans is to hurt Tinubu to not become president. They are using all the machinations and all the individuals they can use in the corridors of power to stop Tinubu from becoming president, to the point that they are looking at creating more chaos so that there will be an interim government and they will not get out of power. This whole thing is designed for politics. No economic indices is involved. All what Emefiele was saying are all lies, right? Now, the viewpoint of this is to see how to grab power and not leave because they are afraid of what the outcome will look like, of what a Tinubu president will look like for them. They are afraid that their corrupt practices will be unraveled to the world and that they cannot enjoy their loot. They are afraid of the nemesis that will be brought on them, and they want to stop Tinubu from becoming the president. That is the design. All the other things are nonsense. But what they failed to understand is they didn't do a proper risk assessment that their measures will cause so much pains to Nigerians that Nigerians will be screaming, that some governors will take them to court. They didn't do that risk analysis. They thought their plans would finally hurt the Tinubu plans. Okay, Tinubu is looking at
No,
buying
no,
votes.
it's
And
All
not.
right. Emeka, just let him go on. We are getting towards the end.
No, no, it's not that they
I
didn't
just need
think.
to.
It's not that they didn't foresee lawsuit, but they thought the lawsuit will go from federal high court, court of appeal, like this. Before you know it, the time will have passed. The election will have. But what they didn't foresee is the ingenuity of this lawsuit going straight to the Supreme Court to file it, because there is indeed that issue of original jurisdiction, whether it's binding on CBN. But the problem is that it doesn't have to be directly binding on CBN. So they don't need to have it binding on CBN. All they need it is to have it binding on BUHARI, because BUHARI is delegating its authority for the Naira, for just this particular policy, the Naira redesign. CBN cannot redesign the Naira without the authority of BUHARI, of the president. So this lawsuit is very narrow. It's attacking the policy, right? So if this lawsuit is won, whether in 3 months' time, anyone's time, this new Naira redesign will be reversed, because the lawsuit is not against CBN, the implementation of whatever CBN is doing. It's against the authority granting Emefiele the approval to redesign the Naira. and that's it. So Buhari should just look. Buhari should be a big man. Buhari is going to destroy it. I mean, me personally, apart from like I always say, I don't judge a Buhari on economics, right? I looked at Buhari from other angle. I think Buhari, I mean, the man is a military guy, you know, it's not economy, it's not his lawsuit. It depends on advisors to direct him on other stuff. But on military, I think, contrary to what everybody said, I think Buhari has done tremendous job in regard to military. It might, maybe the result might not be, I think without Buhari, I mean, even Goodluck Jonathan could not acquire Tucano jet. I think that Tucano jet is a game changer. And I have a lot of respect for him with regard to his own military, his own field, the military field. I have a lot of respect for that. But Buhari's legacy will be tainted by this. It will be better for Buhari to fire Emefiele or even cancel this with design altogether. Because it will be, this is what it will be remembered for. Because anyway, this is what is going to happen in the end anyway. If a new president comes in, it's going to remove it. And it's not going to be used for the election now. Because this this suit with the Supreme Court, they will keep talking, they will keep arguing it. By 15, when they go to court, they will submit their argument and they will adjourn for further hearing or further decision. And that will be after the election. So the Supreme Court doesn't have to give an order now. It's not giving an order about the policy. It just says everybody maintains status quo. So both currency will be used. And when the new person comes in, or immediately Tinubu wins, even maybe that's what they've calculated. Like immediately Tinubu or anybody, let me not even just say it. Immediately anybody wins, it's up to that person. I think that is the picture they are trying to paint with Buhari packing his stuff. Like, well, the new person coming in immediately after the election, the person it will give the person the authority to have a, like in the US they call transitional government, when the current administration works together underground, right? And you know they feed each other in on the way forward. So I think it will give the new elected president the liberty to make that decision. You know, so it will be up to the new president if he wants to reverse it, if he doesn't want to reverse it. But I think they've landed on this sweet spot to let the Supreme Court paper over the time of the election. So the Supreme Court will, the case will keep going. This order that the Supreme Court gave is an order that says it doesn't talk about it doesn't.
But the ruling of the Supreme Court only gives a 5-day extension.
No. It did not give. Technically, it did not give extension. It only says let everybody remain. It's people interpreting it as an extension. The Supreme Court has not given an order on the issue. He has not heard. He said, I want to hear from the other party. So I adjourn till 15. In the meantime, until I give my decision, everybody keep things as it is. Keeps it as it is, then means that both currency will be in use. The Supreme Court has not given an order on the policy or whatever, on the currency or the date, the deadline or whatever. It didn't give that. It just said keep. So this 15 now, when they go, it will until the next. It will just give another adjourn date, right? And that one will also mean like the Supreme Court extended it. No, but the Supreme Court is not technically extending anything. But what the effect of what the Supreme Court has done is an extension. But that's not directly what it
does everything hinge on jurisdiction now? That
there is no issue. There is no jurisdiction issue. Jurisdiction issue is a broad argument. The jurisdiction issue is if this was affecting the CBN. No, this lawsuit is very narrow. It's only attacking the authority to redesign the Naira. It's not affecting the CBN job, the CBN as an institution. The CBN is not a part of the lawsuit. It's pounding the table. It's that I think I said yesterday. So when you have the law, you pound the law. When you have the fact, you pound the fact. When you don't have fact and law, you pound the table. They are not making an argument that this is a good policy or this is a policy that if the Supreme Court reverse the argument, if the Supreme Court go against the policy, there will be pain like that or something will be lost. They are not making that argument. They are only making technical argument. That means they don't have the facts and the law. So the jurisdiction, the way the lawsuit is structured, is only attacking who gives the CBN the authority to do this. So if the Supreme Court rules that on Buhari, so the jurisdiction issue now is like, oh, the CBN cannot be, the CBN is not just an appendage of the executive. Okay, fine. Okay, we don't want to say that, but we are just saying that who has the authority to approve the redesign of Naira? No, Buhari. Okay, we are taking Buhari to court. We are telling you that approval that you give, whoever you give it to, maybe you don't even need to give it to CBN. Maybe you give it to, I don't know, the Alakara on the road. It's your problem. But that approval, we think it has an issue. And that is what the Supreme Court will rule on.
Oh, all right, brilliant, brilliant, Fatai. So, brilliant, Fatai. So, gentlemen, I want to bring you an article. I'll try and read through it very quickly. It's just to that space. I've been trying to explain to people like this just how crooked Peter Obi is, but we will continue to try. This goes back to now October 2006 when it was in situation in Anambra State. So a case against Governor Peter Obi of Anambra State. So these are the articles of his impeachment.
Please share your screen so that it doesn't say you are reading
yes.
information.
So these are the articles of his impeachment.
Bro, you're all too much. You're reading.
No,
you have punch
you know, I don't know what Emeka is up to, but hopefully it doesn't. So these are the articles of his impeachment. And when I say that that Peter Obi ran the Anambra State government, and by the way, that's the date right there, just for the benefit of all righteousness. So that's the date right there. So when I was saying that Peter Obi ran Anambra State like a gangster's paradise, I wasn't just being loose with language. He actually did run Anambra State like a gangster's paradise. Case against Governor Peter Obi. So these are the articles of his impeachment in 2006. And they've not adjudicated this, by the way. He got away on a technicality that was facilitated by Justice Mary Odili, who he went to meet at home to facilitate this. But that's a different matter. I can bring you documents on that as well if you want to quibble it. Our case against Governor Peter Obi of Anambra State. So the articles of his impeachment, Article 1, that Mr. Peter Obi and Dame Virgie Atiaba, in violation of their oath of office and constitutional obligation not to allow their personal interest to influence their official conduct and decisions, did corruptly influence and cause to be placed huge sums of money belonging to Anambra State government in Fidelity Bank PLC, being a bank both of them have substantial interest in, and of which the governor was the immediate past chairman, thereby putting themselves in a position where their personal interests conflicts with their duties and responsibilities, contrary to Code of Conduct for Public Officers, 5th Schedule, Section 1, 1999 Constitution. So that's the first one. Article 2, that Mr. Obi, in violation of his oath of office and constitutional obligation not to allow his personal interest to influence his official conduct and decision, did corruptly influence and caused to be awarded and without due process the contract for the reconstruction of the governor's office complex in the sum exceeding 100 million naira. And by the way, when we're talking about 100 million naira, you have to cast your memory back to 2006 when 100 million naira was actually real money. That Mr. Peter Obi, in violation of his oath of office and constitutional obligation not to allow his personal interest to influence his official conduct and decision, did corruptly influence and caused to be awarded and without due process. And without due process, by the way, was the gangster's paradise that I often reference. The contract for the reconstruction of the governor's office complex in the sum exceeding 100 million naira to one of his campaign managers and associates, Mr. I.K. Nwadu, using his company as a mere stratagem and instrumentality, thereby putting himself in a position where his personal interest conflicts with his duties and responsibilities, contrary to the Code of Conduct for Public Officers, 5th Schedule, Part 1, Section 1, 1999 Constitution. Article 3, that Mr. Peter Obi, in violation of his oath of office and constitutional obligation, not to allow his personal interest to influence his official conduct and decisions, did corruptly influence and cause to be awarded to his kinsman, Mr. Anthony Akpulu, using Akpulu's company, the contract for the construction of buildings in the so-called business village worth over 100 million naira without due process and appropriation by the State House of Assembly, thereby putting himself in a position where his personal interest conflicts with his duties and responsibilities, contrary to the Code of Conduct for Public Officers. You know the rest, you know the article already. 5th Schedule, Part 1, 1999 Constitution. Article 4, that Mr. Peter Obi, in violation of his oath of conduct of office and constitutional obligation, not to allow his personal interest to influence his official conduct and decisions, did corruptly influence and caused to be awarded without due process and competitive bidding the contract for the construction of the State Secretariat complex at the cost of over 500 million naira to Mr. Paul Onidam. So Paul Onidam, Paul B. Nigeria Limited, his partner and business associate, with whom he is jointly enterprise in the development of a shopping complex situated in Central Business District, Abuja, opposite... Well, who's that? Who's that? What's that?
I'm amazed.
No, I'm going to have to remove you. You're a bit now too much for me, please. God, that jarred my senses. Sorry, that Mr. Peter Obi, in violation of his oath of office, that Mr. Peter Obi, in violation of his oath of office and constitutional obligation, not to allow his personal interest to influence his official conduct and decisions, did corruptly influence and cause to be awarded without due process and competitive bidding the contract for the construction of the State Secretariat complex at the cost of over 500 million naira to Mr. Paul Onidam, Paul B. Nigeria Limited, his partner and business associate, with whom he is jointly enterprise in the development of a shopping complex situated in the Central Business District, Abuja, opposite the Harima House, Federal Ministry of Transport, adjacent to the Central Mosque. Article 5, that Mr. Peter Obi and Dame Virgie Atiaba, in violation of their oath of office and constitutional obligation, not to allow their personal interest to influence their official conduct and decision, did corruptly and without due process, did corruptly. Let me take that again. That Mr. Peter Obi and Dame Virgie, sorry, let me bring Emeka back, but Emeka, please keep muted because the way you went then, it just jarred me somewhat. So yes, that Mr. Peter Obi and Dame Virgie Atiaba, in violation of their oath of office and constitutional obligation not to allow their personal interest to influence their official conduct and decision, did corruptly and without due process, competitive bidding and appropriation by the House of Assembly, did award contracts for the following: several township roads, construction of IGR building, purchase of 20 refuse disposal vehicle and 40 payloaders, construction of new office building for Ministry of Lands, purchase of 40 buses, construction of new stock exchange building at GRA Onitsha, all without due process or without reference to the House of Assembly. Article 6, that Mr. Peter Obi and Dame Virgie Atiaba, in breach of their constitutional duties as governor and deputy governor, respectively, to execute, let me take that again. Article 6, that Mr. Peter Obi and Dame Virgie Atiaba, in breach of their constitutional duties as governor and deputy governor, respectively, to execute the laws made by the State House of Assembly, have refused to continue the execution of various road projects awarded by the past administration pursuant to the Anambra State Appropriation Law, occasioning huge losses to the state of heavy deposits of money already paid on the roads by the state government, to which, and then it goes on to give us the list of the roads. Article 7, that Mr. Peter Obi and Virgie Atiaba, in breach of Section 7 of the 1999 Constitution and Anambra State Local Government Law 2002, constituted themselves into sole administrators of 21 local government councils of Anambra State. Article 8, that Mr. Peter Obi and Dame Virgie Atiaba, in breach of Section 162, subsection 678 of 6, 7, and 8, that is, not 6, 7, 8, but 6, 7, and 8 of the 1999 Constitution and Anambra State Joint Local Government Distribution Account Law 2002, have constituted themselves into sole administrators of the state joint local government account and sole custodian and disburser of local government funds. So let's stay on that Article 8 for a moment. It was within that Article 8 that 250 million naira came from, because that 250 million naira came from the local government space. So it ran the space. It ran for 8 years. It ran Anambra State like a gangster's paradise. Article 9, that Mr. Peter Obi and Dame Virginia Atiaba, in breach of their constitutional duties to execute the laws made by the Anambra State House of Assembly, have unilaterally dissolved some statutory bodies and commissions, particularly the Anambra State Universal Basic Education, contrary to the ASUBEB law of 2005, Anambra State Vigilante Services, contrary to blah, 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 the State Independent Electoral Commission, contrary to blah, 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 the relevant constitutional provisions and other actions contrary to the street trading prohibition, and it goes on to give you the list. Article 10, that Mr. Peter Obi, in breach of his oath of office, not to do or direct to be done in abuse of office any arbitrary act prejudicial to the right of any other persons, and in utter disregard of the right to life of every citizen and other fundamental rights of every citizen enshrined in Chapter 4 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, issued a shoot-on-sight order during the recent Onitsha crisis, leading to the death of over 700 innocent citizens of Anambra State. Article 11, that Mr. Peter Obi, in breach of his oath of office, to devote himself to the service and well-being of the people of Anambra State and Nigeria, failed to show concern and sensitivity to the victims. And this is the guy now that goes, anyway, let me read it first. That Mr. Peter Obi, in breach of his oath of office, to devote himself to the service and well-being of the people of Anambra State and Nigeria, failed to show concern and sensitivity to the victims, both injured and bereaved, of his shoot-on-sight order through remunerations and compensation, but rather justifying his obnoxious order on the need for increase in internally generated revenue, which said revenue has even plummeted in spite of very high numbers of casualty. Therefore, we, the undersigned members of Anambra State House of Assembly, in accordance with Section 188 subsection 2 of the Constitution and pursuant to the foregoing, do hereby present to the Honorable Speaker, Anambra State House of Assembly, with this notice of allegations against Mr. Peter Obi and Dame Virginia Atiaba, the governor and deputy governor respectively of Anambra State, who by the foregoing are guilty of gross misconduct in the performance of the functions of their offices as governor and deputy governor respectively of Anambra State. So there it is. And that was never adjudicated. I'll post the link in the comment section for you to go. He ran that state like a gangster's paradise.
Let me make a comment on that.
Don't worry, you don't know the space, so don't
I know
you
the
don't
space now. Calm
you
down.
don't
Let
know
me
it.
talk now.
Okay, go on. But I'll read it again. If you say
No,
anything that
don't
is
read
not
it.
consistent,
No.
yeah.
Appeal court Judge Jamie Bade uphold the lower court ruling and said Peter Obi's removal in November was illegal and unconstitutional because the Anambra State House of Assembly did not follow the due process. The court found the entire process adopted by the legislators in impeaching the governor faulty. Mr. Obi should be reinstated immediately as the governor, Baba said. The judgment
Yes,
followed
but
the Supreme Court ruling December reinstatement.
no,
So why I'm
hold
reading
on.
this thing
Hold on. Just hold on right there. Did you hear? I said those charges were never adjudicated. So he got away
It's
on a
been dropped. It's
technicality.
been dropped in 2018. Go and
What do you mean it's been dropped? Read what you just read. Read what you just read again, because I have it as well and I can read it. So read what you just read again.
2018 premiums time. Go and read it and you see.
No, you read it now. You don't even know. I told you don't know the space.
See, see the double standard of this.
The guy is a crook now.
It's not double standard now.
Okay, hold on. When I was talking about Tinubu the other time, you told me
hardened criminal.
You told me Nigerian judiciary system is not good, is this, is that. But now you believe when it applies to Obi, it's good.
The problem is Peter Obi don't even have any what's it called? What's it called? House of Assembly or anything. So PDP has everything. So they should have won that case if they knew what they were doing. Do you get? They should have known what they were doing. See, they had all the powers.
In opposition then.
They had all the
fighting
powers.
the federal government.
Allegations were raised. There's allegations were raised. Those allegations were not addressed.
Yes, in government, right? Do you understand what due process is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you listened to Peter Obi himself? No, just forget the nationals, their status of assembly. Have you listened to Peter Obi himself from his own word when he talked about how he built that secretariat? Did you listen to his word?
I know that space very well, sir.
Okay, so
did you tell us that he gave the contract to his business partner without due process?
Apart from that, no. Did he at any time mention awarding contract?
I can bring out the name of the contractor that built the.
Yeah, but did you listen to Peter Obi himself? When you listen to Peter Obi, did that sound like a due process, that he followed due process? Obi said, "Listen, I said go and call me the man that said road, that said cement in Oka. They went to go and call me the man that says him." That was how he was talking.
Exactly.
And I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Yes, I understand.
And I was like, "What are you talking about? You can't do that."
See the problem. Yeah. Let me tell you. See the problem.
The governor that is buying gas, he doesn't even trust his driver.
What's the due process there? That is his own word. Those are his own words.
Listen. See the problem here. Anambra State was in the state of godfatherism. PDP were taking over.
You are wrong.
Let me tell you.
You are very wrong on this. There is no competitive bid. He should have requested for bids. There should have been an RFP. What he did was appointing someone to go and build. Whether that person built it cheaply or expensively, he broke the law. Please, I beg you.
That's his own words. His own words. When he was saying it, I was like watching this man. I was saying, "Do you even know what you're talking about, this man?"
He broke the law, right?
He broke the law. There's a process to award contracts.
Yes, he broke the law. He broke the law. No, I'm not being biased. He broke the law. He broke the law,
Even
yes.
even if that contractor
So are
builds
you
that place
supposed to
for
be following
$1,
somebody that broke the law?
exactly.
You told me when you find something.
We become a president to be breaking our laws left, right, and center.
Let's narrate it
Yes.
very well. Let's narrate it very well.
Don't
If the
suffer to be
law,
for this platform.
listen, if the law is made not to benefit the people, then that law is useless. That's just the truth.
I'm
If the
sorry.
law,
No. Hold on.
if the law at place, if
Hold
the
on.
law at place,
Hold on, Des. Hold on, Des. When somebody is sworn in, either as a governor or a president, they place their hand on a holy book of their faith, and they vow to uphold the content of that constitution that binds them. So Peter Obi jettisoned that, and he unilaterally acted like some czar. Is that how he's going to run Nigeria, like a czar?
if let me tell you, if I wish he runs Nigeria like he ran Anambra, to be honest with you. Nigeria needs that kind of I'm being honest with you. I don't know.
Abandon law, abandon due process.
I wish he would. I really wish he would. Nigeria has been messed up with this
Let
oligarch, with
forget what
this
Nigeria has been messed up with.
whole.
Forget all of that now.
Nigeria
That's just
needs to change their constitution.
No.
That's what
Can you,
Nigeria
yeah,
needs.
but so he will act outside of the constitution if he becomes.
I really wish Nigeria would change their constitution, and I know
No,
that he's
that
coming to
wasn't
change
no.
it.
What are you doing now? I'm
And I
asking you.
know.
Okay, forget it. Let's go to Fatai. Fatai, you heard the readout. Give us a response. This guy is a crook, of course. You know that, Fatai.
One man. Usually, me, I don't really like to. I don't really like to go to Peter Obi if Obidients don't attack me. You know, because Peter Obi is a hustler, right? You know, anybody that know. If you look at even if you understand, if you want to look at Peter Obi from next UK, if you know, because it's not like UK is not like they are very the details of the accounting. You have to submit like a summarized accounting history. So
It did
there
not
is
file for 2 years and they shut it down.
yeah. There is publicly available information on the financial accounting required by law of the UK, of the next UK. If you see before Peter Obi became governor and after he became governor, you know, that space in the middle when he was governor, if you see the jump in the transaction, but it's okay. I don't like to talk about Peter Obi. That case, I think that is right a little bit though. But that also the point. That is
How was it right? Which bit was right?
No, I mean there are allegations, right? We can't pronounce him as a criminal. He's not been convicted.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, yes,
the same thing that was accusing this case with the CBN, whatever.
Hold on, Fatai. You say this is right because I have a whole file on that space. What the judgment that they got was to say that how the impeachment procedure was structured was not proper, but they did not go into the content of the allegations. So the content of the allegations still till today, as we speak now, they remain unanswered. They remain unanswered because they were not. They subsist. So he got away on the technicality, awarding contracts to his party men, you know, killing people all over Anambra State.
Peter Obi got away on the same way Ahmed Lawan is going to be the next Senate president.
Look at that.
The Supreme Court also said, no, I don't want to look at the content, but the way you filed the original paper is not right.
And that was how Opuzodema got in as well. So it's the same thing. Sorry, Fatai. But the point I was just wanting to push through is that he still stands accused of those allegations, and they've not been addressed.
Yeah, not on impeachment as a. Then he's not formally accused in a court of law. These are impeachment proceedings, right? And his tenure has passed, so anybody can take those facts and take Peter Obi to court, right? And also even beyond that, those investments he made, one of them, I think it was the number one article. I mean, investments have maturity. Those investment in Fidelity Bank, Access Bank, when are they going to mature? It's like it's been governor, I think, 10 years or since, or 20 years since. When are they going to mature? You know, because there are also allegations that those investments actually also did not exist. So there are I don't want to talk about I don't want to talk about Puka. I want to pass.
All right. It's just it's people like this that make us go and dig up things like this when they just come and just rattle off, you know. But you know, this we know the guy also. Forget all of these this, you know, yam talk, you know.
But I like Obidients fight. Like I always say, if they had Obedient had 2 years, 3 years, Peter B could make a dent in the race. But it is too short a time, 6 months, to become president of Nigeria. You have to, I mean, even if you're going to make that work, you have to be coming with tremendous record, like head-shaking record of achievement. But like with no record of achievement. And the only thing I don't, on a human level, that I don't like with and where I think Tinubu is, you know, it's obvious. So Anambra had tremendous erosion problem. All of this money, they could have fixed the erosion in Anambra, right? Lagos, even though, yeah, everybody makes the claim Lagos is a commercial center, whatever, but Lagos was being starved of money. But in the middle of that, Tinubu was able to fix the garbage problem, which on a scale times 10 the erosion problem there. If that garbage got angry, especially, I mean, if this last year, this is a flood problem. Imagine the combination of Babbage and that flood. It could wipe out Lagos State. You know, people don't even stop to think about what tremendous, what fixing that problem, what it could mean, especially in that flood problem issue. It could have been a lot of problem. Not only Tinubu fixed it, it turned it into a real estate, an asset, tremendous asset. So that is right there is a distinction. In all of this, to me, I tell you, I like Tinubu. I don't care about all this politics, right? I don't hate Peter Obi. Peter Obi is an hustler. Everybody is an hustler. He's doing his thing, right? The people can take him to court and whatever. I will not condemn a man if it not be convict. What is it? It's just that the double standard is too much, right? So Tinubu, the U.S. government jumped the gun. The way what is it? The EFCC, they jumped the gun on Tinubu and the Econet situation. FBI also jumped the gun because they see some transaction going up and down in this account. They jumped the gun. They started filing. So because he's in Nigeria now, if you see money, unusual money in a Nigerian account, therefore he's a drug guy. Or they go. And after they then come down and say, okay, sorry, it was a tax, we are trying a tax, we are not paying, okay, let's settle taxes. But the way Obedient jumped on Tinubu, not only Obedient, also articulated. They say, oh, it's a drug guy, it's a drug guy. Okay, but the guy is not convicted for drug. The case was settled on tax issue, on tax avoidance issue. You are not going to tell me that in America, Tinubu is involved in not $50 drug, millions and millions, okay, not millions and millions, over 1 million of drug transaction, and they just let him go like that. I will never be convinced. Either America, if you talk like that, either they are so stupid, because this is not like somebody caught with, I don't know, 1 bag of drugs there or something, and they settle around, or you have a good lawyer. This is millions. You know how many drugs? Millions. You know how many drugs?
All right. I think Emeka wanted to come in. So, Emeka, what did you make of that then? The articles of the impeachment as filed against Peter Obi, it just read like a rogues list. And none of those things have been addressed, by the way, because he got, of course, away on a technicality.
Emeka, before you this thing, let me read this article by Vanguard in May 29, 2018. Obi's impeachment for refusing to inflate Anambra budget. 11 years after his impeachment, the presidency has confirmed that former governor of Anambra State, Mr. Peter Obi, did not commit any crime deserving removal from the office, but that his offense was his refusal to inflate the budget of the state. Commenting on the accident, Senior Special Assistant to the Presidency, Mohammed Buhari on the media and publicity, Garba Shehu, in an article released on Sunday to commemorate the third anniversary of Mohammed Buhari presidency. Obi is one of those who suffered injustice while in office as a governor. So I don't want to read all those things. So you can continue.
Yeah, but my brother very coming. But that's also the same thing we are saying. So we are supposed to believe Garba Shehu, right? Peter, they did not say Peter Obi deny all those allegations. So Peter Obi, he didn't say I didn't do all those things to talk about in the article. Though. But okay, but I mean, he didn't address the allegations.
The details are quite specific now, so
Yeah, very
it's not.
No, now this is you know in court there's a defendant and there's people that brings case. So the House of Rep and the PDP brought out their case, right? Peter
Yeah,
brought out his case. That's how it works. One man is reading the case that the PDP brought. He hasn't read the case that Peter brought to go against it. So that's what it is.
He didn't bring a case.
No, you have to bring something in
All right,
court.
let's just hear from Emeka because you don't really understand. Yeah, let Emeka, let's hear from you. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Those are very hefty allegations that were not cleared, right? Those allegations are impeachable, and the State House of Assembly in Anambra saw those allegations as impeachable allegations. We just picked only one of them, and we clearly saw how he broke the law, not following due process in awarding contracts to his friends and business partner, buying shares in where he has a substantial ownership in a financial institution. That means enriching himself indirectly, which he has also said. He has done that. We know all these things.
He's never denied it, so I'm
He
not
has
quite
never
sure
denied it.
why you are denying
He's
it.
even saying
Oh, he's come out and denied it now.
He didn't deny it. There's hold on. He said
you have
he
to
did it in
read
the
it.
best. There's hold on. He did it in the best interest of Anambra State. He did it with the beer. You understand, where he owns substantial shares and he invested Anambra State funds into a company where he owns and his family owns substantial shares. They are the major shareholders, thereby enriching himself directly or indirectly. You don't do that. That is wrong. And he's running on integrity, Mr. Integrity.
Is
When
that
you
how
are
he's
busy
going to
breaking
run
the
Nigeria?
that is how he's going to run Nigeria. That is what he's going to do.
King Emeka, May 30, 2017, former governor of Anambra State has said one of the reasons he was impeached during the administration was his refusal to inflate the government yearly budget. He has come and debunked that thing. So let's just stick
What
to
you
the
are doing,
facts.
let's go with your narrative. What you are doing now is that you say the State House of Assembly had gross with him because he didn't do their bidding, right? Okay, fair enough. They presented a budget to him and he refused. Fair enough. But they raised up allegations that these are what you have done, Mr. Governor. You have not followed due process. You have broken the law. You also decided to shoot on sight. You gave instruction to the Commissioner of Police in Anambra State to shoot on sight. Though that allegation was never, he has never refuted it. Killed over 700 people, shoot on sight. He has never said anything of it. Why would a governor who is supposed to protect the lives and properties of his residents decide to give instruction to the Commissioner of Police to kill people on sight? Mr. Des, what are you trying to bring up here? Why are you this biased? Why are you doing this? You see, when I say certain things, you guys will say I'm insulting obedience. I know why I'm saying all this because you are, and I called when I was saying this. I read this stuff. Woman is bringing up to your presence, and I said you guys are presenting a masquerade here and saying he's a messiah. It is wrong. It is not fair to us. It is bad and it is wicked of Obidients to be doing this to the rest of Nigerians, to present this wicked man as a messiah. This hustler that Fatah has called him, he's a hustler. He's a crooked man, and you say he's a messiah, that he's the next thing after sliced bread. He's the next thing after Jesus Christ, that he's going to deliver us from our shackles and from our struggles, which is wrong. This man has done worse. This man is wicked. There's nothing different about him. He's a politician, a typical one.
He's not the Moses of our time. That one is for sure.
There is something about it. You understand? This is somebody that we know that he's a crooked man. He's a fraudster. He's a typical politician. And he's coming to tell us, go to Anambra and go and check. And people went to Anambra and saw poverty. People went to Anambra and saw erosion. People went to Anambra and saw poverty and saw bad roads that he didn't do very well. People went to Anambra and they were lamenting that in Gige period.
Majority of Obidients they didn't verify.
They didn't verify. They were saying the roads in Gige built.
The problem we are making.
The quality of road in Gige built is better rough. And here you are saying that because I can want to go ahead with you to say yes, maybe the State House of Assembly were angry with him, but they have every right to be angry with him because of what he has done. If he was clean, I will tell you, if Obi was clean, they will not impeach him. Obi was dirty as it is. Obi was so dirty that almost the gadget could not clean him. Obi was so dirty that nothing can clean Obi. Obi is a crooked man, and Obi is wicked.
Dino, you want to compete with Dino? I just say he compete with Dino like this.
Sorry, Mr. Mecca.
One man, can I come in, please?
Yeah, come in, Akim. But after you, Akim, I want to start to round off. I'm a bit tired. We're coming up to 7 hours. So come in and then we'll start to round off.
Thank you very much, one man. I want to say that there's Emeka, I don't accept that narrative that they are presenting a crooked person. Like I've always said, it's a democratic space. You know, everybody have a right to support their candidate in a democratic society. So the only thing I'm doing here is just to say this is what is wrong and this is what is not right. It doesn't mean that the man cannot do a good job if elected president. But I want people to accept that, yes, the man is not Jesus Christ, it's human, okay? Because to go as far as just blatantly denying anything that you see. I've never come out here and say the impeachment process, yes, it could be political sometimes. Let us not shy away from that. That is why I don't make reference to that. I came here today and I said, look, listen to Obi's word. It's from his own mouth. And then you go and compare it to the due process laws. What, did he follow due process? No, he didn't follow due process. So that it's just common sense. You just apply common sense and then you come to a conclusion what is right and what is wrong. So if that is not enough for you, fine. You can continue to support your candidate. I'm not saying it to make you feel bad about supporting Obi. No, I'm just saying that let's not create double standard. If that is your candidate, I'm happy with it. If Tinubu is another person's candidate, it's fine. If ATIKU is another person's candidate, fine. But in a political space or in a democratic times, what I've seen recently is that they are trying to shame people of their candidate that they are supporting. And I don't think this is the right way for us to go. One man, I want to say something today. People say Buhari divided Nigeria, but I have never seen a country so divided in this period of this election time than it is now. The country is almost like someone took a saw and just put it boom straight into it. Once you are on your own side, you can't see anything wrong on that side. Once you are on the other side, you cannot see anything wrong on the other side. No, these people are human beings. They have flaws. They done things. They did things that they should not have done. They made mistakes. Okay, let us acknowledge that. And the only way forward is that we understand that as a people, as a nation, the only thing that matters is Nigeria. Whoever comes in, And this is where I have problem with a lot of people. When they talk about if Tinubu win, that would be the end of Nigeria. If this person win, that would be the end of Nigeria. But if you have that kind of attitude that we are applying right here today, it means that when your own candidate win, when they implement policies that does not favor the people, you will still look for a way to defend him. We already saw it now with these Naira swap policies. The people who are supporting Obi, they thought it was a good thing that some people have to suffer for a period of time just because they think it will favor their own candidate. And this is the problem. It is not good. It is not good. Let us call a spade a spade. Let us believe that an injury to one is an injury to all. When Nnamdi Kanu had issues, I came here, I said, look, that was bad of the government. When they sent soldiers to the southeast to kill people, I criticize it. When they did something wrong to other people, you should also come out and say, no, that is wrong. The Naira policy is wrong. People are suffering from it. Even if you think Peter Obi is going to benefit from it, but it does not change now. It does not change the fact or ground that people are suffering from that policies. Why do we have to do this to ourselves? Thank you very much, Waman, and good night, everybody.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir, for putting a very well-rounded submission on this. I really appreciate it. For me to round up in 10 seconds, what the Obidients are doing is unfair to the rest of the Nigerians. Now, Peter Obi cannot run on his past precedents. He cannot even run on his capacity. He cannot even run on projections on what he can do for Nigeria or the transformative ideas he has for Nigeria. He's coming up with lame excuses. What he's now running on, he's running as Mr. Integrity. They want to put Nigeria in the best position of integrity and good ethics. But he is a sinner just like every one of them. Tinubu is running on the good ideas. Even ATIKU himself is running on the ideas he's going to bring on, saying, I'm going to transform Nigeria into a more productive center. One person the same thing, but Mr. Peter Obi is running on the gains of being the Jesus Christ of our time, the Moses of the Israelite, Mr. Integrity, Mr. Ethics, Mr. Trustworthy, Mr. Do Good. But again, he's a man that has his hands in the cookie jars, but denies having his hands in the cookie jars. He's a man that comes around claiming that he's even better than God himself. But here he is, a sinner. When we tell Obedient, this man is who he is, they put the blind eyes and they cover their ears and say, no, this man is Jesus Christ. He is next to Jesus Christ and even better than Jesus. Even if Jesus comes to tell them that Peter Obi is a sinner, they will tell Jesus, to hell with you. This is the man for us and we will vote for him. This is what annoys me with Obedience, that we have said consistently, there is no difference in this man. That this man is worse, that this man is dirty, that this man is a criminal.
All right, sorry, Emeka, that's you're overwhelming me now. So thank you. Yeah, no, that's
crazy,
Roman. Yeah, no. I mean, what's going on there? Like,
I don't know. It's like it should be a spokesman for Tinubu or something.
Mr. Mecca is a higher is a Swiss sword. It's a Swiss sword. When you know the meaning of Swiss sword,
I don't know what's going on there. Yeah.
He doesn't know that he's basically doing bad to Tinubu like this. All these things
yeah. I told you the first day he came here that he has showed his hand and his card. He's a Swiss sword. He's a higher how do I put it? All these people that how do I say political analyst is a higher political. He's working for his money. You put so much emphasis.
Do you have a proof?
Yes, please. I have the proof. It's my word.
That's unfair.
No, it's not fair.
Can you just show us the proof that he was paid and he's working for his money?
It's my words. Is it your words?
But it's you, Obi. You can't just be feeding us with lies.
No, you can't. Hold on. But
don't
you can't say that
with lies.
No,
I can say it. I'm saying my words.
No, but you can't though, can you? Because
one man. Before I came in, before Progressives came in, the same thing I wanted to say. That's why I didn't say anything. Because you get guys so much time to be saying all sort of things. You know, like what's going on, man?
The problem is it doesn't. Hold on.
Just talking.
The problem is with that the guy, he doesn't know where the balance is. He always goes.
He's not only the one that's supporting Tinubu. Yeah. He's not only the one now. Hold on. He's not only the one supporting Tinubu now. For 6 hours, I've not spoken here. I just listen. But when you guys start sounding like you're working for your money, it's not like politics anymore. You know, you make your point. You let other people major points. You're so upset with Obi. What has Obi done? Like Progressive said, we are those. We are not in this politics, in this race. So at least we are on the fence. We can tell you who is wrong, who is right. We're not. 3 of them are wrong, criminals. But at least when you embellish it too much, hey, calm down. Not that this guy you are promoting is too good. What are you saying about Obi? Is Tinubu different? It's not. So why is he making like Obi is the worst person there? Of course, Obi is a thief. I said yesterday. I've been saying all the time. He's a thief. I think he's a thief. Tinubu is a thief. But we are voting the greater thief this time, and not the smaller thief. But don't make it look like your own defense.
In my own case, we that were supporting Tinubu, well, we believe like none of them is clean, like you said.
No
but
wrong.
I would rather
wait. Wrong supporting your candidate. I've seen it here.
Once
you stand as a Tinubu man, I respect you because you stand your ground and you have the opportunity to discredit any other person. That is politics.
But you, all the Obidients, always say if somebody is supporting Tinubu, automatically, hold on.
Every day.
But this is what I'm saying.
All right, gentlemen, I must leave. But thank you, everyone. So thank you, everyone. So an engaging session, as always, is the case. So thank you, everyone. Interesting conversation. Let me acknowledge the super chatters. Let's have a look. So let me acknowledge these 2 super chatters. Des kicked it off. Alexander Gomez joined him. Des continues. Ayo, who does the coffee, also does the super chats as well. So there's Ayo, who came in again. There's Alexander Gomez, and Des carries on. Still, Des holding firm in that space. Alexander Gomez again. Kulata joins the conversation via super chat. He's on, who has now discovered his wallet, trying to somewhat see if there's any content in it. So Kulata joins again. Des again and again. So Des quite excited by the super chat this time around. Still Des joined by Kulata again, and that was the super chat. And in the coffee space, of course, you know the name that we're going to mention, but in this instance, joined by James S. So Ayo did the coffee, and so did James S. So thank you, everyone. So that has been the session. So we round it up there, only to repeat it again tomorrow. So I'll leave it here, carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.